It's a bless off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
He tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yala.
Welcome back to the final day of the final week of Grandmasters Last Call before we head to the playoffs next week. Incredibly exciting stuff here, as all of our players this weekend, aside from Bunny Hopper, still have something to play for here, to fight for those spots in the playoffs and crawl up into better and better spots if they do manage to get themselves there. So some fantastic in Hearthstone will ensue, I'm sure. And Gia, are you as excited as I?
Absolutely, Derek. It is always a bittersweet feeling, I feel, as we approach the last tail end of any season of Grandmasters. Usually around this time, we had already been saying our goodbyes to certain players for being relegated out. And it's true that to a certain extent, there are some players that are no longer in contention, but there's an overall more uplifting feeling is what comes to mind for me, as we have all 8 players left outside of, like you said, Bunny Hopper playing for either the chance to get into playoffs in the first place, a better seeding in there, and ultimately, later on, a ticket to the World Championship.
Oh, I cannot wait to see who's going to round out our World Championship, with us having quite a few of the players already found out. Still the full championships later on this year to find out the rest of those spots to fill it out. And even though I no longer should technically have an allegiance to Asia Pacific, given that we've done with the regional form of Grandmasters, I'm still kind of hoping for an APAC winner here, just to bolster our numbers at the World Championships after Tansoku's victory at the Masters Tour last weekend. I'm riding a high. And it's going to be interesting to see the strategies that players employ to get to that point where they can get to the World Championships, as this is last hero standing again, which has led to, I think, coming into it, a few different ideas as to how you could deal with the most popular classes in the game right now. But as the dust has settled, I think we're getting a pretty good picture on what strategies are viable and which are not.
That is right. The vast majority of our field have been going for either ban Druid or ban Rogue. And depending on which of those 2 powerhouse decks you leave up, you need to make sure that you have at least 2 counters in your lineup, accounting for a possible ban on one of them from your opponent. We've had a couple of priest bans here and there, whether it's against Quest Priest or even the off-the-wall priest from Chonsu, just to try and maybe take a risk to let that Rogue get a sweep through. But we've seen that it's not just Quest Priest and that weird priest that have a good counter on Rogue. We've seen it fall at the hands of Mage as well. So those 3 classes in particular, alongside Druid, are the ones to watch out for. And it's no surprise that those 4 altogether make up the vast majority of our field.
And we can see in our first match here, we might be seeing some of that interplay again, with a little twist from Chonsu again, as you said, with the priest. And he's going to be fighting tooth and nail to get out of this one, because of course the prizing for this season of Grandmasters is not done week by week. It's all a chunk at the end, with the last place players, 13th through 16th, walking away with $6,000, which is a couple of our players right down at the bottom of the leaderboard, right? Mighty, I think, destined to finish in that position. Can't remember who else is down there.
Destined.
Oh, yes. Locked in, I suppose, at this point would be a less mythical way of saying it. But everyone else fighting for that first place, of course, for the 22,500, or even just 5th through 8th, right? If they can get into playoffs, they already bolster their prize money a little bit, and they could set their sights on higher prize pool as the playoffs progress. But again, for this week, less focusing on the prize pool, more on the points, because a couple of our players down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, as we've mentioned a couple of times, Dmitry Kazov in last place, Chonsu not much higher up, Oka Shinsuke creeping up slowly, Levick as well, I believe pretty far down the leaderboard. All of these players looking for those high win score score lines to get as many points as possible. One more win gets them 3 points, 2 gets 4, and first place gets them the full 5 points. And all of those players who are currently outside of the playoffs promotion slots are very much looking forward for those points in particular.
Yeah, because we've only had 3 total weeks where you're able to accrue points, it's crazy how quickly one player can overtake another player that was previously like 10 spots above them. That's the difference that 5 points can make. And we have so many of those players that have had pretty lackluster first 2 weeks looking to make up for it with their last splash here in LHS. We can see our top 8 very, very shortly, but like you said, Dmitry Kazov has the most to account for. And here we go. Right in their first match, we have Bunny Hopper and Chonsu, 2 players that are on the very opposite ends of the bracket. Prior to this week, Chonsu only had 1 point and Bunny already had 9, and now they're currently with +2 more on their totals.
Yeah, already clawing their ways up and getting closer to those spots. Like I said, Chonsu going to be one that I'm looking very closely on. He was my prediction for this weekend when the top 8 was settled to take the whole thing. I believe in the hot Chonsu summer and that he can take down the trophy. But a lot of the matches, well, all the matches really having huge implications here. The standout one being Levick versus Dmitry Kazov, as it's 2 players down at the bottom of the leaderboard up against each other, whereas all the others are kind of one a lot higher, one a fair bit lower, one in and one out. Whereas for those players, it is very definitively whoever loses, they are out of contention for playoffs entirely. Which I think is a scary position for Dmitry Kazov to be in, because Levick has been looking on fire lately, if you ask me. All that ladder grinding that he's getting in day after day has been working wonders on his deck building in particular, even more so than his play. Very unafraid of taking risks, and in my opinion, having found some of the meta-breaking decks a week before a lot of the other players.
But Dmitry Kazov, of course, looking to make sure he doesn't close out his Grandmasters run with a lackluster last week as well. Then we move on to Superfake versus Okashinsuke, where Superfake, going into this week was in a pretty safe position, 6th place with 4 points. But of course, to be completely safe for playoffs, wants to take as many wins as he can and still has a shot at making one of the top seedings, actually, if he wins the entire week, and also depending on how Blythe does. But Okashinsuke also in a little bit of trouble. He was at 2 points before this week, so currently at 4. Another player that wants to take it as far as possible. And then in our last match of the day, we do have Blythe, who is currently 2nd in standings, looking completely safe for playoffs, but has that small risk of not getting the top seeding for that free win for next week. And then Habugabu, who is, the breakout player of the entire year as a whole, but in Grandmasters has had a bit of a middling performance. He's already secured a ticket to World, but I think he would like to, just prove his consistency even more.
I mean, I think the big risk for Blythe right now is giving himself a hernia if he has to play against any more ropers over the course of today's players. That was excruciating for him, I could tell. But, putting him in his discomfort zone, I guess, and it almost worked out for Pascoa. But for the rest of those games, yeah, you could just tell how much it means to these players, because a lot of the, the frankly less emotive players, Okashinsuke, I'm thinking in particular, we've seen them out of their chair at misplays, celebrating jubilantly whenever they take the victory, really showing us just how much they want to take this victory and get through to the World Championship. As Okashinsuke, again, as I've said, we've seen him a whole bunch in APAC GM. I believe he's one of those players that can get the job done if he just keeps a calm mindset and doesn't end up in one of these situations where he is narrowly missing lethal in a situation exactly like this, where Possessi was able to take the win over the Boar Priest from Judgment, which in the end just proved to be his Achilles heel time and again this tournament.
Then we moved on to Chonsu versus Superfake, which is an extremely close series, but Chonsu had this complete whiff of a big spell mage draw in the late game that led Superfake to a relatively easy victory, at least in the last game, but I was happy to see his overall quality of play in that series. Then he moved on to face Possessi, and strangely enough, Possessi, I feel, has had one of the cleanest weeks of Grandmasters play in recent memory, but still wasn't able to take it. Superfake just looking on point, lineup working very well.
Gonsu again managing to take a nice clean win over Judgment, 3-0 sweep with all the decks falling at the hands of the Rogue. I was saying how I didn't expect it to be a 3-0 sweep, given that Rogue usually tends to have these strong counters, but for Judgment, the Boar Priest was just not the counter that I think he was expecting it to be able to take down the Rogue, and it did end up being the terror that we expected it to be coming into this weekend, as it was again for Chonsu in the decider match, taking down Possessi. He is looking absolutely on point with this Rogue in particular. I think it really suits his play cards play style that you and I have lauded him for in the past.
And we saw Possessi pretty much sideways head off of the camera at that point, which is also a position that Blaise assumed somewhere in the middle of this series, literally taking a nap because Pascoa was deliberately trying to tilt him with some rope tactics. It's not often that we get to see some meta gameplay like that, but Blaise was not phased, took down Pascoa in a very, very long series, and then moved on to qualify to playoffs after Dmitry Kazov, of course, also took a very clean sweep against Loy Gruzin. Blaise, though, repaying the favor with a sweep of his own using Mage.
Yeah, working out very, very nicely for him, leading us into the elimination match between Loy Gruzin and Pascoa, ultimately culminating, I think, in the end of the road for Loy Gruzin in this season of Grandmasters once again, taking a bad beat in Game 5 to lose there, as Pascoa did in his own right. These Druid mirrors can be incredibly frustrating when they don't go their way, and even more so when you get hit with an 82 damage Denathrius to round it out.
Yeah, that one was pretty crazy. And I think another takeaway we have from our top 8 now is sort of the tale of the Druid builds. I think a lot of the Kazakhstan versions have slowly been culled away. Even Possessis that wasn't going Kazakhstan, but more of the heavy token package with the Flipper Friends in there, wasn't able to stand up to the many Giants Druids that were included by many other players, and I think that was a very smart bring going into this weekend. It gives you a leg up in the mirror, and also, in my opinion, helps in the Mage matchup because you're running the Starfish as well.
Indeed. But jumping into our first match of the day, Chonsu versus Bunny Hopper. And Chonsu, again, I want to get right into it with an interesting ban here with the Priest, which he has been consistently banning where available. The one time he hasn't done so, I believe, was against Judgment, who had the Boar Priest again, which is a completely different factor there. But against Possessi, Superfake as well, he's consistently banned away the Priest. What do you think is going on there for him to be so afraid of this Quest Priest in particular?
Well, I think that's the deck that he doesn't necessarily have multiple counters into. Like, the Mage is a good matchup into it, but if he expects his own Druid to get banned away, the Mage is really the only one that has any game against that Quest Priest, and he's maybe just hoping to get several wins in there with the Miracle Rogue. He does know that Bunny's lineup does tend a little bit towards countering that Tempo Rogue a little bit, with both the Quest Priest and the Big Spell Mage having decent matchups, but the Big Spell Mage is not a hard target on it. So I think it's pretty reasonable for Chonsu to assume that his Rogue gets left up, given Bunny's previous ban strategy of Druid always, and that the Rogue doesn't have a truly weak matchup once you get rid of that Quest Priest. So maybe going for that 3-0.
Bunny Hopper relying on this Big Spell Mage, which feels like it's getting techs more and more to be better against the modern versions of Rogue that are all in on these really, really big minions, having a little bit of extra heal in there with the consistent deep water evokers to fight back against the weapon from Draka as well, which I do think for last hero standing specifically is probably the way to go, just so you have, as you said, these strong counters in Priest and Mage. You do need to have 2 counters to a Rogue if you're not going to be banning it away in case they get rid of one of yours, which has happened for Chonsu, getting rid of the Priest once again. And overall, I just think it's the pretty standard list right now. Because it's the Big Spell Mage, none of those extra tech cards you can fit in the ping version like Mass Poly or Blizzard. But for the most part, I think how good the Belinda and Barbara effects are against specifically the Rogue will still put you in a good position, even if you don't have those nice techs.
That is right. And we do have Chonsu, who is already on his 8th season of Grandmasters, been here for a very, very, very long time. But we can see that his most recent large accomplishment is not recent at all. It's all the way back from 2016, and yet he has consistently proven that he is still hungry to make another Worlds appearance. Gotten very, very close in the last couple seasons. Earlier on this year, we were saying it was so nice to see Chonsu kind of finally come into his own, bringing lineups that were taking risks where appropriate and also playing a lot cleaner than we were used to seeing maybe in his first couple tenures at Grandmasters. But now is the very, very last chance to qualify to Worlds through Grandmasters into playoffs. So this is crunch time for Chonsu, and he has gotten himself not a great matchup to start with, but he did take this risk willingly, knowing that Bunny would leave up Rogue and banning away the Quest Priest. He is just trying to make sure that he can just scale this first hurdle with the Rogue, the one bad matchup, and if it gets through, then he is having a very good time because it's only good matchups remaining, I feel. Whereas if the flip side happens, if Chonsu loses with the Rogue, then he's in a tough spot because he doesn't have a particularly good counter to the Mage from Bunny.
That's right, yeah. He'd just be having to rock the Mage Mirror, I guess, because I really do not trust this Priest against anything except Rogue, if I'm being perfectly honest. But I do trust Chonsu, which is why I think this first game against the Big Spell Mage is still extremely winnable. You know, like we talk about all the things that are specifically in Mage to deal with this Rogue. Most of them are pretty far through into the game. It's gaining armor, which can help stall the game with the Deep Water Evoker, but then it's, you know, reducing the cost of your Rune of the Archmage to be able to deal with these big boards, freeze them, transform them, whatever. Gaining a bunch of big taunts with the Drakefire Amulet. All of this stuff doesn't actually happen for a little while. So for Chonsu, the pressure is on to get the combo going quickly before Bunny Hopper finds these big answers. But a turn 4, maybe a turn 5 pop-off, and he's in the money.
Absolutely. But once again, we talk about the nature of Rogue and which part of its payoff cards it would rather have against Mage. And it is almost always certainly Draka, because the Mage can freeze minions from the location. And in the case of Bunny Hopper's list, can even destroy the location. He has drawn the one of Demolition Innovator once again.
Why did I pick Chonsu, man? No. I still believe.
Okay. Well, Chonsu once again has to contend with the idea as whether he is meant to play the location just to preload it. Goes for null here, which is obviously not an auto-play. Location also would have stopped his null gaining discount, so maybe it's just fine to play the null while it can take the value trade, but it's certainly still tempting to preload the location here, walking right into that Demolition Renovator on turn 4. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the mulligan, so we don't know how much info Chonsu has, but that is getting chomped up insta.
I love that Bunny winces. He's like, oh man, I hate that I have to do this according to the rules of Grandmasters. There's nothing on the line for me, but I have to crush this man's soul.
Yep. Chonsu with a small grimace. I mean, I feel so bad for him already. Bunny has literally nothing to play for. He has secured either first or second seed, which means that he is going into playoffs with the best possible position, whereas Chonsu hasn't even secured a playoffs ticket yet.
Yeah. Bunny just like, why are you making me do this? I don't want to hurt you, man, but I have to. But it's not over yet. No Starfish in hand for Bunny Hopper, which means this Edwin is getting awful chunky right now.
And the train doesn't stop. The Shadow Step can be cashed in on the null. Pretty interesting decision for Chonsu to use the Backstab and Tooth combo on the Treasure Guard specifically to get the honorable kill. I'm not sure if I would have valued that more than removing the higher attack minion in the Renovator immediately. But there are some interesting choices here. I thought of the Consecration just for immediate damage, but on the off chance Chonsu manages his other location to be drawn and pay off on a big minion, then that's like huge AoE. I recently saw a tweet from, I think, Gayon from the CN scene, where he said that a couple Wig Priests are teching in Whispers of the Deep as a removal option. Oh, just uses it now? But when you silent... Oh no.
What? Did he think that that would deal the full 7 damage?
I think he did. That is the sign of a person who never went through the selfish shellfish priest stage. I did.
I did.
Not a great deck, but I learned some things playing that deck.
Don't take the Edwin, man. No, buddy, stop, please. He's already dead. Oh, he's playing like garbage. Just let him have one game, please. Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, buddy, he's even like, okay, he's playing into my one tech cards, which I have to play. He's playing like trash. I just feel bad at this point. Come on. He even gives him Rune Orb. He actually is helping him. That's like the one good spell that can dig him out.
Oh my god. I really don't know what's going through Bunny's head at this point. Is this active cringe or is it just... is it? I don't know.
Oh my god, what a disaster. Like, the play was obviously like silence the Null with the Whispers of the Deep and then step it and play it again. You can get the kill, leave the Edwin on board, step it next turn and go off again.
Yeah. Potentially just save the Whispers as well because like it can be used on a location minion, which would get a lot of AoE, depending on what stats you got it to. But it doesn't work when the stats are green.
It does not work. And so now Bunny can go Bran Edwin?
Breadwin?
Breadwin?
Yeah, he is the breadwinner of this deck.
Hey, there it is.
Yeah, it's so hard to get back in the right mental space after that, I'm not gonna lie. But okay, let's see what's in the Rune Orb, looking for a convenient way to get rid of the staggered. Can just be the double first flame, or first flame, second flame.
And there really is something uniquely funny about Edwin into 10 mana spell directly afterwards.
That's still a 1 mana 5/5 draw a card.
That's pretty good, yeah.
2 cards even, because he played 1 spell off of it. Okay, temporary Door of Shadows can find the other Null, Maestra, or Draka.
Yeah, that's the big one. Oh, what if he gets Rune Orb into, what's the biggest rogue spell? Moke Screen? And then swaps it with the second flame?
Oh, biggest in terms of cost. Okay, but Smoke Screen, I mean, it draws cards, doesn't activate anything, but the problem for Chonsu is how to get enough fuel for the Draka to actually be relevant. So it is still a thing that can happen, you know? Drawing cards.
Yeah, okay, never mind. I mean, I was going to say, are there any rogue spells that, like, copy spells from your opponent's class anymore?
No, but he could get Contraband Stash, and that would replay like this Wild Paw Cavern and a Rune eventually.
True. Yeah, good point.
So this game has already turned very wacky. But one thing's for sure, you're correct to say that the normal win condition for Chonsu is certainly no longer online.
No longer.
One blood? Yeah. And the Draka just cannot get enough juice, especially with the gun fishing being the pull from the barbaric. Brutal.
In death, I've mastered the art of subtlety.
Alright, 3 damage face. That's a start.
Uh-huh. How about some dragons? Oh,
1 mana?
Branch Murloc Homes?
The Burlock Brones?
The Bromes? I mean, Brown Apprentice is also really good here, even just to clean up the 2 minions on the left. He has a giant sleepy dragon, and Chonsu doesn't want to stay in this any longer. Can you blame him? He just didn't know how the card worked.
Honestly, I feel like we're all just in shock after that game. Like, I don't know how to react. Chonsu didn't. Bunny clearly doesn't know how to react there. Like, it was just a weird game because, as we said, you know, we saw it in the graphic. Chonsu needs not just a victory, but a spot all the way through to the finals if he wants to be able to have any chance at playoffs.
Sorry, watching this replay, the physical pain on Bunny's face, I've never seen that from a person at their own misplay. I've never seen that from Blythe having to endure the roping every single turn when he wants to be the fastest player in the world just yesterday. I've seen no greater pain than when Bunny saw his opponent misplay.
Yeah. Oh, whoops, sorry, wrong button. Yeah, it honestly does. I can't even think of what the perfect analogy is, but if you know, it's like a villain who's forced to do something. Like it's Bunny's like Thanos in this instant. Like he doesn't want to do what he has to do, but he's like he feels he has to do it for the good of the universe. Like Bunny did not want to punish someone who just made that play, but he has to in the rules of Grandmasters.
Yes. Oh God.
Probably did secretly enjoy it a little bit as well. But now Chonsu moving on over to the big spell mage. Big difference here already. The huge talking point: 30 versus 40. In big spell mage, I think even more so than spooky mage. It's a monstrous difference in terms of how the deck plays on average.
That is right. And if I were to assess the matchup, Derek, can I have a little bit of a story time here?
I'll go for it.
Yeah, so as a Filipino, I have very, very distinct childhood memories of Sunday mornings where there would be none of the usual traffic that you would expect on the road because everybody was staying home on their television, excited to watch Manny Pacquiao's next big fights.
Okay.
Yes, he is obviously one of the greatest athletes of all time. Very, very
Obviously.
skilled, has that iconic southpaw stance, a great win record. But even he has never been in a boxing match of the caliber of a big spell mage mirror.
Wow, I was really wondering how that would wrap around. But I don't think so either.
Yeah.
These can be brutal.
And that is going to be my assessment of 30 versus 40. Doesn't matter. It's about the boxes. Boxes? Yep. That's how they win.
There we go. Sorry. I got to be honest, I didn't actually get it. I thought you meant just because it's big minions punching against each other.
Oh.
That's a good one. Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
I don't know. I thought it was just like Filipino wants to talk about Manny Pacquiao. He'll take any opportunity to do it, as shoehorned in as it is.
No, boxes. I tried
Boxes,
so hard.
I get it.
Boxes.
I mean, it was like when I was...
Boxes.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's a good one. When I was staying with Superfake at the Solari party, you'll never guess, as a Portuguese person, who he has as his screensaver on his phone.
Yeah, I don't know that sport, but I'm certain it's an athlete.
Oh, okay. Well, it's Ronaldo. And it was hilarious. I was just like, yeah, of course he does.
Okay, I can confirm Manny Pacquiao is not my screensaver, though. Not a full stereotype.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, breaking down barriers. Good for you, Gia.
All right, so box check. Neither player has it at the moment, but Bunny has Deepwater Evoker, which has a 50-50 of pulling box. It can be, of course, a Drake Fire-centric match if it comes down to that, but either player has access to generating freeze effects or just drawing their Varden, so sometimes it doesn't come down to that. We already see the location for Bunny. That's why I put more emphasis on Rune of the Archmage than the Drake Fire Amulet, but we'll see. Not a Pacquiao fan, I see.
All right, Theatar right out the gate. Finding the Dawn Grasp is so big here for Chonsu, because we talk about the boxes, sure, but Dawn Grasp can be the real difference maker.
Okay, what to give though? These are all pretty precious resources. Like knowing that you will have Bunny's Dawn Grasp, you want to keep your Reckless Apprentice. It represents so much damage in the long run. Okani though can potentially mess with the Dawn Grasp coming down on turn 6 by countering Spell for once in the big Spell Mage Mirror. You usually counter Minion, but it is a real consideration. And then the Parrot is something that can replay a spell that you know is in Bunny Hopper's hand from the Evoker. Kind of leaning Okani, but it's certainly punishable. Chonsu just needs to make sure that he has a way to answer Okani if that is what Bunny plays on the next turn. And to be fair, there are pretty testable ways, right? You can go Mailbox Dancer, which essentially tests both Minion and Spell, because if it's Minion, it just never enters the board, and if it's Spell, it gives you the coin with which to test. But he gives Reckless away. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I was leading to second. I think you had swayed me in the end by Okani, but
Where you followed.
it's obviously not so good of a card for your opponent because they don't have Dawn Grasp right now. They're unlikely to be able to steal it back in time. It's bad because it will be good for you at some point in the game, The Apprentice. But I think even then against Big Spell Mage, it's a little tricky to get it to the point where you're juicing it up and consistently getting those honorable kills with The Apprentice.
Very fair. Counterpoint, 3 Reckless Apprentices with a Mordresh in hand. Even if your hero power isn't upgraded by Dawn Grasp, that can pretty likely activate the Mordresh sooner rather than later. Chonsu's the one playing 30 health, and he's behind on board. So actually, the Apprentice curve into Mordresh for Bunny might be the winning line. So we'll see how Chonsu plays this out, going to freeze the Evoker, I guess, with this ping, unless he wants to be a bit greedy with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big problem, right? The 30 health has given him much more consistency. He hit the Theater, he stole the Dawn Grasp, but it does leave him in a much more glass cannon position. If he takes too much damage early on in the game, even without the Dawn Grasp, he could be in big trouble. So I do think you are supposed to be very, very defensive here, basically, and I wouldn't have hated to see the ping at all just to slow it down even more.
I can take
Agreed.
Wait, not all of them.
Well, the one thing that you can be a bit more lenient about compared to playing against real spooky mages that Big Spell Mage doesn't run, Deathborn, and so leaving a board like this in play is very tenuous, but it doesn't leave you the chance to be punished by a bunch of skeletons on the other side. All those trades end up clearing Chonsu's board.
It's so annoying.
Yeah.
Because the Dawn Grasp was, I think the hero power was really being kept for a 2-mana honorable kill. 2 damage honorable kill on the 0-mana hero power for Chonsu. Not a possibility anymore, though. Still fully agree, though. It's Dawn Grasp time.
And I do think he ends up committing the ping, if only to freeze a minion, because this leaving 9 damage on board feels really scary. He's down to 19 after this, and Bunny can just start counting towards his Mordresh. The problem is the Apprentices still don't have very many targets. And obviously, you know that Barbaric Sorceress in the mirror is not a card that you want to play unless your opponent has a coin, which you can give them over 2 turns by killing off the Mailbox Dancer. I honestly don't hate the Tempo Apprentice. Spend your mana.
Agreed. Yeah. You want to force them to find a clear that they very possibly don't have, given that they've given you their Reckless Apprentice. And the next turn for Bunny, it's probably just Coin Rune to try and close out the game.
Right. Bringing his own Dancer to prevent the honorable kill, but Chonsu can still get it using his own Apprentice because the Evoker was one of the earlier minions on board. Okay, he could also ping his own Skeleton, so the Apprentice starts off dealing 4 to everything.
But that works too.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And then he'll pick up the coin once again, allowing him to also play Okani this turn.
Pretty sick.
Big swing.
One that requires an equally big swing on the other side. However, will it achieve it?
Oh, he leaves the coins in hand. Wow.
Okay.
Bunny is taking the risk with Barbaric first, and I think it's, very likely that he hits it because he knows about 2 coins. I'm really shocked for Chonsu to actually leave both coins. Ah, Insta-Pyro!
Oh!
Oh, Insta-Face!
No way!
Dude, he's better than Pacquiao.
Okay, we'll take that.
Best boxing I have ever seen. Reckless. Yep, second pick. You don't really know, but probably not Reckless because 1 is in your hand, so he goes Parrot. Makes sense.
Yeah.
And you know that the other Reckless is not in hand.
Hey!
Wow! Active. I was actually gonna think that from Bunny's perspective. Oh, sorry, Chonsu played a Reckless, yeah, so there's no way it's in deck.
Played Reckless, played Theater, yeah.
Correct.
Even ending it with Murloc Holmes' famous exclamation upon solving a crime of waving his hands in the air.
Okay, how far is Bunny's Mardresh from completion? Because he can get like 2 sets of 3 damage pings from 2 Recklesses this turn. And if that activates Mardresh, then next turn it is just lethal. But we're boxing.
We're just boxing again, of course. Iroh again, dude. Let's go.
Waiting for the knockout. Not quite, not quite. Not a bad one. That's the That's the knockout! Oh my gosh. Oh, so Volcanomancy goes off before the Death Mark. Because I was thinking the skeletons would be summoned and then get Volcanomancy
right.
and just straight away kill Chonsu, but I think he's still dead either way.
I think that does it.
Yep. Oh my god.
Man.
Boxing champion! Bunny Hopper!
Bunny is actively tilted at the way these games are going, even though he's absolutely steamrolling his opponent. Like, this is the stupidest series of Hearthstone I think he's ever played, and Bunny knows it. He's coming out on top of it. Chonsu is in an unbelievably bad situation. Like, Chonsu is not turning this around, basically, like, straight up. This priest he has left over, it's like, I don't know, it's trying to build the Eiffel Tower with like a toothpick is the only tool he has left. Like, and the rogue is a bit of cabbage stuck in his teeth. Like, yeah, it does that really well, but it's not going to do anything else you need to do.
Oh my god. This is just too hilarious. Everything down to the fact that Bunny is playing boxes when there's another route to victory that's perhaps more consistent.
No.
Down to the fact that Bunny himself looks like he's in pain having to do this.
He is in
And this time, Chonsu didn't even do anything particularly wrong, right? There was no like strict misplay there. And the Murloc Holmes, he got it right, and none of those cards were necessary.
Yeah, all just red herrings, it turned out. Damn. All right, so as I said, the priest, the one deck left over for Chonsu, has to beat, first of all, the mage, right? Still 2 games undefeated so far for Bunny Hopper. Then, after the mage, which is a bad matchup, the rogue. Great, he gets a good one. That's a nice, easy 90% matchup, if you want to believe the fanatical ravings on social media. And then druid, which I think if we're being very generous, we call it a 50-50.
Okay. But unfortunately for Chonsu, this is not one of those conquest situations where he has the liberty of choosing the order with which he queues his decks to get the sweep. This is LHS. He has 1 deck left, and Bunny Hopper has just been absolutely pummeling him. And this is the worst matchup yet. It's the priest into the mage. This priest has 4 minions total. It has some identity theft potential for shenanigans, but we already saw Chonsu attempt that and even hit the Dawn Grasp yesterday. Still didn't quite get there. So I'm really not liking his chances.
Agreed. Struggling to keep up the roleplay of believing in Chonsu no matter what and him being the best player in the world at this point, gotta be honest, with this absolute pile of poo that he has in his remaining 30 cards. But still, I shall stick to the bit in a slightly meta way and still say Chonsu, full reverse sweep. I believe. Bunny Hopper, literally worst player in the world. He's going to throw every game. My man Chonsu's got this.
Yeah, he should retire. If he wants to go into boxing, though, not too late for a career shift. Okay, realistically, though, the priest does a very specific thing consistently, right? It builds a huge minion. It builds a second wave of huge minions and then puts a Boon of the Ascended on it. And that's kind of it. That's it for the rest of the game. And if we're being generous, let's say it gets to 20/20 in stats. Big Spell Mage doesn't deal with that quite as consistently as Ping Mage does because there are less freeze effects, no flurry in here, but there are still the amplified Snow Flurry, still the location, still the Varden Dawn Grasp, and then once you just clear the finish line to the Rune of the Archmage, you have a shot at mass polying, at freezing again, back and forth, back and forth. But if Bunny is to rely on the usual win condition from back in the day of just Belinda and having that stick on board, it doesn't necessarily get the job done because Belinda always dies to Light It Burns unless she gets exactly the 9 attack and 10 health in that order.
Okay. Good point. Bunny Hopper again looking slightly pained that he seems to have drawn the absolute nuts again this game with Okani or Theater alongside the Bran to help with his game plan should he so desire.
So Coin is the... Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Please no. I can't take it.
He has to.
I can't take it.
I was gonna say Coin is the same choice because it synergizes the best with your deck, but if you're a real gamer and you believe you're gonna get Dawn Grasp on the second one, then more Drash. But this one is Insta Rune. Yep.
Yeah.
Hansu's put on his own gloves.
And now Bunny can take it back from his own deck. It's not stealing if it's yours.
Okay, goes Okani though. Pretty nice. There's no way that Chonsu can get a minion through this because he can't kill the Okani. He needs to sacrifice a minion into the void.
He's just won. That's it.
Uh-huh.
It's just over.
Okay, okay. Like, Chonsu can wait and get to the rune, right?
Uh-huh. And like, I mean, I guess, to be fair, he could go Boon the Belinda. Oh yeah, look, it's bossing. You go Coin to dispel the counter spell. As long as he doesn't get 9 and then 10. Didn't. Okay, great. Oh no, it's double, so it gets 10 and then 10. Okay, sure, whatever. There's some nonsense occurring. It dies to the Light It Burns. That's the main headline here.
Right.
You go Coin, Boon, Light It Burns. That doesn't actually kill it, I just realized now, because it's going to gain 2 extra health. That's a problem.
You definitely boon it before you light it or not.
But it gains 2 extra health, right? So it wouldn't actually die at that point.
There. Yeah.
Okay, scrap that. Plan B.
Okay, okay.
Where you followed?
Plan B, yeah, just get to the rune.
Get to the rune. Love it. All right. It's a siege. He's just got to bunker down, survive. Until turn 7. He only needs to survive 1 more turn. I believe in you, Chonsu.
Uh-huh.
He's got this.
Bunny doesn't quite have burst. He has Theatar though, if he wants to yoink it back, and he will.
There's no excuse for bad manners.
No box?
No box.
Okay.
Give them noble sacrifice?
Give him the barbaric. Oh, no.
Okay. There's the box. GG.
Oh, dude.
I mean, Chonsu has Coin Drakefire, but there aren't 2 dragons that are enough to stop this, are there?
Oh, you do get priest dragons, though. What does that open up?
Horizon.
Horizon, yeah.
Draconid Operative, not great.
Okay, it's worse. Go on, give him Murloc Holmes.
Yeah.
Let him have fun. Let him play in the sandbox while you punch him in the face.
Oh my god.
He didn't take the box.
Happening?
Oh my god.
Is that on board? Okay, he can heal to not be dead on board, but he knows there's a Fortitude in hand, so he's just dead.
So you have to go Boon, yeah, to get yourself a big old taunt. That keeps you alive.
You go Boon and he go Rune.
Oh yeah, the classic 1-2 punch, the Boon and Rune.
I'm appreciating you validating my long story with all these boxing jokes, by the way, Derek. Thank you.
I felt bad, I didn't get it at first.
It was very out of nowhere. I was going to say out of left field, and I realized that's not that sport, so... Okay.
Out of left hook? Sure. Huh?
Okay. Realistically, no need to rune here. But...
There's no
it's
need.
fun.
There's no need not to as well.
Well, now Chonsu gets to do the thing.
All right, let's go, buddy. Your entire deck does nothing, so let's do the one card from their deck that maybe gives you a chance.
This is Hearthstone in 2022.
Base!
Okay, that's a way to start.
It doesn't even kill it!
But it puts it in Flame Strike range and Fire Seal.
Oh!
Okay. Okay.
The
Most
alibi?
likely can't die to a rune on the other side. Unless it's 7 Siphon Manas or 6 Siphon Manas. 6 Rune Orb.
Flash heal for the heal as well. He's got the coin for Drakefire next turn. Simply winning.
Wait, is it not Rune here? Aw. Just needed a couple Rune Orbs / Siphon Manas.
Just a couple.
A Frozen Touch? Yeah, there's a bunch of cheap damage spells. Okay. Dragons. There's the Murrow.
Murrow.
And
Murrow.
what? Okay.
Okay. All right, come on, Bunny. Do it to him. You know how this has to end. We all know it was leading back to this.
The dancer died. Okay.
Uh-huh. Isn't great so far.
You can play the other one though, because you got the coin.
Oh my god, that's true.
Okay, Wildfire.
That... No, it's
One
not.
off, but it is game next turn. If more, I think Mordresh is active. Or like it's for sure active if you start with ping next turn, so yeah. Alright.
So heal in a big way needed on this turn for Chonsu if he is to win this series. Flash heal. Incredible start to meet that specific criteria.
Homes for their parrot. No, okay, he doesn't do it.
Oh yeah, that's true. That would have been cool.
He's trying.
God help him, he's trying.
There's a board clear available, but yeah, the Mordresh just ends this game.
Man, I just have no idea what to make of this series.
Yeah,
Posted it on social media yet?
I don't.
Oh, they haven't. I can still change my prediction. All right, we're in business.
Classic rookie mistake, predicting somebody that was on in game 1.
Yeah, exactly. I could definitely juice that a little bit.
Oh man, poor Chonsu. What else can you say? I'm sure even Bunny is thinking that.
Yep. He's half thinking that and half thinking, foolish noob, as he takes another 3-0 sweep and gets through to the semifinals. Huge congratulations to Bunny Hopper. I don't even know if that's technically the correct thing to say, because I don't know if he's happy about what happened in that series, to be perfectly honest. He might be more upset than Chonsu with the way your expressions are. But just like that, Gia, as strangely as he arrives, he mysteriously slinks back into the darkness. That is the end of Chonsu's run in Hearthstone Grandmasters.
I mean, it's been some good times, hasn't it, Derek? From his drip from a couple seasons ago. I mean, even until this season, he has some very iconic shirts, like that one with the smiley face on it. I will never forget that. Chonsu with some iconic misplays as well. Left us with one of them in this series. I'm so sad, but also it couldn't have happened any other way, could it have?
It really couldn't. Yeah, it's been an absolute delight start to finish. We really have had some good shirts in APAC, haven't we? We've got :D from Chonsu. Never give up on something good. You can do it. Or
you are
whatever.
so great, I think, from Disney.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a good one. Dragon Man, I think in his picture that he has in the Masters Tours says like, knowledge speaks, wisdom listens, something to that nature, which is so sage. Yeah. Unfortunately, he didn't necessarily apply it to the play in Grandmasters, but yeah. So there we go. Bunny Hopper takes the win and sends me a message. Can't even lose, lol. As try as he might, he still ended up winning the BM. Oh my god. I love it.
Buddy, stop. Oh man, Chansu not ending his Grandmasters run with a great position on the leaderboards. But yeah, let's focus on the positives, Derek. Like what you said, shirt leaderboard, Chansu definitely towards the top there.
Oh yeah.
And that means that we only have one match left to cast today. One between Levick and Dmitry Kazov, which does not feature any decks. So I am very much hoping and expecting that that series will be less one-sided.
Me too. Yeah, it's going to be Gia and I on an all non-Apex series of Hearthstone, something you rarely get to see, and may never get to see again. But with that said and done, we're going to go to a break. Before we come back, the second course final match here at Grandmasters Last Call. Welcome back, everybody, to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. I think I maybe misspoke at the end of that last series saying that we would be bringing you an all-EU match. I think the games are actually not in the exact order of what they appeared on the graphics. So I think we're instead going to Super Fake versus Okashinsuke here instead, having had a look at the tracker sheet we have here, which, I mean, hey, I'm not complaining about, right? I was saying that I have been loving watching Okashinsuke play these last couple of weeks in Last Call. It feels like a different man. The fire ignited beneath him as he's just on that threshold of being able to make it through into playoffs. Just needs to get a couple more wins first to lock it in.
I definitely misspoke as well, but same sentiments, Daruk. I am very happy to cast this match as well. Not only has Okashinsuke been on a pretty strong streak recently, Superfake also looked on point with his play yesterday. There was a little bit of emotiveness against Chonsu because, let's face it, you do just start to become a bit paranoid when you face the priest and they haven't really conceded after you remove their 4 minions and that's it. But he will be facing a more conventional lineup in Okashinsuke's right here. Okashinsuke did have a pretty crucial error just the other day, one that I am very happy to have seen him not be phased by later on. Like, he played very clean after that, picked himself up, didn't get too tilted, even though we did see him, you know, have a lot more visible emotion on camera than usual, but it's not led to a decline in the overall quality of play. In fact, I think he's gotten better since then, so nice to see, and we will find out who between them can move forward and take more points. Okashinsuke, though, has a lot more that he needs to play for.
Yeah, exactly. A win needed here for Okashinsuke. At least one, if not more, to be able to get his spot in the playoffs. And if he does make it into playoffs, he still wants to be avoiding those bottom couple of spots in the 7th and 8th players in playoffs, getting an automatic loss heading into the first round of play, which is, of course, not a position in which you want to be. But both players employing the different strategies that we talk about here, the two main schools of thought: ban Druid, ban Rogue. Okashinsuke banning the Rogue, Superfake banning the Druid, all making a good amount of sense thus far, and leading us into Mage vs Rogue again to start off this series. And Superfake going with what I would argue is a pretty heavily teched version of the Ping Mage, with Double Blizzard, a Para, and Mass Polymorph, 2 of, in there as well, just to give you a little bit more consistency in the mid game against this Rogue.
Yeah, that's right. Superfake's lineup, in my opinion, has no room to be flexible with the ban. It is absolutely going to get rid of Druid because by virtue of running this Ping Mage and the Quest Priest to be having 2 strong matchups against Rogue, you have 2 bad matchups against Druid. So Superfake still finds his mark very reliably. You're going to find Rogue in every single lineup, so it makes sense to have brought 2 counters to it in case one of those gets banned away. But Okashinsuke decides to ban neither of them and is just kind of using his Rogue as a throwaway / scout deck, knowing that it never really gets to hit a good target. It's fine to queue it first here, and even if you take a loss, Okashinsuke can then counter queue with his deck of choice.
Yeah, exactly. The priest should be able to very handily take it out, as that is a really quite rough matchup for the Rogue. Okashinsuke, as we said, coming into this season of Grandmasters, was at a true 50% record in both GM and Masters tours, which I still find very impressive. I'm not sure how many other players at any point could have boasted that exact scoreline, given, again, there haven't been that many Grandmasters compared to Masters Tour competitors. But it's kind of, as I've said before, indicative of Okashinsuke's career, that we've seen him since he qualified through to Grandmasters. Like, 2 top 8s is impressive, but it's not spiking a tournament, right? It's not getting a victory. 50-50 in GM is impressive. Making it through to last call is pretty good. Surviving through the last couple seasons of GM is impressive in its own right. But it's not going to the World Championships. It's not winning these tournaments, which is now really what we want to see. There's a very much baseline level of good Hearthstone play that we're getting from him, but we need those sparks of brilliance that are going to propel him through to the World Championships.
Speaking of sparks of brilliance, there's also a little bit of creativity in the list from Okashinsuke. Now, we've seen players either cutting 1 or 2 of the backstabs or 1 or 2 of the Sinister Strikes for their tech option of choice. We saw Judgment with the Silverleaf Poison, and now we're seeing Okashinsuke with the Yoink in there, a card that I haven't seen since back in the days of Garrote Rogue, and I think a more popular list in China was running Yoink. That is a card that can get, you know, some decent hero powers. Of course, you're always looking for Warlock, but in certain situations, Hunter can be clutch as well for that little bit of extra damage. For now, though, the opening hand from Okashinsuke is very minion heavy, and these are 2 of the most important cards in the deck, but I'm not sure if you want to keep them as opposed to the ideal tradable into Null opener, especially when you have the 2 Shrouds of Concealment.
It's a really tough one to call, because if you're keeping Edwin, you're not playing it till turn 4 earliest, unless you pick up a Shadow Step beforehand, in which case that changes the equation. I think it's probably still strong enough to be holding on to it just for a power spike around turn 3 or 4, especially because the defense that Rogue has is generally revolving around doing like one big board freeze all at once when you have a bunch of big minions, which is obviously very effective against Rogue. But say you just have a 7/7 on board, if they don't hit the location, it can be a little difficult for them to deal with that without going massively overkill in the form of Varden, Blizzard, or Mass Poly.
Sure. Super Fake, though, with a triple keep and for very justifiable reasons, this is amazing. He hits the 1-drop to discount that Blizzard, and usually when Mage loses the matchup, it's because they're not able to clear that 6-mana breakpoint safely. Maybe they're under too much pressure from Draka, but now that the Blizzard can come down as early as turn 4, if he saves the coin, then he is very strong against minion-based pressure from Oka Shinsuke. And he also has the Frostweave Dungeoneer to potentially get him some 1/1s and be annoying to Oka Shinsuke. Now, that annoyingness is very conditional, though, because there are some rogue hands where you would rather have less minions on board, so you give them less fuel for their backstabs and serrated bone spikes to get locations. But you really can't have that read, and on average, I do think it's better to just get these on board and the cycle going, to the point that Super Fake even coins it out for the curve, but misses on the Frost Spell.
Yeah, that's a huge whiff on the 1/1s there, because this hand for Oka Shinsuke right now is very Draka oriented, with double Shroud to guarantee him every minion in his deck, both Nulls, Draka, and less importantly, Maestra. He's in a very good position to be able to pop off on turn 5, most likely. But he would still really like to find a location, number 1, to get that extra statage alongside the big damage of the dagger. But also just some real fuel for this. He needs to start picking up the Bone Spikes, as you said, Sinister Strike, any of these spells that work with prep effectively to double down on this damage.
And he has missed on the Knolls, both of them, with the first Shroud, which is not completely insignificant, because there are some outcomes where the Mage ends up racing the Rogue if they do get a pretty heavily damage-oriented hand with the Wildfires, maybe a Sivara. And so the fact that these 2 attack minions stick around a bit longer can be annoying for Oka Shinsuke. I do think they're going to stick around at least 2 more turns, because I think Oka Shinsuke will want to save those 0-cost Knolls he'll get for the Draka turn. Like you said, though, the setup and fuel for Draka isn't entirely there, and nor does he have a Shadow Step to like pre-discount the Edwin and have that played on the same turn as Draka. So this starts to become a little bit scary for Oka Shinsuke.
So many options.
The obvious play I'm looking at being still Shroud, probably Yoink alongside that. And I would be happy with Hunter, Warrior or Priest not being terrible either, I don't think, just to gain you a little bit of extra time without having to worry about this board.
Yeah, it's so weird that this is like the one spot where you're not even certain about insta-picking Warlock if it's available.
Yeah.
But even then, maybe it's still worth it, because with the right pickups from Oka Shinsuke, this hand, even though he takes a lot of pummeling from these minions from Super Fake, can swing the board all at once very, very quickly. Just it needs a couple bone spikes. There it is. Warrior or Warlock, that's the choice. I think he... Okay, I was gonna say, I think he was still gonna pick Warlock and take the risk, but...
Me too, actually. And it's with Maestra and not Shroud. Really?
So that makes me think he's going to prep the Shroud next turn and just use that as part of the Draka chain. So he's saying that a 6-card lead up into Draka is sufficient.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case. It's sometimes more than 6. We'll see what he picks up off the top and when he gets from the Tooth. Ooh. Can't afford to play it though. This has to be the Draka because he's going all in now.
Man, it's just not game winning though, is it?
But the location is so weak against Mage.
It's so
especially
weak.
when they have so much mana already.
Okay, what are we looking for? 0 mana, like Flurry? Is that the nuts here?
Yeah. Condemn? Ooh. I guess that can make him shift away from the Draka plan now, because Condemn lets him get a full board clear plus a null trade, and the location instead of Draka seems clean to me, but...
Oh, that's true.
Okay. Takes touch instead. But it looks like it's still going to be Draka in the end. Because it's not as though if you say, okay, clearing the board, that means my Sin Stone will get there. That's not necessarily true, right? Because it's still very freezable. It means you give yourself more time by there being less pressure on the other side. But if you use all that fuel and have the Draka stuck in hand and never going to get a big dagger, you're not really pushing the most consistent win con against Mage. However, 7 damage dagger, not enough.
It's not, yeah. And I wonder if, for me, I appreciate what he was doing with Prep Shroud on this turn alongside the Draka to guarantee him a spell that he could play for 1 mana, more activations, bigger dagger, all things you want to do. But if he'd played the Shroud at the end of the previous turn on turn 4 instead of the Maestra, I wonder if he could have maybe got away with an Edwin turn on turn 5, where you play the Edwin, you have the Knolls in hand, so if you're really dying, you can make yourself a decent-sized Edwin, maybe throw down one of the Knolls. You have a shot at finding Shadow Step as well, in order to bounce it back and play it again. And then on this turn 6, when you built up a little bit more hand resources and mana, you can then go for a big Draka pop-off.
Yeah, that's definitely a potential line. Okashinsuke, I guess, just saying he didn't have the time to go for that.
I guess.
We'll see if it pans out. Like, I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah.
There's also a world where the Edwin still lets you play Draka that turn if you hit Bone Spikes, I think, and prep them out instantly.
True.
But the Edwin on this follow-up is still not too shabby. Gets the instant Shadow Steps, but the rope is burning. Location needs to come down now. All right.
Pretty good. It's a pretty good board.
Going into 6 mana though, and unfortunately for Okashinsuke's second Blizzard is in hand for Super Fake, so he is going to survive for now, and he will have the either Mass Poly if he wants to next turn, or the chance to replay Blizzard with Dawn Grasp. It's not 100% because he played a Cold Case.
Mm-hmm. The good thing now for Okashinsuke is his hand is still pretty good after having had basically 2 pop-off turns. It's pretty rare in Rogue that you still have options after that of any time at all, which is, you know, a big talking point or a big benefit of his line of play that he did go for.
The
Probably
question is whether he can still connect Minion's face, right? Because in terms of burst damage, after this dagger is gone, he's used a tooth, so the other tooth and 2 wicked stabs are what's left, and that isn't quite enough to clear 20 damage. So he needs to still, I think, prioritize getting as much stats as he can online.
Don't really want any of these. I guess stab, so it's not on the bottom of your deck, yeah.
Right. And he can...
Wow.
Okay. Trading that, I guess? There's an argument to just play it so you get a slightly bigger location minion. Okay. Settles for the 3-3. Just needs a little bit more damage to connect face, and then hopefully gets there with the Wicked Stab. The problem is the other one is at the bottom, like you said. That's a Parrot, which will replay Blizzard.
There's another card that could replay Blizzard 2 out of 3 times, I believe, for Super Fake, with having played 2 Blizzards and a Cold Case at this point. Dawn Grasp is definitely the best play if it hits. I just don't think it's worth the risk, though.
That's super scary. I mean, Mass Poly obviously removes a lot of stats as well, but even just taking the 3 damage from the sheeps you generate is kind of scary from his perspective, because he hasn't seen either stab or tooth. And if you're being generous and saying this gets to the 10 mana mark, let's say all the spells from hand are 15 burst because of the rank 3 wicked stabs, and then you account for 3 damage from the sheep, that is 18, right? And then the swing from a Blackwater Cutlass could be lethal. So can he afford to take 3 damage is the question.
He opts to say yes. And as we know, stab on the bottom, but Door could find it.
And he could infuse it himself if he wants to.
You've done your work, sheep.
I mean,
So many options.
it's not particularly good odds for Okashinsuke, but he knows he needs a little bit extra, right? I think, oh, he's doing it. The self-infuse.
This poor sheep.
It also loads up the location a little bit, so fair enough. Oh, that reaction? I feel like he got a damage spell. He did. Okay, 3 extra
Using the
bursts.
temporary. Yeah, you may as well use the other 2. There's a good chance that stab ends up as a rank 3.
Choose soon.
At a 6-6 to the board. Certainly threatening. And getting to the point where Alibi also still is scary, taking the 1 damage at a time. But that flurry is very clutch. I think that allows
Yeah.
Superfake the window to play the Dawn Grasp now.
Agreed. Yeah, if you hit Cold Case, it kind of becomes the good outcome in this instance, because then you can just freeze and alibi and clear and whatever else you need. Hey!
Okay, misses Cold Case, so no additional armor.
Oh, man! It's
Any
so
1-1?
close.
Okay, 2-2. No, you don't 2-2 because you want the Wicked Staff to upgrade. Would you take a 1-1?
I don't think so. What is there left in the deck? I
So many options.
think there's a slight mistake here in that there's no Edwin, but everything else I'm pretty sure is still in the deck. There's 1 Wicked Stab, another door, but everything else is really kind of useless.
And do you remember the order of the dredge options? Because if the Wicked Stab was far right, then Okashinsuke can time as to when he finds it. And I misspoke the other day. The far right dredge is actually the one that's highest in the deck. The far left is the one at the very bottom.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I think it was
Harry
middle.
Hunter corrected me.
Choose soon.
Okay, if middle, then... well, it's basically down at the bottom. He needs to draw 6 cards before then. That's not really happening, right? There won't be 6 turns left in the game.
Well, the right is at the top, you said. So, like,
Yeah.
wasn't it middle and the Cutlass was the right one? So does that mean it shifts along? Or another one, is it still second from bottom?
I don't know about
Don't know.
that. I think it's still
Sorry.
second from bottom. I think it's still
I
second.
think you're right. Yeah, yeah.
And with this armor gain, that pretty much locks out any chances Okashinsuke has. All the teeth used, so you can't really discover anything either. I think Superfake has just cleared the line. Sorry, it was 1 armor. But even having said that, it's enough.
It's still a big difference maker, yeah. Now we just need to see counter lethal applied as quickly as possible, which
Yeah, get some more minions on board. The only question is as to whether he wants to play around exactly double Wicked Stab rank 3
Exactly.
in hand, which would necessitate playing Solid Alibi.
but I think
Do that
because,
though, you're still dead to it next turn.
exactly, yeah. Now that he's got Cold Case though, he can get away with playing the Alibi this turn and then lock in the game with the Cold Case next turn.
Oh, door, but he can't infuse it. But that door has the chance of pulling the other Wicked Stab natural copy next turn.
Oh my god.
Oh.
He actually won because he played the Alibi. Oh my goodness.
Now the problem is Superfake. Oh, he just goes to 12, right? With a dagger hit face. You have to here as Okashinsuke.
Yeah.
And then the Cold Case will get him out of range of these double stabs. And Okashinsuke can also never attack face from this point because the other 1-1 survived.
Yeah, exactly. And the Flurry freezes the stealth as well.
Stay where you are.
By the
this
skin
is-
of his teeth, Superfake clutches this out.
I think he does, right? There's no other damage effects in the deck. Extortion can't go face. Cutlass isn't going to matter because, as you said, he can't attack face. Could Extortion the 1-1 in anticipation to attack face next turn, but then you'd have to Wicked Stab something.
Yeah, he's just dead on board, so
Yeah.
there's no way out for Okashinsuke. That was incredibly close, though, especially for a hand that didn't really give him that big of a Draka.
Yeah. No, it was a very interesting starting couple of turns. I'm pretty sure I would have played it differently to Okashinsuke, but looking back on it, I don't know if that was necessarily better because he was under a lot of pressure. He was scared at that point in the game, which I fully understand because his opponent was applying a lot of pressure. He was under real threat of dying to like a Mordresh or some kind of apprentice play, and he decided to make an immediate pop-off turn, clear off a lot of the board, get a 7 damage weapon. And I would say against the mage, that's not enough a lot of the time, but it very nearly was. He put his opponent in a position where with one slight misplay, not playing the alibi, he would have ended up taking the game.
Right.
So fair play to Okashinsuke. It was an interesting rogue pan out.
It's crazy that Super Fake needed both the good opening curve into Blizzard, into Mass Polymorph. I used both when I meant to say all, because these are a lot of things I'm listing, but he needed Gold Case, he needed the armor from Dawn Grasp, he needed the solid alibi as well. Like, there's a couple unfortunate outcomes in the middle, like the Evoker pulling a Wildfire and the first Dungeoneer not getting both 1/1s, but I still think it was a pretty above average outcome here, and Okashinsuke did the best he could with the hand he was given, but that just is not a very good matchup for his rogue. However, we did talk about how at the beginning of the series Okashinsuke queued up this rogue pretty safely because this is sort of the throwaway, the scout deck, where he knows it doesn't have any good matchups in the series once he bans away what he's chosen against Super Fake. So now he gets to go for his choice, and that is going to be the Mirror, where there are still some boxes available.
Indeed, yeah. Okashinsuke is still on the ping variant without the Belinda, without the Barbarics in there as well, but double Rune of the Archmage. And he's also got the Denathrius packages. I think the main thing he's making room for here by cutting the owl, sorry, the parrot, not the owl, when compared to Super Fake's list and the second polymorph as well. I do think that obviously favors Okashinsuke having so many more late game hitters to close it out. As we said, in the form of Denathrius, even the runes can be a huge factor in their own right. Still, I do think this is first and foremost and last most as well, a race to find that Dawn Grasp.
That's right, but the early board does matter. We did see this pan out yesterday where one player getting ahead and pushing that chip damage does make it so that by the time they find Dawn Grasp, even if their opponent finds it one turn sooner, sometimes they can still clutch out the victory. And so opening curve looking great for Super Fake. I think he probably throws Sivara and Deathborn, but the 1 and the 3 makes a lot of sense. For Okashinsuke, I'd probably only keep the Dungeoneer.
Agreed. Yeah, just the highest tempo minions that Mage has at the start. Really, it's kind of sick how much tempo Mage minions offer you at the start of the game. I feel like it's something that I wouldn't have expected Mage to be designed to specialize in, but they really do have some absolute premium minions.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, Enchanted Raven was something that Beast Druid, Hydro Druid wanted to do on turn 1, and now it's just better in Shivering Sorceress. Okashinsuke decides to keep Sivara, which is super interesting to me, especially since he's off coin. That's a relatively difficult card to activate without it, but he does have that Dungeoneer, which promises the draw of a spell.
Yeah, it's definitely not a play I would have made. Again, we are looking very heavily for the hero card. If you find exactly AI, then you are potentially able to double down on your card draw a little bit more. But that's really clunky amounts of mana that you're working with there in terms of drawing twice off of AI whilst also filling up your hand with the Sivara. So it can be tough to make hand space.
Rest of Super Fake's hand getting a bit awkward, and also the fact that he drew Alibi before the Deathborn was in hand makes the discount on the Shivering pretty awkward. Almost always you would rather discount a more expensive spell because it's not difficult to weave in the Alibi even at 2 mana. But an earlier ramped Deathborn can really catch your opponent off guard. However, Oka Shinsuke has missed on the Frost spell. Not the worst outcome though, because the AI does guarantee more cycle later on. But like I said, it does depend heavily the early game on board control. Both players miss on their 1/1s.
I'm not sure who that's worse for right now, because Superfake has a weak hand in terms of proactivity, 100%. But it's a pretty good defensive hand. Like, once turn 5 or turn 6 rolls around, nothing's going face, nothing's surviving for quite a while. And therefore, the aggressive potential from Oka Shinsuke, limited though it may be, you know, it's not great. I do anticipate him getting ahead on board in these next couple turns. It's just not really going to matter. It kind of ends up in this stalemate for the moment, where both players are equal in power. It's the immovable object and the unstoppable force, or the pathetic object and the pathetic force that kind of equals the same effect anyway. And we just end up both players trying to stall to find a real power play in the mid game.
Really rough for Superfake to find the apprentices this early and have them be the only playables, because these are so valuable post Dawngrasp. But I think he is making a justified concession to play one out here to not fall too far behind early on. After this turn, he does have strong things to do, whether it's just chain Deathborns, and with the face attack from Oka Shinsuke last turn, I do think that was warranted. But if he doesn't take trades this turn, he'll be a bit weak into Deathborn. Mana is super awkward for Oka Shinsuke. I think he ends up on AI and just hopes to pick up something cheap with the rest of his mana, but it's conceding tempo for sure.
What to do?
It really is kind of crazy how similar both players' hands are right now. They're
Right.
truly mirrored and just both doing more or less nothing.
There's 0 spells in the Sivara at the moment for Oka Shinsuke, so that's another reason that I'd like to see him start playing AI.
What to do?
Anything to cycle and get closer to Dawngrasp. The Wildfire is a very big deal as well.
Yeah, honestly, even a flurry just to activate this Savara, you wouldn't turn your nose up at. And even playing Solid Alibi, I would be tempted to just jam that to activate the Savara. You get it back anyway.
Yeah, that logic makes sense when you feel you have the time to play Sivara very soon, but it's not necessarily going to happen with the shape of the hand from Oka Shinsuke.
That's true.
Maybe he's going to chain Blizzard into Deathborn. But it does get awkward if those are the last spells put into Sivara, because you hardly have time to replay those new copies. Denathrius, though, found sooner rather than later, is pretty nice. As long as it doesn't get Theotard away, you can get that juiced up nice and early.
And now we're entering the what seems to be the freeze portion of the game, with Blizzard being the expected play here for Oka Shinsuke. You could argue Frostweave plus Prince Renathal, but I think you're walking a little too heavily into either your opponent just ignoring your board, going face and playing Blizzard, or a Deathborn on the other side, which could be pretty devastating too.
The symmetrical nature of Deathborn, I think, is something that you always have to consider in the Mage Mirror, and Oka Shinsuke knows he's given 2 potential Deathborn targets here, but that Deathborn would leave 3 targets on board, so if he wanted to respond with his own, he ends up ahead in that exchange. Problem for Superfake is he can't really do anything about it, right? The hand doesn't do anything else. If he wants to play Polymorph, that still gives Oka Shinsuke a good Deathborn.
I guess it is just Deathborn and then set up for Parrot Deathborn.
Right.
Maybe on the following turn, if your opponent has 3 on board, maybe you can get 3, possibly even 4 if the Parrot dies as well. Or just poly them away.
True. But I do like the Parrot Deathborn here, because the skeletons represent so much damage in the long run. I was going to say the location presents an opportunity for Oka Shinsuke to not take the middle Deathborn play. Like, he could go for an even more board tense option where he freezes and draws with the Dungeoneer sometimes gets 2 1/1s, and he feeds Super Fake a bigger Deathborn, but then he would save his own Deathborn to respond to it. This is a lot of back and forth, and generally you're fine to do that as long as you have the higher health total.
You could dig for the slim outer of Wildfire off the Frostweave Dungeoneer in order to give you a clear with the Reckless Apprentice. I feel like I'm leaning more towards just Mass Poly, though. I know it's the only one in his deck, but this is a lot of potential damage that you can delete on this coming turn.
It is. I am looking at Sivara, which if he plays it first, he would only get 2 spells, so he would not get the Deathborn as the last one, which is a bit problematic, right? If you start Cold Case, you can get all 3, but then you would overdraw.
Which I don't think you can afford to do at this point.
Agreed. So maybe it does end up just being Mass Poly, which is a huge concession in tempo, but perhaps a necessary evil.
And it's close. Like even looking at alternative options, location Cold Case is not absurd. You've seen 2 Deathborns from your opponent. Oh, sorry, 1 and the Parrot. It's kind of unlikely they have the last copy ready to go as well. Really tough turn.
Yet again, all the responsive draws and none of the heavy hitters for both of our players. But as time goes on, if Okashinsuke is not under too much pressure, he's still in the lead because he has this Denathrius in hand as the ace in the hole. It's not particularly big yet, but there is definitely opportunities to replay Deathborn. Okay, that opens up a lot of hand space for Okashinsuke now.
Oh, yeah. Still a mana off being able to play the Deathborn as well, which is obviously very frustrating against a board like this. But he could potentially just like try and freeze to stop the opponent attacking with these minions at all. If you go location, flurry, and then ping away one of the sheep that remains.
Yeah, definitely
okay.
viable. Going for a Reckless Clear instead? Okay. Definitely still fine. It just feels weird to give up such a Deathbornable board, right?
Exactly, yeah.
But you just kind of trust in your opponent having such a similar deck that they would build another one, or they make yours Deathbornable at some point, I suppose.
I guess, yeah.
But Super Fake is gonna ping a minion away here, even though it's frozen. I like that a lot. And after he's dealing 12, it's actually so close to lethal. And now, an alternate path has reared its ugly head. I do think it's just double Cold Case ping, though.
Agreed, yeah.
Because if they Deathborn that, then you can go Sivara Deathborn after.
What to do?
Yes, and hand space is always fine, because you have the flurry as well if needed. Okay.
The Sanctum Cold Case Renathal to remove more cards from the hand. Sure.
Yeah, it's more mana efficient as well. The ping really is not doing much. Oh, okay.
It really is just such a roundabout way of thinking you have to do in the Mage Mirror sometimes, where sometimes you don't want to give your opponent a Deathborn board, but sometimes you do if you have your Deathborn, but it gets punished if they have the 3rd or the 4th one, and it just goes on and on and on, and there's potential to chain so many because there's Parrots and there's Sivara. But I just think in Okashinsuke's case, he has the opportunity to be more aggressive because he is ahead on health total and has Denathrius in hand just in case something goes wrong, or just for straight up lethal.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, it's true that Okashinsuke can be more aggressive, but he can kind of also just be more passive. Like in this race where both players are doing nothing, he's coming out on top right now because he's got the rune, he's got the Denathrius. Any way this goes, except for Dawn Grasp next turn for Super Fake and no Dawn Grasp for Okashinsuke for 20 turns, Okashinsuke comes out on top.
Right. Yeah, the doing nothing quickly turns into lethal with all this incremental damage. The Cold Case into Deathborn here gives Okashinsuke the full board of skeletons because of the location taking 1 spot. and juices his Denathrius even more. If there's a Varden the minion here for Super Fake, that actually becomes a little bit problematic for Okashinsuke, but only for one turn.
Only for one turn.
I think that Denathrius could be lethal even through the Apprentice here, but I'm not sure.
Go on, Okashinsuke, give us a peek. Where are we at?
24. Oh, one off.
Oh!
I mean, you still do it. Just let them ping next turn, right?
Sure. Yeah, it's better to do that than I think. Like they're more likely to win with top deck Theater.
Right. Or just playing minions so that Denathrius does less damage face. And Okashinsuke's out of ways to build big board after this, so yeah, just freeze first and then Denny, and then Super Fake can just go next.
Okay, AI for the one of out. That's not a Dawn Grasp, that's a GG.
Wow, that was a Dawn Graspless game, which is an interesting way of seeing it pan out. But yeah, it did really emphasize how much the incremental damage in the early game matters. But more so than that, the inclusion of Denathrius in Okashinsuke's list, which is obviously built to be better against Druid and better in the mirror, whereas Super Fakes is built to be better against Rogue. All these overarching decisions having long-reaching implications, right? And Super Fake had a very comfortable match against the Rogue because of that, and I do think Okashinsuke is less reliably going to face Rogue, and that's why their ban strategies are a bit different.
Yeah, both players doing the jobs that they were meant to do with their deck, having been tuned slightly differently to get different outcomes. Meaning that we are getting the Druid as the counter to Super Fake, which I do still think ends up as a favorable matchup, even though, as you put, this deck from Okashinsuke is designed to be better against the Druid than it normally is. I still don't think it's good versus the Druid overall. Very much dependent on the list, though, as Super Fake is a Kazakhstan enjoyer, which you and I most decidedly are not. And I do think, again, against Mage, like in the games where they don't hit Dawn Grasp, you're probably winning with whatever druidy stuff you're doing in the long run anyway. And if they do, Kazakhstan feels a little bit too slow to me a lot of the time, based on the games that I've seen with it, which I don't think helps Super Fake's chances. But it's still Druid, it's still got Ramp, it's still got the Denathrius at the end. You can focus on that half of the deck a little more.
Right. If anything, I feel the Alexstrasza inclusion is more relevant for the Druid than the Kazakhstan itself. Because I think my prediction the other day of not seeing a single active Kazakhstan this weekend has been holding up. I haven't watched every single game, but in everything I've seen, it's never gotten to see play. And the Giants have certainly proven more effective in the matchup. But still, the Druid can reliably get a big damage Denathrius to just go over the top against Mage. That is very scary, though, if it gets Theotard away. So for Okashinsuke, first order of business is to find the good curve. And the two cards in the middle, even Sanctum to a certain extent because he's on coin, represent that good curve. I wonder if he thinks this is good enough.
Yeah, middle two 100% for me. The Sanctum, like, coin Dungeoneer, and then if you miss on the 1/1s, you freezing the Dungeoneer itself with the Sanctum. Yeah. It's okay, you're still pulling pretty far ahead on board.
Did he keep Varden? Okay, he tossed that. And the Cold Case. All right. So the Cold Case, understandable why you would keep it. I don't hate it, but also understandable why you'd throw it away because generally you don't expect to close the game out with full board from Mage. Like, it's a combination you need of a good starting curve into that early Dawn Grasp hero card, I should say. As hit Theotar, though, which can happen as part of the curve.
Or a real tempting Planted Evidence as well. On 3 mana, which is what you would have access to. Wild Growth, #1. Plot of Sin can be very strong as well, just to get a bit of extra early tempo. In addition to this, the usual... Yeah, Kennel, sorry, that's a good one. And just good 2-mana spells as well. The Thorn Growth Sentries, Natural Causes.
Cold Tooth Mine is a big one to try and find your Denathrius. It's a 50-50 because he runs Onyxia. There's also the Brave aquatic form available if he wants to try and hit Innervate here. Like,
Very brave. Or Jerry, I suppose.
yeah, true. Both of those are pretty good. These
Huh.
are all drawable, so not a huge... I mean, that's above average for sure.
All right, still got full mana spare. Ends up with Roots for 1/1s. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, really not amazing because he doesn't even have Denathrius in hand to benefit from these tokens. But in the world where Okashinsuke hits a good curve, it's nice to have a couple minions to fight back.
And now we're just curving out, right? We're going Coin Sanctum, get down the Dungeoneer afterwards as well. Theater or Deep Water on 4, depending on the situation.
Sounds good to me.
Yep. Oh, he's even got a very spicy play of Kael'thas Finley on turn 7 to just
Ooh.
truly spin the wheel with Spinley and see what you get.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
we're not
never
spinning.
mind.
We're not spinning.
I take it back.
Abort. Yeah, not often I would suggest the trade as mage here, but I think it's pretty relevant to protect one of the little 1/1s here.
All it takes is love, care, and death.
Okay, ramping again. Very few cards left in hand for Super Fake. And actually no card draw at all. Like, these are the kind of situations where I find Theatar is very, very good as the mage because you have a good shot of hitting Nourish, Onyxia, Miracle Growth, all these really high value cards that they're ramping up into. Scale of Onyxia would be huge as well. But for Okashinsuke, he's going to see 3 cards and think, oh, the other one's definitely the Miracle Growth. Little does he know, they're actually just all pretty trash right now for Super Fake.
I mean, if he pulls Super Fake Theatar, though, that's insane for Okashinsuke.
That's huge, yeah.
Protects his own Dawn Grasp and his own Denathrius, and gives him another go at finding Super Fake's Denathrius later on.
Insanity is no excuse for bad manners.
Wait, we don't see?
EO?
But he's not
Please.
instant pick. I mean, that's so unlucky if he doesn't hit the Theo. The 25%er to miss. Okay, maybe he's hesitating what to give Super Fake. I don't know.
Runs out on me.
Man,
Maybe. Oh, okay.
he
There
found
we
it.
go.
Goodbye, Spinley. I'm so curious what Okashinsuke's other options to give were, because if he saw 2 out of 3 of the other cards from Super Fake's hand and saw they're terrible, you don't really want to give them Spinley, right? Because that's a reroll
Yeah.
in their hand.
I agree. I guess the other options were probably like Dawn Grasp
Dawn Grasp.
Rune, Dawn Grasp
Yeah.
Kael'thas, something like that, where you could really open up their hand.
The sea floor be the sea
Honestly,
floor
giving
be
them
its own
Kael'thas is not
treasure.
super scary if you have their Theatar, right? I don't know.
True. Yeah, there's always one card left in hand. Like if you see they have the 1-drop as well, the Druid of the Reef, and you're like giving them enough mana to tempo out an Onyxia, it's so unlikely, but it is scary.
Well, Okashinsuke is so far ahead right now, can continue curving out with the Deep Water Evoker and the Shivering Sorceress, the order of which doesn't really matter because it's always gonna discount a rune, whether it's the one in hand or the one drawn from the Deep Water.
Tusks won't stop shattering.
Going again? Does he want his Spindly back?
He's cute, he's mine! Oh my gosh. What? Why is the Evoker green? Has he given it to Super Fake?
Oh yeah.
Used.
Actually, I think that's because it was still playable before Theatar was played, and like
Oh.
the game hasn't counted it as being resolved yet, like because the Theatar's still green as well.
Oh.
I think is how it works when you have these weird spectator issues.
Oh, but he did give it
Oh,
to
he did as
Super-
well.
Man, are we full Murloc Holmes now, trying to figure out the mystery of how the spectator bugs operate? Uh-oh.
Oh, Okashinsuke, come on, man. Get those clicks in.
He took an Earthen Scales as well, which is not great in Mage. I mean, it's a nature spell that has Dawn Grasp will replay, but it only hits friendly mage. Oh. A box!
Oh, out of nowhere. It's the
Another
box.
Pacquiao! And that's a great way to start. Oh, he doesn't.
Oh no, that's bad.
But you
Order.
still draw 3. You take those.
That's bad too. That's potentially bad too. Oh no!
What's happening, man?
Oh
Oh my god!
Okay.
Oh my god! Whoa,
Bad,
whoa, whoa, whoa!
bad.
He's just gonna overdraw at some point. Oh, what's happening?
Man, he convoked the living heck out of those spirits.
He sure did. Is he supposed to bait Finley just to not overdraw? But this hand is so good now.
There's no way.
All the
it is.
strong cards. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd vape pass before you vape Finley.
Yeah. Yeah. And anyway, this board doesn't actually get cleaned up that easily by Okashinsuke.
True.
Only part of it. If there's Blizzard or Deathborn. What
Yeah,
the heck?
Deathborn's not bad, right? You have trade in, hope that the Death Rattle doesn't kill the 3-1,
Correct.
and then summon another one, and then Deathborn, you get like 3 guaranteed, maybe 4, maybe 5 in like a really ideal world.
Oh.
Okay. Ah, you are locked in at 4 now, but that's still good.
Yeah.
And the overdraws are probably going to be trash, except for Denny. Oh my god.
My hand overflows.
How come Super Fake's good cards were all just stacked next to each other? Look at their order. Topior, Devourer, Onyxia, Kazaka-san, Guff. All the good cards. Shortly
All the
followed by
boys hanging out.
Denathrius.
Okay, Guff here does make sense. I don't think you're under too much pressure to the point where you have to go like Devourer or
Right.
Onyxia, because you can go Guff this turn, and then you have a multitude of cleanup options for the following turn.
I'm the brood mother.
Okay,
And
kind of close.
yeah, the Guff is so enticing just to get that mana ceiling higher and
Yeah.
really get to the point where you can do insane things with Topior. But I'm so concerned for Super Fake's long-term game plan, and maybe that's why he went Onyxia, because without Denathrius and without Theatar, his only avenue to win the game is through the board, which is really difficult to do against Mage. So maybe he's saying, play Onyxia as soon as possible, try and connect this damage phase, because that's the only way he really wins the game. I'm not even sure if he can get the Kazaka-san active with all of the overdraws.
My hand
Like,
overflows.
maybe he can.
I think he can. Amalgam was at the bottom of his deck, right off the dredge. Because there was a scale and an amalgam at the bottom alongside the Druid of the Reef, which does make it a lot harder for sure.
But as long as the hope for 4 dragons is available, then he
there.
still has a very real win condition other than the board, which is huge, because I really don't think Druid can get there just playing Topior and shrubs. This is not even any giants from Super Fake.
That's true. But having said that, because the Theatar and Denathrius have been chewed up, Bran plus Topior becomes probably the highest value battle cry to double up on at this point, which does mean you get a lot more board control as the game carries on.
The Briatar?
Whoa.
Sorry, the Bropior.
The Bropior? The Brobibinator? Whatever it is.
God, we can't stop doing this. Can we? Actually, I'm saying we. It's mainly just me, and you're humoring me. Thank you.
No worries.
Calculations are correct.
Okay.
I'm almost free.
Trying to figure out a clean way to get the clear and the scale of the hero power.
Box. Oh, boo.
Even I didn't want a box here. Oh,
Sure
the
about
hero
that?
power is.
Oh, actually, that's... oh, no, order doesn't work because...
Yeah, he
Onyxia
doesn't
came down
scale it
first.
again, but he still gets to fully clear the board, which is a big deal.
Yeah, and it does upgrade once. That's fine. So yeah, it's correct to do it in this order because then the damage goes face instead of into...
So that's one of the precious threats left for Super Fake, easily answered by Okashinsuke, both boxes still intact. So my prediction of no Kazaka-san's active could be wrong, Derek. It feels like that's the only real win condition for Super Fake now.
Looking that way. It's obviously annoying that Bran Kazakhstan, the Brozakazan, does not work in replacing your deck twice, but you can get some nice battle cries, right, to copy down on.
This must be the way.
Or can you? I'm trying to think what those are. Most of them aren't actually that good, aren't they?
Moonlit in a pre-Kazakhstan world, the only thing you really want, I thought, was the amalgam, so he gets a faster Kazakhstan activation, but it looks like Super Fake is still trying to double down on the board game plan, which, to be fair, he doesn't know about the boxes in hand. Doesn't go for the Bropior, though.
Oh no, it is his ramp, not draw, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, like, what is he saving the brand for now? What is there left that's actually good?
Potentially, post-Kazakhstan, you can brand Evoker to get 2 spells.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know if that's better than, you know, the persistent extra 3/3 though.
Yeah, let me refresh myself on what Battlecry minions there are. Crab, yeah, I mean, that kind of works like Devourer, right? Which is another potential combo. Bubba does nothing. Yeah, that's kind of it. There really aren't actually very many good Battlecries to copy.
If my calculations are correct,
You could save it for Amalgam also? Because there's only Onyxia as the dragon that hasn't been played, right?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Which again makes it a little weird as to why he didn't pick the amalgam off of the guidance.
Anyway, over back to Okashinsuke. He is in a very weird spot where he is worried about this Kazakhstan. He knows that's the only real win condition left since he saw the Denathrius burnt and the Theater is gone for Super Fake. So you, on one hand, are kind of thinking, I don't want to box this early. Oh my god. It's always box. It's always box. On one hand, you're thinking you kind of want to save that for a wider board, but on the other hand, this is the best window he has to be aggressive.
I have an idea.
Yeah,
That's
welcome to
insane. Manny Pacquiao level box. I don't know.
Yeah, that is on a whole nother level. Super Fake just taking 12.
Yeah.
With the other scale being the last card in his deck, right? Or the second to last card. Can now find it, though, with the
Zero
dredge.
armor.
That's not ideal. But eventually, along the way, that's going to gain him some armor.
Right.
In a roundabout way.
Okay. Here's the board, and it's scary, but still very deal withable, just with an apprentice, honestly. Another Topior?
Insta-tope.
Oh, I forgot it's a dragon. So actually, yeah, his Kazakhstan's already active now.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, correct.
Okay, hero power check. This is at 6, right?
I think so, yeah. No wildfires as of yet. Which makes things tough.
I mean, that's a ping face territory for me. It's like Varden,
True.
ping face, and then you have ping face apprentice next
If
turn.
my calculations are correct,
Maybe not Varden, like Blizzard is more expensive, but the Varden lets you weave in the Frostweave Dungeoneer or the Deepwater Evoker, so I'm kind of leaning that way. There's there's 2 Starfish in Super Fake's list. That's a big deal. He also left himself board space to play it. But if there were to be a Starfish played, 15, 19, 25, 27, Okashinsuke's technically not dead on board. Ooh.
I guess there's very little burst damage, is there?
Right. So maybe the good halfway is to just play the Evoker for a little bit of armor on average. Varden, ping face, you still set up the lethal. I honestly can't remember how many Earthen Scales are left.
There's 1 left because none have been played. 1 was stolen, and it's the one on the bottom of the deck, I think.
Okay, right.
So he can guaranteed get it with the 4.
So it's not a guaranteed lethal setup from Okashinsuke, but it's plenty of damage still. And by committing the apprentice this turn, he's less weak to Starfish.
2 of them, for that matter. So I do think realistically, even if you're playing Kazakhstan this turn, you have to get the scales. The healing off Kazakhstan is too flimsy. I don't think you can rely on it here.
Yeah, that's fair. This is the guaranteed 2-mana heal 11,
Yep.
as opposed to maybe getting a Gnomish Army Knife for infinite. Okay, here we go. It's been a while since we've seen this.
It really has.
Boombox?
Box, kind of good. You're cold. Embers.
These are none of the defensive ones, though.
Yeah. Puzzle box? Yeah, probably not.
0 healing.
Yeah, no healing at all. It's a big deal.
So this 17 health is all he has to work with, but he'll have a solid control of the board. And you can put Okashinsuke very solidly within range of Embers.
That's true.
And if he uses this remaining 4 mana to ramp, 2 of it, then he can even double Embers in a turn, potentially.
Oh, still no embers, though.
What is this?
And not technically guaranteed to get it next turn.
Yeah, 3 pair. Okay, 10. Oh, that's so late.
Or
The
So if-
Blizzard feels a lot safer now because you've seen a Starfish and then all the old hand has been shuffled to the bottom of the deck.
right, and of course he doesn't know about the embers.
Certainly on his mind, but you just can't play around it, so... You...
Can't you though?
How?
Lethal with box?
Oh, okay, man. Are we going for a second world record break on best box ever?
I think so. I mean, just do the same thing again. A pyro and a siphon mana face. That's lethal with the ping. Easy.
The problem is, like, weaving in the ping here is so expensive because it necessitates either box or Blizzard at the end. And with this little time left, I think he's going to end up on Blizzard. And that means he
agreed.
doesn't cycle further with the primal, the Dungeoneer or the Deepwater Evoker, which are both super important.
So the out now for Okashinsuke is that Super Fake misses, draws with the hero power, misses again on both embers. Okay, never mind.
But there's minions now. Oh, but yeah, they're gone with
Yeah.
Wand. Oh. I have to eat major humble pie, Derek. Kazakhstan not only active, but winning the game here.
Yeah, it was huge. He lost a good chunk of his win condition, right? Losing Theater, overdrawing the Denathrius, still managing to find a way to take the win with the Kazakhstan. Sorry, it was some very nice play by Super Fake. I still feel that at some point along the way, he could have got some more value out of Bran that just ended up being sat there in hand for the entire game. But, I mean, honestly, I think that maybe comes from me, like, thinking, okay, we've got to milk all the value we possibly can out of this game, rather than Super Fake's more nuanced look at the game, which was, I know what I need to do to win. Let's get from point A to point B as quickly as we can, which was just play the Kazakhstan, swap the hand with Finley, and then take the game that way.
And I forgot about this Convoke. So many things happened in that game. That was such an intense and amazing Convoke. He drew all the good cards, built a huge board, overdrew Denathrius, so it was a real roller coaster of emotions. And Okashinsuke, you saw, he felt like he was winning from that point, but the Kazakhstan, even against Varden on curve, was not necessarily going to get there. That was so intense. Very fun outcome for this matchup that I haven't seen in quite some time, honestly. It means Okashinsuke needs to go back to the drawing board to try and counter Druid.
That's right. He has one deck remaining now, right? That he has to win 2 games with in the Priest, which is an okay first start against the Druid. Again, I feel like this is one of the major reasons to bring this Priest, because Druid is going to really struggle, especially this variant with Kazakhstan, in dealing with all these large buffed minions that are coming down turn after turn. The double Starfish will help. The Druids of the Reef can help in clearing up these early board, but it's specific draws that leave Druid in with a chance. And then, of course, it'll be the priest of his own for Super Fake to close out the series if Okashinsuke can take the win. So I will say that for Okashinsuke, it's looking very tough to get the full double win and take back the series now.
Especially with being on the play with nothing you want to keep. This is a Wig Priest classic. Throw away the hand and pray, 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 pray for the one drop and the wig.
Ooh, wow, not a bad hand at all for Super Fake. Just spending his mana in these starting turns, keeping it even on board most likely.
Yeah, and keeping Theatar, which is very effective against Wig Priest as well. Pulling a wig, or sometimes pulling their draw effect Handmaiden can be game winning on the spot.
And I hate drawing a 1-drop on turn 2. It just sucks.
I know, right? But he still plays it, I think, over Amalgam.
Yeah, probably.
This is a matchup where you can just throw down the Pelagos on curve, especially if you haven't seen them play Jerry Rig or something. There's always a chance it gets starfished, but if it sticks around, boy, oh boy, does that snowball out of control quickly.
Quickly.
And as for the Druid's perspective, right, whether they see a 2-3 or a 1-3, they want to kill it off with their 3-1, right?
They do.
So I kind of feel just play the vicious and maybe hope to get value out of the Amalgam later, but Okashinsuke disagrees. He's looking to be a bit more efficient with his mana.
The Sea Lord.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any choice here for Super Fake. It was, the curve was originally, you know, I was thinking Druid of the Reef on 1, Coin Wild Growth, Theatar to round it out, but now you have to do this, and you
Blessing, I will
possibly end up on a Coin Theatar. Pelagos is a very scary play, and there are specific cards you can hit to deny it. But especially now that you've got the Starfish, I think you have the liberty to just go Wild Growth.
That is nuts. And the boon here doesn't get the Theatar buff. Like, it becomes a 1-8. And then Theatar becomes an 8-8, so that's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, sorry, the Pelagos. My bad. How dare I slander this card? I love Pelagos. I hate
So
Theatar. But yeah, the 1-8 being silenced still has its stats, but they're not impressive, so.
One spell only having been played for Okashinsuke means... what do the best top decks become? Like Thrive in the Shadows becomes big to activate the Handmaid and get yourself a wig as well to go alongside the Slither Spear. But basically, I think anything outside of a couple of spells very quickly becomes not good enough because just playing minions on curve is not going to stack up against this really beefy hand for Super Fake.
Oh, not Valish. Yeah, Thrive was a good one. Bless, I think, was the biggest one, just to, you know, turn this 1-8 into a threat again. Even the location would have been decent there to start getting some cycle and decent amounts of buffs, but Valish is absolutely not it. This probably ends up just being Treasure Guard and Heal Phase. I don't know if the Slither Spear should even hit the board, because once you do find the wigs, it's -1 Naga in hand.
Trove is forbidden.
Pokes the Starfish. Maybe for a future Samuro clear. But yeah, that's a safe Topiar hitting the board, which spells doom for Okashinsuke.
Wow, Innovate that I did not necessarily expect, given that this 1-5 is not really showing much sign of being scary right now.
I agree. That Vate to maybe get an earlier Devourer, I thought was very valuable.
Like, if they have Bless, Bless is just good. They're getting value out of that no matter what.
Correct. And there it is.
Yeah, it's got to be Bless and not another boon.
Yeah, I was going to say Thrive again and then try to hit the Bless this way. Just to pull the other Thrive from your deck is not bad, because he has Valish anyway if he wants to just keep everything done this turn. Ooh, Wig.
Yeah, I guess that's why we're doing this line as well. So, Slither Spear, Wig, Valish.
Yeah, that
with
refreshes for
3
3.
spells. Get down the Handmaiden.
You've done as I asked.
Not sure if that's better than wigging again and maybe healing a bit
Okay,
your value
sure.
trades.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right now, this 210 is his biggest asset, and honestly, it's looking pretty fragile with the Topiary already active, but on the off chance that it lives, that's his ticket to another boon. Now the Theatar, which was kept for Super Fake, has really good chances of hitting the wig. But if Super Fake also sees Handmaiden, he might deem that as the better steal, and I would agree.
True, yeah. And the punish on not keeping the bait as well, like bait wild growth. So sick.
No excuse for bad manners.
Oh, insta Handmaiden.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, he's upset he didn't get wig, but Handmaiden is better than like
It's
to steal
better,
here, because he sees the other cards and he knows there's no Naga left, so the wig is just not doing as much as Handmaiden.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, that's not doing much, is it?
Okay, Kushinsuke needs something big off the top. That's a Naga.
Go with
As in, not
Amaro?
gonna be enough.
yikes. Go back to boxing puns, please.
I must consider.
I guess the wig goes on the Samuro.
Yeah, you have Samurai and then trade in the Valish into the Theatar and then obviously trade to the Topiary to clear the board. Okay.
Yeah, really not great, but
My blade
he can also commit Devour if he wants to like damage the Samuro a bit less, like trade into the Theatar instead of the Topiary.
It's true.
Not too quickly.
I think realistically though these spells have to be kept for a potential runner draw of Naga plus Handmaiden or Spell plus Handmaiden in order to activate it.
Fair enough. Devour is infused now, so Super Fake is chilling here. Just miracle growth, and he even gets the 3/3 to rush and DT the Samuro if he wants.
Yeah, I do agree.
Nothing to be afraid of.
I don't think that this planted evidence is juicy enough to deviate me away from a miracle growth right now because, well, the Convoke the Spirits is not available, and the Gale of Elixir is really the only good outcome, which is okay, but not quite busted enough here for me.
The Handmaiden, which was activated by Okashinsuke, is benefited from by Super Fake. Oh, painful.
Time grows short.
And now it's just, yeah, nature. Wrath is fantastic here. Plot of Sin would be fine as well, just to get more stats and more efficiently spend your mana. Very close to a full board clear here. I think you have to leave a 2/2 Samuro in play, but that's a game-winning play to me.
I agree, and I do think you leave the Samuro rather than the 3/2 because he has seen the Shadow Word Devour, so
Yeah.
less VTs in this position makes more sense. That's a complete whiff of a draw for Okashinsuke, and I'm just gonna call it here. I think Okashinsuke's run sadly ends here in the top 8.
Looking that way, isn't it? Not a good day for the APAC players so far, with Okashinsuke in a nail-biter of a series, and Chonsu losing a game against a player who actively wanted to lose and still couldn't take the win.
Buddy, why? Yeah,
Yeah, you
really
can
rough
just jump
go.
that.
Yep, and that really just seals it for Okashinsuke. Not much to be done. I think he played pretty clean throughout the day. Only real mistake was when we saw maybe missing one attack with a skeleton in the game before this, but not super consequential in the long run. But Super Fake though, looking nigh on unstoppable. Very, very nice play throughout the past 2 days. Yeah, jovial as ever on camera.
Can't wait for a Reddit hate thread about that too.
There is something I want to hate on, which is complaining about not hitting Wig. It was so much better to hit hand Wig.
Yeah.
Like, it was better to not be offered Wig so you don't get tempted by it. And
That's
then
true.
steal the better card.
Yeah, that was kind of toxic.
But other than that, no hate. Super fake. How can you hate him?
Yeah, 100%. I'm very, very glad that he's got himself through this victory. I think just 100% locking himself in for playoffs now if he wasn't even already, with another victory here, as he will be up against Bunny in the first semi-final match of the day.
Well played.
There it is. Shinsuke finally throwing it down. End of the run for him here in Grandmasters. He gave it his absolute all in these last 3 weeks, which I love to say. You know, some of the players who have made it through to GM, last call, they already had their world tickets. This was just a chance to maybe have one final goodbye, and they weren't practicing as much as they should. But I could feel how much Shinsuke was practicing, how much he wanted the win, and how well he was playing compared to some of the previous performances we've seen from him. So very well played overall, and a fond goodbye to Shinsuke from GM.
I would absolutely agree, but congratulations to Superfake, who continues to move forward in the bracket. He entered this week with 4 points, so by moving on now to the semifinals, he actually has pretty good odds still of trying to get a better placement, securing a seeding. We shall see if he can get those full 9 points locked up. A lot of his fate also depends on how well X-Blize does later on today, and I am just very happy to congratulate a fellow stan of their country's most iconic athlete. I guess put it.
Yeah, what am I going to do? Change my profile picture to David Beckham or something? I don't know. Who's England's #1 across the world? Either way.
Probably him, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Well, I did misspeak. It's not going to be Super Fake up against Bunny Hop, but apologies because we are running through these in a different order to give us the pleasure of casting APAC players losing every single match, which unfortunately means that they are out of the running in this top 8. We're going to be relying on the players already in the top 8 for Asia Pacific, which is who? Possessi? That it?
Yep.
That might be
what we're
it.
used to.
Mighty was the other player as well, because I think we had 4, and Mighty finished with only 1 point at the end. So once again, the hopes of the nation, of the entire region, resting squarely on Possessi's shoulders.
Yeah.
That can only go well.
Very, very fickle shoulders. Sometimes they're completely straight and ready to be focused, and sometimes they're just rolling away on his chair. Who knows?
Yeah, off into the distance. But that is going to be us all done for the day, Gia and myself. Plenty more matches to come. We are running through all the top 8 here to crown our champion for week 3. Up next, Levick versus Dmitry Kazov, and then X-Blize versus Habu Gabu. So we are going to say goodbye for this week from Gia as well for the rest of GM. Right? That was it. That was your last GM cast.
Yeah, I'm taking next week off to handle my move.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, and I really turned up my corniness for this last one. You know.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Yeah. Wow. Well, that's it. I mean, we still got hopefully the rest of the Masters tours, right, and rest of the casting obligations for the year. So I don't think it'll be the end for Gia and myself quite yet. But in terms of GM, man, end of an era. We did it. We made it through.
It's been a great run, Derek, and I was so happy to see how this last day panned out. Honestly, even though we didn't get an APAC player winning, we had a lot of the APAC specials, from the drip to the weird plays to the very weird outs we were looking for in the realm of needs to be Griffin from Mount Cell. It's just been good times, Derek. It's been 3 years that we've been doing this. Thanks for putting up with me this long.
Oh, no. Seriously, thank you for hard carrying me the entire way through. I don't think people would have put up with me otherwise. But yeah, we'll spare everyone the sappiness for too much longer, and we'll let production carry on with the day as we are rapidly derailing this broadcast. But thank you so much for everyone for watching, not only today, but of course all of Grandmasters. You make all of this possible and have made it the truly special experience it has been for all of us here on the casting desk. So thank you, and from Gia and myself, for the final time, we're signing off from Grandmasters. Goodbye.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Grandmasters. It's time for myself and Mr. Jambray to take over the broadcast for now. We've had some what feels like a fast day, but obviously when Derek and Gia only cast 2 matches, it's going to feel a little bit faster. But we've had some pretty crazy matchups already, with Bunny Hopper taking a 3-0 with Mage already, and then Mage doing pretty decent in the Super Fake versus Okashinsuke matchup. But for now, Jambray, we have Levick versus Dmitry Kazov. Both players I think we cast over the past couple of days. And we're both pretty similar lineups. I think once again, we have the sort of hybrid Warlock or Curse Warlock versus the Raw Imps in this series.
Yeah, and Levick's a player who's just impressed me so much this weekend that I've predicted him actually to be the overall winner for GM last call this week.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about predictions.
Oh yes, yeah.
Myself and Derek made a slight misplay predicting Chonsu, who then instantly got 3-0'd straight out. So, yeah, not the best week for us, but as long-term casters, we are unfortunately used to terrible predictions. It seems to be one of our specialty gifts. But for now, yes, we do have Levick versus Dimitri. I believe as well a double rogue ban coming out from both players here. So both players highly respecting the rogue. But you see Levick here, as he said, one of the newer Grandmasters here, but again, has done fantastically well. And he's already making that shot to the World Championship. So it's all looking good. And I just echo your thoughts. When I cast the Masters Tour a while back, where Levick did very well, he was just looking great. Every single game looked solid. And I expect to see more of that today.
Yeah, it was just something that I noticed when he was playing. Like, there's just a little smirk when the opponent does his play that he was so sure what the opponent was about to do on the next turn. It just made me just think that, yeah, this is a guy he's so confident with his own play. Like, most of his turn was just thinking, what am I predicting from the opponent on the next turn, and how do I counter that best?
And that's the thing as well. You can tell that he's here, right? But he's obviously good enough to be able to deal with that, right? And it's that general thing where if your opponent is making those expected plays that you're ready for, they're also probably good plays, and if they don't make them, well, you're even more ahead, generally speaking, right? So if you're prepared for the plays you expect, you're looking quite good overall. It is going to be this hybrid Warlock here, and the deck... it's really tough. It's one of those decks where when it wins, it feels like it was never going to lose in most instances. But when it loses, it feels like it was never going to win. So I have no clue where I stand with it being a submission in itself. But do you like it overall in this current meta for this format, of course?
I think I like this style of Warlock a bit more, especially if you're going for a ban rogue strat. The rogue is very good against both variants of this imp style Warlock, but if you're leaving up the likes of Mage, you really want to have like an alternate win condition when your board gets frozen, which it will do repeatedly. So I like it's like sort of hedging for the LHS format, where you know if you get your win against the Druid, you're going to be met with a Mage afterwards. So you need a few extra tools to give you a little bit of a bonus in that matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those more flexible decks when you look at the matchup spread overall, so it might be something we see come into play. Of course, with Levick queuing it first. Here, though, we take a look at Dmitry Kazov. He has a lot of work to do this weekend, or today specifically now. He's made it this far, but by the looks of things, he needs to literally win all out today and finish first to have a chance at the top 8 cut. So it's a big ask, but at least in one way he knows what he needs to do, right? He's got his goal, and he knows what he needs to achieve to get there.
Yeah, it kind of takes off a little bit of pressure, because you obviously have to win every match, but this match now isn't the one that's going to qualify you for it. So you just got to take it one step at a time today, and just for me at least, it would just take the pressure off a little bit, knowing that it is a tool ask eventually. So it's not like you're winning and then you get there.
Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? Because although it sounds weird saying, well, you've got like 3 winning in, 3 must-win matches basically, but really it's like, well, if I win here, great, but none of it matters unless I get to the finals and win that as well. So I can just be like, yeah, you know what? We'll play it out, see if I get there. It's a big ask, but sometimes the long shots are the ones you feel less pressure about, because maybe you're just not expecting it to happen. And I think you were saying the other day, right, where a lot of players, and we've seen this going back years now in Hearthstone, we've heard from many players over that time that the more relaxed and the more, it's not like they don't care, but just that the more they go into a tournament or match or series or whatever, thinking that, oh, well, you know what, I'm just going to play. We'll just see how it goes. We'll play the game. And when they're more relaxed, they actually just play so much better. It's actually pretty incredible.
I mean, these are all players who have qualified for these tournaments through ladder, through tournaments where the pressure wasn't quite as high, and they did it because they're good. So when the pressure's not high because you're relaxed about the game, you're going to play good. And if you play good, you're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's it really at the end of the day. I think it's something I've definitely suffered from. Even, you know, the odd times I've been quite high on the ladder, it feels like, right, well, if I can just win a few more games, I'll get, you know, I can post this top X tweet. And then you realize I quickly play worse because I'm feeling the pressure. I'd rather just jam games and not really think about it. But we are getting into game number 1 now, and I think Levick at the start there definitely had some raised eyebrows at this opening because it looked quite good, but I do think I agree with the one circle throwaway.
Yeah, it's just like it's a card you definitely want, but you just need the one of really. Your board space is going to be filled up. You want really the payoff cards for the circle as well, which you're looking at the impending catastrophe and the location.
Yeah. Did get a Flame Imp for his trouble, which, you know what, it's a better turn 1 than Voidwalker, right, in this matchup, so still a positive overall. It has the option to actually even play a Voidwalker while still trading the 5-drop here if he wants to sort of refresh what he's got in his hand.
I hate trading into watch posts, Raven. I was debating whether he's going to do it, and he just instant did it. I was like, I would have thought about it a little bit more. Yeah, whenever there's a watch post, I never want to trade it.
I can see Levick's pain, though, in his face when he did it, though, right? It was like, oh, it just has to happen. Because I do agree, especially with this deck, there are too many things it can hit, right? And there is a world where it starts to, like, debuff like 2-3 cards, maybe, and suddenly your turns get very janky.
Yeah, that is true, but I mean, you're giving up a Flame Imp, which is, if it's unanswered, it's 9 damage, 12 damage sometimes even. Yeah. We are against a mage who does have obviously the location, which would stop the face damage, so it's not really guaranteed. So I can definitely understand it.
Yeah, it looks like Imp King Farm is all the way infused now, which means Levick can take this turn off, right, to an extent, if you know what I mean, right? Just kill off the Reckless with the start stacking the Curse, and then have Coin Farm into Bartender the turn after for like a really, really big push.
Yeah, and this is a big spell mage variant, so the Blizzard, the flurries, these sort of effects aren't there, so it's a little bit harder for this mage to stop a big board push. But the Reform getting stolen from Theatar here.
Oh, give him the I love this.
Give the curse. It's the classic.
I'll tell you something. This morning, I've had the worst Theotar luck in the world, right? I have lost about 5 games in a row because of dodgy Theotar, whether it's from me or my opponent. But one thing that still cheers me up about the card is when you can just hand back a curse that's been given to you, because it's just funny, like no matter which way you look at it. And that is just completely neutered Levick's whole game plan.
He was looking so strong here with that curve, but it was entirely reliant on this one card. And even deviating to a curse plan is just kind of too slow here. You just don't have any card draw available. You don't have multiple curses. One of your curses got bounced back to you, so that's even less damage you got to push face.
Yeah, at least it was the one damage curse, right? If one's going to be given back, at least it was just the 1 damage. I imagine now we are going to see that Bartender traded next turn, unless something really crazy gets picked up here. Dimitri, at this point, though, just needs to chill, right? Maybe even literally with all these freezes, because he just needs to just now not get overrun, protect his life total as well, because he knows there's still that big curse package. As long as he can protect this armor, then I think it's pretty solid overall.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a little look at the hand, and there's really not a great turn coming up here unless there's a top deck. So he could, instead of trying to bunker down and armor up, which probably is a valid strategy, he could even look to be a bit more aggressive and say, I'm not going to give you the time to get to all of your curses.
Dimitri, no doubt, having a quick think. Have I had any imps die?
Yeah.
No? Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay.
It would actually be an incredible Barbaric Sorceress, right? And he's going to get it. 1 mana rune.
Yeah, it's kind of curious. I guess he didn't want it to hit the amulet.
Yeah, well, I guess it was more, he cycles the amulet, didn't know that the spell was in hand. He'd already seen 2 drag belows get played, right? So he's not really expecting loads of spells. So I do think it was, well, I want to cycle this anyway. And then at worst, if it does hit big, I have it hitting on Rune. So I'm fine.
Yeah. And Rune's just like a get out of jail card really for this mage. So when you're in a good position, playing just regular plays is just going to keep you in that good position. But if things start to go wrong, you're going to want a way to swap it around.
Yeah, I even think weirdly enough, because of what the hand looks like for Dimitri right now, I wouldn't really be upset at just like Rune into Parrot, depending on what happens, right? And just play tempo and just assume the Rune's never really going to do anything that bad, because it often can't in this kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, even on just a board like this with a few 3/3s, like, it's just going to either freeze them or remove them.
Look,
maybe give you some secrets that it usually does.
Yeah. It seems like it's never going to go wrong, right?
No, I mean, you've got a second chance anyway.
Well, yep, seems good.
You actually don't want to see the first board clear as the first spell, because then you know your rest of your board's getting cleared up.
Yeah, still a win though. 9 health for Levick. Not a lot of options, and Dimitri sitting pretty on well over 30. And he can pretty much do what he wants at this point. This was just a very rough Theotar game here from Levick, because if that Imp King Reform got coined, we're looking at a very, very different game.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at maybe the health total getting very, very low, and Dimitri just using this rune to survive in that case. But yeah, the Theotar just showing why it's such a powerful card in this metagame. Gonna see the Abyssal Curse most likely just to deal with the board, but it's such a mountain to climb. You have to get the tempo back, and then beyond that, you need to deal with this massive health total. Just seems insurmountable at this point.
Yeah, there's even just a Dawn Grasp there now with a ping. Why not? And honestly, even this Pelican is a bit of a pain to deal with. It would like need Fiendish Circle and Grimoire just to kill a 4/1 that was going to basically lethal you next turn, right? It's super awkward.
Yeah, I mean the Mordresh is 2 away from ready, so it just seems like hero card ping into Mordresh. It's gonna lock this one up.
I think there's a lot of things. Like, let's be honest. I think Dimitri could have just played Tempo Mordresh, and that's too big to clear with double Drag Below gone. And an Abyssal Wave, so yeah, many options here, but I completely agree.
Okay.
I
think he could have literally played the Refarm and won this game.
True. But yeah, doing this just to remove the curse, why not, I suppose, and just know that ping into Mordresh next turn is going to end it regardless. Levick's going to try and hold on though and start stacking some curses. This play doesn't look like it's going to be as disastrous as some of the other ones we saw with this card yesterday.
Yeah, but still going to result in the same score for the game, I think.
Yeah. Rough one there for Levick, because honestly, he was set up so well. He had the Imp aggro start that you want with this deck, and then he had the backup with the curses there. But with ping and a Mordresh, this is just going to be a simple game number 1 to Dimitri, and I think that's a really big win. Not only have we been seeing all weekend Mage's sheer ability to just sweep in LHS, but also he's just removed one of the potential trickier matchups with that Warlock, right? Just knowing that, because I do think the Warlock has the ability to beat the Mage, pretty straightforwardly, honestly. So getting ready to win that matchup, holding on to the Mage for the rest of this. Now Levick's only got Druid and Mage himself, which does not feel too great, especially when Dimitri has the Imp Warlock to maybe even counter the Druid with.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious on like the Q order potential in it, because we keep seeing time and time again Mage just getting thrown out to begin with, and it's such a strong deck into most of the field. Are players just like supposed to start queuing up Druid first, just try and hit Druid into Mage, as they're gonna oftentimes just have to queue that anyway?
I was honestly wondering, as we take a look at the druid that's being queued into the mage, of course, I was honestly wondering, when you look at everything together, are you supposed to just queue your mage first and try and win the mirror? Because that feels so strong. I know it's kind of rough to choose to play a potential mirror match, but if they don't queue mage, I feel like that sets you up pretty well most of the time. And if they do queue mage, you have a mirror. And if you win, you are mega ahead in the series. And it does mean if you lose, you're behind, but you might end up queuing that mage mirror anyway, depending, you know, if you do queue that druid first and it loses, you probably have to queue the mirror regardless.
Yeah, it's just like there's obviously these players have gone down and looked at the percentages of it and seen, oh, this one's slightly better, but that doesn't really factor in reads. Like, if your opponent's always going to be doing this, always queuing mage, then you should be queuing the countless first. Like, the default for LHS is just to queue either a good all-round deck or a throwaway deck first, and then just go from there.
I think that's why we're seeing all the mages, right? Because it's proven very quickly that it's just good right now.
And we're seeing a pretty nice hand from Dimitri again. Choose to throw away the location.
I can see it against Druid, honestly. Like, yeah, you cash in the mana, but you could also just draw a better card instead, right? Because you're not often facing down the big board. He already has Far Watch post turn 2 to potentially soak up a Druid of the Reef or something. So I do like that, actually, throwing away the location and just trying to draw something more impactful.
Oh, this hand from Levick, though. Starting with just the Innovate and been giving this.
Oh, you'll be proud of me as well, Jambray. This morning, I played Bran as Druid on 3, then played Widow Bloom, the Bran still lived, and then played Guff. I was 5 mana ahead of my opponent. It was great.
Best use of Bran in this deck.
Yeah,
forget the Sire.
Yeah, though Levick can just go straight into the Guff. If he wants to. Could go the other way instead. Start with the other ramp and then Guff hero power the turn after.
Yeah, I think that's generally what you want to do, particularly if you're not ramping into a play for next turn. It's kind of weird to do it now, because even if you get the usual good out of an Innovate, it's going to be increased from the Watch post.
Yeah, it's like you're drawing an extra card into the Watch post, right? Whereas you could nourish and then, you know, go from there. I guess it would kind of happen either way. Levick just wants to start really using that hero power instead of ramping, I guess. Or maybe he feels he needs the nourish to draw.
I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, you could maybe go for the ramping with the hero power into the Widow Bloom, and then maybe save the nourish for draw later. It's just normally this order, if you're going to ramp with the nourish, you go the nourish first so that you just have a little bit more mana on the next turn with Guff, because you can't press the hero power of Guff anyway.
Right.
It's not that you end up with more mana overall on 2 turns.
I was even thinking there whether it's gain the mana and then draw 3 cards, try and hit Scales, and then Scales will be 8 mana, but you'll have 8 mana that turn, next turn, and then you can finally get rid of this tower.
Yeah.
Build a board, of course.
I think generally, like, at least what I try to do is that I get to around the 10 mana mark, and then you can feel a bit more comfortable using Guff to just draw each turn instead of ramp if your hand is bad.
And this hand is bad.
It is.
From the smallest seed.
I guess so, if you get to play with 20 mana, everything costing 1 more doesn't really matter too much. Oh, he got the Scales, okay. Yeah, wait.
Is the Zola just to proc the Akani?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to use the Scales to clear it off, I think.
Yeah, because he knows it's not spell, right? And I think Zola could be clutch. Especially with that giant in hand.
Yeah, there's just a lot of tempo down the line.
Levick's like, haha, 10 mana is no problem for me. Good job he missed the Earthen Scales, though, for Levick. That would have been a little bit more brutal.
Yeah. This watch post doing Levix favors, making his cards expensive, so the Barbara doesn't have as much of an impact.
Oh no, counter synergy.
Yeah.
Why am I running both of these cards?
Yeah, it just makes no sense. These mage players need to rethink things.
Yeah.
He's going to go for the giant immediately. But as you said, you could use the Zod on it. I suppose it's not going to die anyway, so that play is still available.
Yeah, I think it's just very likely Levix assuming that the location just hits it this turn, right? It just feels so natural to use it. Dimitri has 3 charges still left on the location. He's got plenty of time to gain, so why not? And that does open up the Zola here. We'll say this has been a very weird game that we've seen of Mage versus Druid. It definitely feels like Druid has a little bit more impact by now.
Yeah, it had the dream start just into nothing. So, of course, we saw the whiff on the Barbaric. So it's been a bit slowed down, but there are some power turns coming out, especially from the Mage. Right now, Levick still facing down this watch post.
Yeah, this watch post added like 8 or 9, maybe even 10 mana to the game right now for Levick. Because of the extra cards Levick's drawn, of course.
Yeah, it's put a shift in, I have to say.
I know, you know what? You don't have to be drawn next game. You've done your job.
Yeah.
Day off. Levick just going to bank the mana now and the armor. Don't normally expect too much more than 9 from any given Earthen Scales. You can do it, of course, with certain cards like Devourer. There you go. But generally speaking, I think you're okay with a 9 hit, but did choose to just press the button instead.
Yeah, it's just you don't need the armor now, so try and find cards that actually help you get bored back a bit. You know, see the coin amulet here? It makes a lot of sense. Particularly you got the parrot and the Dawn Grasp in hand as potential follow-ups to recast this.
This is huge. It might look rough, but the trade into the 8/8 is great because all it's doing is giving Dimitri time, right? He's not going to get 16'd next turn or whatever, right? Doesn't have to worry about the fact that actually Dimitri has no freeze options in his hand, so he can't just delay any attacks. There is, of course, 2 Starfish in Levick's deck as well, so it's definitely something to bear in mind.
Devourer in hand's pretty nice for Levick, so if we are going to see a repeated amulet after, of course, this Elixir turn, it's such a good answer to it. Just eats both the dragons.
Yeah, Devourer then Scales is going to be nice. Is it worth actually like trading left and then leaving the Malagos?
Oh, like
because the dragons get summoned.
The
dragons get summoned to the right, right? You can't control that.
That is true.
Just gain 12 health on the Devourer. Like, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of reasonable.
Yeah, if the Malagos trades off anyway, then okay, my opponent traded the dragon in, fine.
That rope's burning again.
Just push it.
I mean, it's kind of painful to even kill this Malagos here, right? You have to send in all your whelps.
Yeah, I think I would have left it and just traded it into the 3/2 and then just pushed 8 to face.
Yeah, I mean, what's it realistically doing on this turn?
It'll probably kill a whelp, or maybe it helps it trades into an 8/8. But with the whelps would have to be cleared up first for it to trade into the raid boss. I don't know.
I always quite like doing that, just leaving a couple of whelps so that your raid boss is like immune to this freeze or it's immune to any damage effects. It's always a little bit more annoying. And like you said, the punish for the resummoning is just so huge. I mean, it's going to be good anyway.
Oh, the health, the potential health on that Devourer.
Oh. Who you're dealing with.
He gets to play the box though.
Okay, I think you're generally happy. Oh, okay, well, I don't think they stack. But you're generally happy to see Solid Alibi. Definitely a card you are not upset seeing coming out from any kind of generation.
Yeah, yeah.
Sets.
Ow. This is so unlucky for Levick. Random dragons resummon from Dawngrasp to give you the ability to box now.
Yeah, I also forgot that because he cast the box, the damage comes out from the 412, right?
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. So we just got to ping him and kill off the raid boss. Brutal.
Oh, you could brand Devour and make it so huge.
It just gets frozen. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
it's annoying.
Even enough mana to kill
This
first.
must be the way.
Give you a bit more this turn. Ooh. Wait, you could go Bran, Kael'thas, Devourer, then Theatar, and then you can give them... I don't know. The Wild Growth
All your
and-
expensive cards, the Wild Growth and the Widow Bloom.
Yeah, yeah. Is that not strong?
I mean, it seems good because it's also one of your Theotars because Levick
Right.
will have two because that's a bonus one.
Who knows what secrets will uncover? My past cannot shame me.
Yeah, and even enough mana to use the Urban Scales on this huge dragon. Devourer. It looks like a dragon, doesn't it? It's not actually a dragon.
No. I think if this had any minion type, it would be potentially the most broken card in the game.
Yeah.
Rope's burning again.
I mean, it's pretty strong already.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? If it had like synergy with other things, or it was discoverable through like, discover a dragon, just amalgam into it, or something, it would be like, oh, this is just filth.
Oh, it steals the Starfish? So that the stats from this Devourer are just going to stick.
And a smooth 21 armor. That'll do.
That's a huge turn from Levick. Well, there's a box available.
If all else fails. Also, there is the 100% freeze on the Devourer for this turn at least anyway, because, again, your opponent's got a Starfish, but you can't exactly do it to unfreeze a Devourer unless it's the 4 damage is lethal, because it will lose all the stats.
Yeah. I mean, it will stick there for a long time saying, you need to freeze me every turn.
Box, 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 box. Levick's like, no, not like this.
Oh.
Okay, working away on that health. I like it. Only 45 more to go. Okay.
Sunsets.
Freeze it for free. What do you say about freezing every turn?
Oh, how about freeze everything every turn?
And then
Or
box
another
again.
box? Okay. We're going to see a Theatar again next turn, I imagine. Maybe Levick will give him a taste of his own medicine.
Oh, the Devourer. Gonna start with a card draw, I imagine, though. Yep.
Oh, Mutinous is huge. Not a lot of great targets in hand.
No, and he knows the Widow Bloom's in there as well, right? He knows 2 of the cards, guaranteed.
Yeah, but still, it's just good to even like kind of clearing the way for this Theatar, getting rid of all these terrible hits that you don't want to get back, and then you could try and snipe some of the better cards. But like, you don't. What do you want to give them? You don't really want to give them the Devourer ever. You don't want to give them the Starfish. And it is Brand this Theatar, so you're going to have to give them 2 cards.
What if you just don't Bran and give them Bran? Is that crazy?
That rope's burning again.
What do you mean? Just
Well, if you just play a flat Theotar... Oh, no, sorry, there's Bran
there's the
already on the
Bran's on-
board. I'm staring
yeah,
at the one in hand like an idiot.
yeah.
I forgot the Bran's in the middle there, just frozen. You're completely right. I'm a moron. But yeah, I guess it's just not Theotar then, because I can't see any good way you do this and be forced to give them either the Starfish or a Mage card you stole, right?
Yeah,
Which is weird.
The only thing you could do is like maybe take a terrible card to begin with and then just give it back to them.
Which I feel ruins the idea of playing Theotar in the first place, so I do like the hold here. There's plenty of stats on board, and
If my calculations
this is
are
getting to the
correct,
point where Dimitri has to freeze even 2 minions every single turn of the game now, right? Because this 12-14, yeah, it's only 12 attack, but it's still a relevant number.
Yeah.
Most importantly, can Dimitri ramp his ping this turn?
He can. He can. It's on 5, and because of the Mutinous being a 9/9, you can trade the 4/1 in. Which is kind of unfortunate that, because when you play the Mutinous, you actually just no idea what it's actually going to end up on.
And it ate 2 things.
Yeah.
And gained 5 attack and 5 health.
Yeah.
It's not really what you're expecting from a brand Mutinous, but there you go. Oh, okay. I quite like this, actually. Players of the brand would really like to kill the class, gets it done, and freezes the big one. Okay. Well, main job done there for Dimitri.
Still, we're not seeing any of the big cards for Levick.
So he can start with draw, as always, but he can Theotar and almost guarantee to just give them the Renethil. Ooh. That's a bit of an odd thing right now as well, because with Denathrius still in the deck for Levick, it's going to be difficult to ramp it, right? He has Scale of Onyxia, 1 of left. Like, be a little bit awkward to get some like big damage. Oof, straight into the counter spell.
Okay, I'm gonna go Grand Theater, so at least you can give him the Randfall.
No excuse for bad
Oh, you take the rune, right?
Yeah, surely.
You now give them the Starfish.
Oh yeah, were you?
Wait, were you not supposed to give them the Starfish first to try and then take the Starfish back?
No, I think what you were supposed to do was not take the rune on the first one. Given the Starfish here seems crazy. Like, you have a 2141, and I know there's freeze effects, but the location's not active.
Yeah, I was just thinking because of the. Yeah, I guess it's different. I'd have to think about it more. But there's different ways to go about it, right? You don't take the rune, take something else to give it them back.
And then maybe take the rune, but like...
Yeah, or you could have given them the Starfish and then maybe...
Take the Starfish
get the second
back.
Discover to take it back. But that's... And then give them Renethil for the Starfish, right? Would be the perfect out.
Right, okay, so Box is very good. But it's not as good as Starfish is on this board.
It's not a 2141. Like,
right. The Starfish is so strong here. I feel like if you wanted the rune, you had to just not take it on the first one.
What is...
You can't give them the Starfish.
Oh. Dimitri's trying to get a ping first, right?
Yeah. So
it's like, why is he putting damage into this? But he wants, of course, you always ramp.
I love Dimitri. He knows the rules.
Yeah, he knows what's up. He's done this before.
And with the Mordresh, it's like, sure, I can take some damage for a turn, but I can just deal with it on the next turn.
And gets a cheeky card draw as well.
Yeah. I feel like that Theater just really hurt Levick more than it helped him.
Yeah. So Denathrius and then play Miracle Growth, maybe?
Yeah, I think you want to ramp up the Sire at this stage. I mean, there's nothing else that looks like that appealing there.
Causes just for another minion? No? Okay, he wants to push some damage instead. So much mana. He can still box if he wants.
We're going to probably just see the Power of the Wild full face.
Yeah, just utilizing this, spending maximum mana, and also drawing maximum cards, because with the aquatic form, he knows the other Scale of Onyxia is at the bottom of the deck, right?
Yeah.
So that, again, although he might not end up needing it, that is a card that can ramp his Denathrius very quickly. So he knows that's at the bottom, so why not just go all out here? I do like this from Levick. He's in a bit of a tough spot with that sort of dodgy Theotar before, but this is a plan I can definitely get behind.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a good damage push here. Like, I think he's going to be in a decent shape. I mean, he managed to steal away the armor gain from Dimitri as well, from that Theatar, so it wasn't all doom and gloom. Like, the mages on 12, you do have the Sire getting buffed up.
That's the only odd outcome as well with the way the game's played out is if Dimitri goes Modresh ping face, which looks very good right now, it is good and it kills the armor, or a lot of it. And Levic's Denathrius doesn't actually really heal him for that much. So like Dimitri actually has some level of damage permanence right now because the lifesteal only heals him for 6.
Yeah, eventually it's gonna do enough to kill the mage. Like the health total of the druid's so high because of the huge urban scales play earlier that it takes, even with 9 damage a turn from these pings, I believe it actually takes quite a while to actually deliver the lethal.
There is still a 2 Reckless Apprentice in the deck as well for Dimitri. That's something that could help him ramp the damage a lot.
Oh wow, he just didn't ping this turn as well. Just decided to play a mailbox instead.
I'm shocked.
What's he using the coin for? He must have a plan with that.
He just thinks that, you know what, this mailbox stance is going to push more than 9. It's going to live.
Maybe he's worried that he would just be dead to Denathrius at this point. So he just wanted more bodies on the board.
Right.
I don't know.
Do you ever feel like 2's enough, though? Do you think 2's going to be the difference between life or death? Oh, this is just game now, right? There's plenty of minions died since that. Yeah, wow. What a game, Jambre. Like, this was so back and forth. Literally any player could have won at various moments throughout that game. And really, I was starting to write certain players off at certain times, and just goes to show there's still plenty of gas in the tank for both of them, actually. Obviously, towards the end there, I do think the Power of the Wild and the big damage push was really strong. Suddenly, Dimitri was just under so much pressure health-wise that the Denathrius sealed the deal there. But I do think Dimitri was in a great spot sort of time and time again, especially after that Theotar conundrum earlier on.
Yeah, it did look quite good for him, but then suddenly, I don't know, you're playing a long game against Druid. You think, oh, I've ramped so many times with my pings. Surely they're dead in a couple turns, and you just look over and they're on 70 health. Yeah. Okay, actually, this game's a bit longer than I anticipated.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems as well is you played the long game versus Druid, but you didn't snipe Denathrius, so you will lose, right? Like, eventually, it feels like, because, again, like Dimitri, just wasn't getting the damage through at a quick enough rate. And you always assume that, especially towards the end game, the Druid just has whatever cards it wants, even though that's just not strictly true. But with Moonlit, with Aquatic Form, and just the volume of card draw, you just assume they have Denathrius, right? I think it's more of a folly to assume they don't. And you just know it's going to end if you don't really take it out, if you don't either beat them quickly or steal it away. But for now, an expected choice from Dimitri Kazov, Jambre, with the Imp Warlock.
Yeah, just the natural counter towards Druid. This is the more traditional one that with the just purely board based, so it's even harder of a counter to Druid.
And
I mean,
go on.
I was gonna say it suffers a bit more when you win this matchup and then try to counter the counter, you know.
Yeah. What does Levic need to do? Because I know it's obviously a good matchup for the Warlock, but what does the Druid's good game plan look like here?
I think the best thing for the Druid is not to focus too heavy on the ramp. You want to have some like early removal just to stop the snowball, to give yourself that health cushion for later. The Theotar is actually quite an interesting keep as well, because it's going to basically just stop some of the power plays like Refarm down the line.
Right. And that's the thing as well, unless the opening is like exactly 1-2, 3 or 1-2 impending catastrophe, then there are often you get to just choose from whatever the hand is, right? Like, unless exactly impending catastrophe is played, then Theotar gets to just look at the whole hand by turn 4.
Yeah. Like traditionally with Druid, you just want to keep ramping, then you deal with the board with Scales of Onyxia and then go from there. But this Imp Warlock actually just has so many like strong buffs available that Scales just tends to fall flat. And if you spend all your mana before that just ramping up to do a play that doesn't quite get there, it usually ends up with you just losing. So I think, at least in my experience, the best thing to do is just to try and go toe-to-toe on those early boards for a bit, and then just your natural mana ramp that you get each turn is going to allow you to get towards those scales and those other late game plays and have more of an impact.
Yeah, you could almost say Imp Warlock outscales the scales.
Yes. I mean, it usually does.
Yeah,
especially like a lot of the minions are like odd health, which is really annoying for scales of Elixir.
Yeah, it's very common, right? Because of just, I don't know why, but I feel like the average number of imps with the library on board always makes them odd health, or at least when I'm playing Druid it does. I'm like, great, gotta throw an extra 2-1 away.
Yeah, I just like that there's the Mischievous Imp, they're 3/3s, you've got this Librarian as a 1/3. I mean, the 1/1s themselves.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go for a bit of the ramp, not going for the Theotar right now.
Care and death.
Does have the nice bonus of drawing exactly a nature spell, right? So it does mean that you do have those extra options going forward, and next turn you'll be able to use the one drop along with Theotar if you want. Obviously holding the Starfish is pretty nice as well, even if it's just to switch off like a one big imp from a location, right? Like they play the location, they activate it, they probably hit you, but then you turn it off and the location can't happen again for a whole extra turn.
Yeah, it's got a lot of safety nets here. The Theotar for the big plays, the Starfish, as you said. I think like it made sense his previous turn as well. If he does high roll the Nourish from the Drawn Nature spell, it's just a natural follow-up. And there is a big reason to ramp right now, which is the raid boss Elixir in hand.
So
From Dimitri's side, we do have the location picked up.
Yeah, is it crazy to suggest like location, Flame Imp, buff, maybe the 2/3, and then Grimoire either of the imps? Is that silly?
It's like it does spend mana. I like that, Raven.
Yeah, okay, great. I've got at least a C in my results for this. I'm waiting. I'm hoping it goes up, but I'm expecting it's going to be a C- at the end.
End the turn with a 0 in the bottom right. That's fine. I mean, you're basically trading off the Grimoire for, I guess, your Flame Imp at this point. Trade-wise on board, probably the Flame Imp just dies to the 3/2. So you're kind of using the Grimoire just to essentially force the trade that's probably going to happen. So it's not hugely important. I mean, but the alternative, like we did miss quite a bit of face damage here as well.
Yeah, the double trade, I thought at least the 1/1 was going to stay, because I understand Dimitri's protecting the 2/1 here to an extent, but is that the end of the world? I know it's an extra imp for the buff, but I guess he's just going all in on this bartender, potentially just hitting both imps.
I think it's actually quite good recognition from Dimitri that my hand's not strong enough to just lethal this druid before they get to their good plays. If I just let some bad trades happen on board, my board's just getting even weaker, and I just don't have like enough of a tempo push now to finish the game. So I'm gonna go a little bit greedier, take some value trades, and just try and go like dig in for the long game, because this Warlock deck can do well against Druid later on in the game. Like these buffs are still big.
Yeah.
On like turn 8 or so, and especially if you can drop some Sea Giants down as well. I think it's quite a smart play.
Yeah, Druid does, unless they're already obviously way far ahead, Druid does actually struggle to deal with multiple big minions, right? Especially if you split them so they're away from a Devourer, of course. But like if you drop a Sea Giant and a big buff on opposite sides of the board, you know, Druid has to commit a lot to actually deal with that, especially when there's, you know, the 1/1s or whatever imps knocking around as well.
Yeah, like you said, it's really the Devourer is the main big way of doing it.
Okay, more imps. That's something.
Yeah, and Dimitri does need something.
Trades don't look as cool though this time round, do they? Because
No.
you can obviously buff one of the imps or one of the minions, but it means that there's still going to be a 2-attack minion left afterwards.
And which one do you go for? You do have the Shady Bartender in hand, so like, if you buff the other one, then you get more buff next turn, potentially.
Almost out of
I think I agree with the double face. Just
It's a lot of damage to put into 2 2s and 2 1s, isn't it?
yeah, and it's like the trades aren't even protecting you from much.
It's like, there's the starfish though, and suddenly
Oh yeah,
trades are a lot stronger.
yeah, value trade even coming in.
Oh, that Trient is like, oh yeah, I've earned my keep today.
Oh, that's a good, very big pickup. Actually, get some tempo back here.
the top shelf is X.
With 2 scales in hand and the Onyxia, you have to think that the Druid can get out of this.
Yeah, most importantly, scales then Onyxia, right? It's not like 2 turns of scales, because the Onyxia does so much at beating the buffs, right? Because it's just 8 damage through 1 trade, which helps a lot from the buffs potential that Dimitri has. So yeah, scale now to clean up the majority of the fear, and then the Onyxia should just put the foot down, I think.
Yeah, and even weaving the hero power here just to help clear off an extra minion.
Yeah, it's got to be worth it, hasn't it? It's an imp. Kill it.
Yeah. Oh, the fear here, I suppose, is for farm coming down. Outside of that, there's really not great refill available. Oh, he sees the tap. He knows there's no mana left for a farm. I have relief for Levek, and he's like, all right, okay, I'm winning this.
Yeah, there is still the fact that the starfish is in hand. It means that if, at least from Dimitri's point of view, right, if like a miracle growth comes out, he can just ignore it taunt-wise. So that's like what's one small light at the end of the tunnel here for Dimitri. But this Onyxia might just be too much, because once this deck's off board, it stays off board. There's no damage coming anywhere else.
There's no way to kill this Onyxia, and you just have a scales follow-up as well.
And there'll still be no way to kill the Onyxia after the scales, so yeah, it's all looking good. And as well, this isn't one of the, I know players were sort of, testing out cards like Gigafin, right? And, just some more of the late game cards, but this is not the deck for Dimitri. There's just those sea giants at the top end.
Yeah, it's not curses like we've seen in the other version. There's just really no comeback tool once you are off board at this stage of the game.
Right.
And I think that game, the library nerf actually impacted the game a lot, because there were so many turns where he just held the button because it just wasn't quite worth it enough. When you only have like 1 or 2 imps, you're just like, I'm just going to wait, see if we can get better. But before, you're just pretty happy to just, +3/+3 one of your minions.
It's even the difference we saw a lot, especially in the Masters Tour, where it was like Flame Imp, Library, Buffet, right? Because then it becomes a 4 health, which is super difficult to deal with on turn 2. But when you realize that suddenly becomes like 3, you're like, that's way more killable. That's not quite as valuable anymore. So it's weird that what doesn't look like a huge nerf on like a surface level actually does make a massive impact, because those breakpoints cause everything. We saw how aggressive both players were at trading, and trying to keep those trades positive. Extra health changes all of the numbers there. So big win there though for Levick though, right? Like getting the win with his Druid means that he's now going into game 4 with a Druid mirror. And again, this one's a bit of a spicy one, because even if Levick loses, he has his Mage to end up on, which again, even though isn't a particularly amazing matchup for Mage, it doesn't seem to be a terrible one either.
Yeah, it's something very winnable. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, you obviously put it for the Druid against the Mage.
Yeah.
But having 2 chances, one being the mirror, I mean, you got to be feeling fairly comfortable. I do wonder about on the first queue with Warlock by Levick, whether that was just going on a sort of a soul read that Dimitri might just start queuing the Druid first, because ideally as Levick you'd want to have saved your Warlock for the opposing Druid.
And And in this mirror match, although they're pretty much playing the same deck, there are differences. Levick playing those Naga Giants. Dimitri is not. He's running, you know, the sort of earlier game package, the Living Roots, the Compostings as well, Natural Causes, and also those double flipper friends. Do you think one player particularly has an advantage over the other in this matchup? Like, which build would you rather play here?
I think I'd rather play the build with the extra early cards. Druid's not amazing at clearing early boards, and the damage does matter. If you can just start with like an aggressive style of Druid, play some of your early game, and then maybe you can get a lucky planted evidence to buff it up even more.
Right.
It's really hard for the opposing Druid to deal with that.
Yeah, there are a lot of like board buff cards in Druid, right? We just don't think there are at the moment because aggro Druid isn't really a deck anymore, or token Druid or whatever, but there is actually still a lot of like plus damage buffs available.
Yeah. And even something like Flipper Friends, if you just spread wide for 1/1s against a Druid, what do? They have to have the scales into your 1/1s to deal with it?
They need big swipe, don't they?
Yeah, it's kind of tough.
Care and death.
Both players keeping it even for now. Dimitri could step it up with the Nourish Draw, though.
Yeah, it's pretty clean. You've got the natural causes as well to deal with the 3-2.
Well, Levick does have the best of both worlds with the split Nourish, so he can sort of not mirror the turn, obviously, but still mirror the ramp. And oh, now double Druid of the Reef if he really wants it. It might be a little bit over the top since he has Kel'Thas in hand, but the option is there.
Yeah. Oh, if only he had one more mana next time, he could do a Zola play as well. He's going to hold both the Druid of the Reefs.
Ooh.
Okay. I mean, this Mutant is potentially really strong.
Topia.
Oof.
To me, pretty. Whenever you can land Topia and not be upset that it's a 7-mana 5/5, you're feeling very good about life, right? Because this feels like a freebie right now.
Yeah, it's so strong in the mirror when you get either you're ahead or you're not too far behind, because when one player has it and one doesn't, it's just an extra 3/3 value trade everything, just put on the pressure. It's just so hard to recover from that.
I was watching Fino yesterday and he was still saying that it's either a 2 or 2.5 star card. You agree, Jambray? Yeah.
I think it's a 3.
Said
I think it's a 4.
Maybe a 3.
I think a 3 is reasonable.
Okay.
I've played a version of Druid without Topia and it does fine. It's just like, when you get Topia on curve and you still have like a bunch of nature spells ready to go, it just seems so strong.
Right. And that's the thing as well, right? Dimitri is running extra nature spells as well, right?
Yeah.
So you could say that actually having Topia for exactly Dimitri's build on curve is even better, right? Because he just has, you know, all of these extra spells.
I mean, and your extra spells can find more nature spells.
Yeah, it's like, I'd like aquatic form, but it isn't nature.
Well, it does go for it. I mean, that was a 2-2 and a 3-3 he missed. Basically just said I didn't want that.
Yeah.
In order to see the bottom of my deck.
It's just like, same comment. I like aquatic form, but it's not nature.
You said composting. Composting could be very strong. Like, you're kind of lacking some E-cards there.
Just Flipper Friends the Otters and one composting. Let's go.
Yeah, I think he's holding back doing it just now because of potential for stuff.
Time waits for no one.
I mean, it does lose you a lot of tempo not going for it. Not only on this turn, but on the next turn, because it just costs you so much mana.
I think now with the Moonlit as well, he wants max mana next turn, right? If he's going to potentially hit that Moonlit into whatever.
Yeah, I think it's just fine. Even if you get Starfish here, it's not like you're out of value really with this hand.
Yeah. And the thing is as well, like, well, if you're really going to wait till your opponent's ahead on board till you compost in, is that really the correct plan? You know, like,
No.
wait till your opponent's winning and then I'll play some cards. Like, what? There's options for Levick here. He could do big Kel'Thas plays, Or he could just keep it simple and like Mutinous, Zola the Mutinous, and then Mutinous again with Kel'Thas the turn after.
I wonder if you could just draw with Nourish this turn to get this Naga Giant cheaper.
Oh wait,
Then-
can do the Mutinous Zola thing, right? With this. He has 3 mana left, so you can just Zola it.
Yeah, but it stops there, right? He can't do anything else.
Oh yeah, he
It's
just
back to hand.
retains a Mutinous. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering whether if you just spend the mana on this draw this turn, get this Naga Giant really cheap, and then go for this play, maybe you can get a double activation. It's just a bit stronger, and who knows, maybe you end up getting like an Ixia into your hand or something to just be something better to pull out. Oh
Okay,
wow.
we have to keep an eye on how many minions are going to be left at the end of this turn in hand for Dimitri.
Yeah, I mean, he knows there's a Mutinous. What I would do in this spot when you're scared of a Mutinous is just make it so that they take too much face damage if they go for it.
Right.
It takes up most of your turn. It's not very defensive play. So if you can do a big swing here in tempo, which is going to be tough to be honest because the board is quite big.
Does have a lot of nature spells though, right? And a lot of these 3/3s to trade away and draw more cards with. So even at worst, he can like fill up his hand potentially as well. The only problem is Druid doesn't naturally fill the hand with loads of minions, right?
Yeah.
Convoke, let's go!
Are we trading here?
I was
I'll be quick here.
Trade one, make a whale. Hero power. Oh.
You not play the Thorngrave?
I thought you'd even just play Flipper
Wow.
Friends as a whale or something here. Just something. Play something.
Something. Play a card. He could have done the Hero Power Thorngrave, or yeah, like you said, the whale. You get a 6/6 and a 3/3. It seems just weird. Like you're not really.
I like the whale as well because it soaks up so many whelps, right, from scales. It's 3 just to get through the taunt, and then you've got other stuff as well. Like, it seemed quite okay there. There is some Mutinous here from Levick, whether he chooses to go for it, but unless you're going to wait all day for Bran, I don't see why not to go for it with this hand.
The other thing is you do have this Naga Giant, so it's like it's not the only turn
Yeah.
where you can Mutinous, and like it doesn't have really any read whether there's a Siren hand or not, other than the fact that maybe Dimitri just floated a lot of mana, so maybe he had options to play minions, but he was scared that the Mutinous would eat a key one, so it could be looking like a lot of minions in hand if you're purely going off reads.
Gaining solid amount of armor there. Again, Levick is falling behind on health for now.
That's a huge pickup.
Yeah, he picked it from aquatic form last turn, right?
Oh, I see.
I think he put it to the top with aquatic. The interesting thing here will be though, like both players don't have Guff yet, so this Bran Denathrius is a long way away if that's going to be the plan for Dimitri. Okay. Team kill there. Tons of cards in hand here, but
I wonder if
4 minions.
this trade seemed odd to me. He traded away the 3/3 to get more whelps, but he did such a bad couple of trades to do it. Was it even worth it? I think he could have ended the board with a 3/3 going face there and the Nixia and the whelps in a similar position.
Well, I like you, Jamboree. Always optimizing face damage. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute, I could have pushed 1 more damage this turn. I didn't. I'm an idiot.
Always push the one.
This is one of the awkward things in the mirror match, though, since the card was been played, right, is if you Onyxia first, you have to be prepared to be Onyxia'd back.
Yeah, and just with the one additional whelp just enables the immune trade, which just makes it so much more punishing. a lot of options here. You could just box. That's the one that doesn't make you have to think. So I like that one.
Yeah. Scales does the double job of clearing the board and buffing your Denathrius.
True. I mean, that seems pretty nice. You could go Scales and then follow up with like the Thorn Growth.
Or
Just to-
Bran. Pre-play it ready for next turn. Just assume there's no way to kill it, even though there's probably about 50 ways in your opponent's hand. You never know.
Yeah, I'm not going for Scales.
Oh, is he just going like actual max deaths? Which sounds horrible when we're talking about otters.
Especially when they're making these noises every time they die.
Oh, or not. Trading the 3-3 away.
Okay.
Do you like Dimitri just not playing any minions, though? As in actual minions. These are minions on board, but from spells, of course. But he knows he needs to protect this Denathrius because, again, he isn't running the Naga Giants, right? All these extra spells we've seen from Dimitri, that's his other stuff instead of Giants and a few other threats, which means that if this Denathrius gets chomped or stolen, his odds of winning go really, really down. Oh my god! Dimitri did his best, as I was just saying, to protect the Denathrius with a little cushion of expendable minions. And it just didn't matter.
I'm playing all my minions next turn just to show them how lucky they were.
Yeah, feel bad.
Yeah, yeah, you're so lucky.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Okay, okay, that was the worst possible outcome.
Yeah.
Let's look at the bright side. You'd still have a Topior active and your opponent doesn't.
Oh, now he's got two Theotars. He's going to try and steal, but he's going to probably end up with Devourers for his trouble. Give him the trashy minions.
They're pretty good. Into Immunus.
Ooh, Miracle Growth?
Oh, these are so painful ones.
Can't take Devourer and give him Starfish, right? We've discussed this.
Yes.
He gave him Starfish!
did it?
Oh, okay, is he going to steal it?
Oh, but the other Devourer, you just take the other Devourer, right? It's... Surely.
I guess? But then what big minions is your opponent making?
Well, the thing is, if you devour this Mutinous and they just devour your Devourers, and as I think that this makes more sense to just protect you.
Yeah, then he can Theotar the Starfish next turn.
Yeah. Because long term, I suppose there is the Sire you have to deal with, but you're going to be ahead on board.
I was just a little bit surprised that Dimitri wasn't just okay giving his opponent a Miracle Growth at this spot in the game. Because if they make a big taunt, you have a Starfish or a Devourer. And they've already, like, Levic's already got 1 million cards in hand, right? So, and he knows he's already got the draw from Nourish, the split of Nourish in hand.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe we're overselling how important the Starfish is. Like, even if your Devourer gets Starfish, like, it's just a 4/4. Plus, we know that Levic's running Starfish anyway. As we can see, there's another one in hand.
Yeah.
So it's like, are you actually giving them any more value here?
True.
I mean, he's got 3 Starfish now.
Needs Brand's twin that lets you do battle cries 2 extra times instead of 1 extra time. What an odd play.
Oh, this is actually such a good turn to block.
I understand it because it looks so good because he's actually silenced his Mutinous away, right? So the Devourers he knows his opponent has stuck.
But you do. I mean, you have a Starfish, I guess, for that eventuality.
Yeah.
I think it's more the Bran he didn't want to leave on board.
True.
Because there's the Theotar as well.
I know, it's okay.
I think I would... Okay.
How much mana does he have? All these cards are still green.
It usually means it's gone alignment innovate if they're all green. But it could be a spectator issue.
Oh! Oh!
Is it gonna
Always
happen?
alignment.
Yeah, I knew it!
Jambre, you're a god. This is why you're on the desk.
This is how you know I've played far too much box druid. That I recognize these signals.
This is how you know I play Convoke. Oh no. I mean, that's not a bad card to get though. The Sunken Gardens, right, from the Aquatic that was auto-played.
True.
Something.
I mean, was it bad to alignment yourself? Not really. You've not played Guff yet. I mean, you have a lot of expensive cards in hand anyway. I think it was actually kind of good.
Yeah, a lot of tempo as well. The only awkward thing is Theotar's a little bit painful now. Because its alignment's not both ways anymore. So you're like, oh, I've got your 10 cost. Oh. Yeah. I guess you still steal it away from your opponent, though, if we're talking about cards like Denathrius.
Yeah, but you have to give them one of your 1-mana cards.
True. Okay, there's Living Roots.
Yeah. There's the Prince. They can have a cheaper 3/4. Sure.
Yeah. A 1-mana Spider Tank? That's insane. No, it's even buffed. It's a 4/5. It's a Yeti.
Oh, okay, you can't give them that. That's
No,
what.
that's cross the line. Don't even think about it.
Okay. He has the option for the mine here to get.
Wow.
Sire, right?
That was not... So he's really scared, right, of taking 1 million damage here. Because I was even looking at Moonlit, because he can just potentially get 2 Sires. Sorry, yeah, he could just get a bonus Sire in hand. So, because he's only got like 12 cards left, right? And you see 3 of them, like, it's decent numbers to go for it. But I think he's just really scared of dying. So yeah, he's going to go for more castable nature spells, I guess, to try and just pressure out this board.
Yeah, I think because we've seen the Sire already been eaten from the Mutinous, he knows like he needs to win with the board. So if I can just keep him off board as much as I can, I should be okay. And then eventually I can just use my own Sire to heal up a bit at the end.
Yeah, I'm just worried about when the eventually happens, because will the Sire do enough damage?
Yeah.
It's one of the worries, right? He's running out of cards. Like, an odd game where we've got to 240 card Druid decks and we're on like less than 10 cards each, more or less.
Yeah, and it's also the awkward part where if I put the Sire in my hand, it's weak to getting stolen from Theotar as well.
Yeah.
So go for it now. I don't...
Time waits for no one.
That's the problem you have in this late game scenario, right? Dimitri's just got no clue if Sire's been there for 5, 6, 7, 8 turns, or whether it's there at all, right? You've just got no clue, so it's really difficult to work it out. This is one hedge you can do against it, right? Just put loads of health on the board and just hope it's Sire's not going to do enough. I actually forgot excess mana isn't nature, which does make sense.
Oh no. It'd be pretty nice if it was.
Oh yeah.
What process happens to make the wild growth a nature spell, but then the other one not nature? Is it synthetic?
I can logic it if you want me to. Having excess mana is not a nature issue, it's just a wizard issue, right? So you don't have to be a nature user to have excess mana.
A wizard issue.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time I've heard someone say wizard issue.
Yeah,
in my life.
real wizard problems.
Care and death. Time waits for no one.
Yeah, Levick just can't get this Denathrius right. Look how quickly the cards he does have left is bottom 8. Ignore the Devourers.
Yeah, he can't even play as Naga, Joanne, because he knows there's a Devourer. He feels like he's in a bit of a chokehold here.
Yeah.
He can't actually do any of the plays that he actually wants to do.
Now, what do you like here for the steal? There's the Giant for the actual threat, but taking Bran out of the equation for a potential Denathrius is pretty big in itself.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate win condition for Levick at the end of the game is the Bran Sire. So if you take away the Bran, maybe the Sire's just not ever going to be good enough to actually finish you off. And with all like the value you have for just long-term board control, I think you'd be fine. It goes for the Giant, which is also pretty reasonable. I mean, there's no Devourers from the opponent, so like you could just go for a huge board push right now.
So yeah,
maybe
Devour
Giant.
Giant. Yeah. Oh, okay, Miracle Growth. Sure, I mean that's also a big minion. Maybe save the Devourer for something really scary, to have a snap answer to a sort of emergency Denathrius, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, how do you answer this board as Levick? There's no...
There he is.
You haven't ramped with the Guff. You can't brand Denathrius anyway.
So there is an Earthen Scales, right? So he could Miracle Growth into Earthen Scales to try and stall one turn.
I don't think it's going to be enough. There's so much board out here. We're kind of seeing like one of the problems with the Naga Giant build is in the mirror. It's just such a good target for Devourers, right?
Yeah.
I concede.
Yeah, that's just going to be it. Wow, what a game again. Just a long, drawn-out game. Both players sort of taking shots at each other. I think the one frustrating part for that, I imagine, for Levick was that Denathrius was so far down in the bottom of the deck, and he just couldn't get it going. Because if at any point, of course, there was the Theotar plays, and you can always argue that, well, if Denathrius was in hand, Theotar could have stole it. Yep, completely understand. But the second it's not stolen, Levick just plays it by that point and just demolishes all of the health from Dimitri. But yeah, Dimitri did a great job to hang on there, even in a rough spot of getting exactly as Denathrius killed by the Mutinous. And yeah, managed to hang on and actually take the game. So we're going all the way to game 5.
Can I just point out, neither player played Guff that game. How far into the deck did we get?
8 cards, 7 cards down for both.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, that is very odd. And again, like, it was both players didn't get Guff, and one player's Denathrius was like 6th or 7th from bottom. It's like so many levels of awkwardness. Oh, there was a Guff. The last turn with 5 cards left. Yeah, 6 cards. Crazy game overall. And not the way we see Druid play out too often. It doesn't feel like the mirror match gets that drawn out, right? You normally feel like one player does the overpowered thing and there's an answer or there isn't, and then the game ends. We are going to jump over to game 5 though, and that means Levick is going to have to take the win on the big Spell Mage here against the Druid, and this is where it could really go any way, but suddenly you would lean towards Dimitri having the edge here.
Yeah, generally speaking, like the Druid does have an edge, especially over the big Spell Mage variants, but I mean, Mage is just Mage. It can do anything this weekend, it seems.
I mean, one coin Belinda and it's all over, isn't it? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's
Druid can't really answer a Belinda, honestly, on curve a lot of the time, right? Or not well, anyway.
Well, yeah, not really. It's
Yeah.
just so many stats early on. Like, even if they do eventually answer it, like, you just put yourself in such a good position.
Let's get into it again. Look at this opening mulligan here for Levick, I imagine. Oh, okay, never mind. Not a keep I was expecting, honestly, there. So, what is Levick hoping for exactly with this opening? Because I did not expect him to keep all of those cards. Is the Barbaric Sorceress just good versus Druid as just a play on curve if you need to?
Well, it's just one of the best ways to beat Druid is just big minions. If they don't have the infused Devourers or a lot of ramp to get there, they're just going to be so much of a pain to get through with things that scale over next year. I mean, he has the Sanctum on turn 3, so any of these early spell-based boards, you're going to be able to keep in check quite easily. And then from there, like, there's so many cheap spells anyway in hand, usually from this Druid deck from Dimitri, that the Sorcerer's going to hit something, and then next turn you will be able to play the Amulet. It just seems fine to me.
Yeah, it does look... It does look like he's playing on, like, coining Sorceress to hit exactly Amulet, and then just say that will be enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just paves the way for all of your other future plays. Like, if the Parrots the hero card.
Right. And now though, Dimitri's got to make some choices. Just cash in the hero power to clean this up, but again, aquatic form. He does have more lower cost spells, right? And although you can argue that you don't necessarily want them, you could just do the plan of, well, yeah, you don't want them in your hand for the turn they play Sorceress, but until then, well, by all means, spam them out.
You could have tempoed the Starfish here. I suppose that you're against a mage, you want to try and save that for late game, but your hand's really not leaning itself to a late game strategy right now.
Yeah. And again, like, Dimitri doesn't play the Giants, right? So a lot of his big threats, if he has to silence them, they don't quite do the same level of job.
Yeah, it's like a 2-4 on board here is just kind of good. I mean, and especially if you're going for Moonlit Guidance, you're not going to have the mana really to double down on that, so you kind of lose.
Right. I do like, out of those picks, though, getting just an extra Earthen Scales in the game. I think that's valuable, right, versus this mage.
Yeah, you can definitely see that Dimitri's going for a long-term strategy. I would have personally just play the Starfish, just try and get some early tempo to like cause the mage a bit of a nuisance. Maybe that just gives you the cushion to get you towards those late game. Like right now, if you're going too slow, maybe you're just going to be behind, and you're the one who has to play catch up.
And very quickly, Levik's plan is starting to really kick in, right? Next turn, coin Sorceress. And then he's got 2 amulets in hand. And there's, even if Dimitri plays everything and only leaves the Flipper Friends, well, fine, right? Because that's still a 5-mana amulet for the turn after, right? And then the Sage, the Grey Sage Parrot after that. Like, it's so much tempo. And right now, there's not a lot Dimitri can do about this.
No, it's gonna hit. Unless, oh, okay, this is one way that it cannot hit. You would think.
Oh, he just sees the package. What does he take? What he doesn't realize is, apart from the coin, that package is duplicated in hand right now.
Yeah.
So stealing that Sorceress is not going to stop it happening, which is hilarious to us, brutal to Dimitri.
Just take the amulet though, because
it's an amulet.
Yeah, alright, so they could have duplicates in hand. Sure, you know that they've drawn an amulet.
Yeah, just remove one, right? Because you'd rather them reduce a rune, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
in this matchup.
And it also has the benefit, like, if they do decide to go for the Sorceress, you have that chance that it just swaps with your amulet that you already have.
Yeah. Now it's going to be 1 in 3, you would argue, right, for Levik to either bring good things to happen or bad things to happen.
There's so many options there. Belinda drawn as well.
Yeah, I think Belinda just guarantees what you want to do, right? Make a big thing. Gets 2 cheap Rune of the Archmage, right?
It's just, you really want to get the amulet played because of what your hand is with the Magister and the Parrot. But I can understand this, though. There's no guarantee that there's any other cheap spells in hand.
Nice usage of that 0-mana ping that Levik's been holding on to for a while there to just push 3 extra damage to face. Love to see it.
Yeah.
Now, does Dimitri go for, like, Nourish and ramp into his amulet, I guess?
What to do?
Yeah, it's the amulet and there's the Devourer. I can't quite see how many needs for that.
Only one's died for the Devourer, right? It was just the one that died that turn.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the Flipper Friends is a way of activating that Devourer, but you obviously need to spend an extra turn doing so. Oh, this is a huge...
No, he can. Yeah, he can do it, right?
Yeah, with the discounted Flipper Friends.
Wow.
It's actually really huge.
So should Belinda have been followed?
Really?
Insta-rune.
He went for the 6/6 rather than the 1/1s.
He just didn't want to take 9, or wanted to reduce his odds of taking 9, I guess.
Yeah, but he just doesn't get the infused Devourer anymore.
Yeah, and the weird thing as well is like the 3/4 and the 2/2 trading in with a ping make him take 9, right?
Yeah, I feel like the 1-1s were just better, right?
Oh, good positioning with the old Pelican, just in case the Devourer is procced.
Oh, this is rough.
Oh, he also doesn't know the secret, right? So he just can't Drake fire. Does he have to just devour the Belinda?
I mean, yes, but
If he Drake fires and it is counter, I mean, maybe he just has to risk it. But if he Drake fires and it's counter spell in his mind, well, it's just insta lost, right? Like that's just the game and he's done.
it's just what is strong enough to win? Because the Devourer, you kill the 9/9, sure, but you're still taking a lot of damage. And you don't have
11 with the ping, yeah.
Yeah. You don't have an answer for board in the future.
I respect this.
Yeah, same. Even this, though, is just... How strong is it? Oh, it's trading.
Oh!
I was not expecting that.
I do not respect this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this again is under. I would have respect the ballsy play with just playing the amulet, but this again, like I said, at least keeps him alive for now. But I completely agree with your point, right? And it's something you learn in Hearthstone. There's almost no point surviving, making the game go one turn longer if it's never going to win you the game anyway, right? This is 13-13. I guess the plan here is Levick doesn't kill him this turn, which I think is unlikely, right? And then he draws exactly scales plus maybe something else, right?
That's really the danger of leaving this 13-13 on board. It's just the scales just brings them straight back.
Is it kind of shocking that Levick's doing this and not just playing Starfish? Oh!
Oh!
Insane. It's just gonna die!
It kills it anyway.
Oh my god! Oh, unbelievable. Now the dreaded watch post. We've seen the damage this card can do in this series already.
Just to make sure it really can't attack.
Yep. Okay, he's got the Starfish ready to go for lethal.
Oh, true, yeah.
He also still doesn't know it's not counterspell, right?
Right.
All he's tested is explosive rune, right?
Yeah, it can still be Oasis ally, the Visage, or or as it is a barrier or the counterspell, I think. I mean, surely you just
play innovate.
Innovate, or do they need the mana anyway? Maybe he's saying like, if it's counterspell and I spend a mana on this innovate and I lose it, that loses me the game anyway. Maybe needs to hero power.
You're going to take down one of the skeletons.
That's just it now. Starfish does it, right?
Yeah, Starfish ping.
Oh, it's
just maximizing damage in case the Starfish doesn't work. He's like, wait, I've never done this before, but yeah. Starfish Watchtower finally fulfills its lifelong dream that one day it was going to be a minion that could attack. And it's going to be lethal. Levick takes it. Your pick is still in, Jambray. It was definitely a tough series, but Levick got the job done. And again, I think it's pretty solid play from both players, honestly. Levick, again, continues to impress. But there were those types of games where it was difficult to just say, oh, that was wrong, that was right, that was wrong, because there was so much going into each game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those spots where you kind of wish you had like a simulation to go over it hundreds and hundreds of times.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you, but a lot of players put a lot of importance on how did this decision affect this particular game. But what they should really do is just take a step back and realize that the most important thing in Hearthstone is Twitter followers. So head on over to @JohnRayHS and give us a follow.
Perfect. I could not agree more. But yeah, make sure to go over to Jambray HS and give him a good follow there. Well deserved so far, but we'll see how I'll reserve my judgment till the end of the day before the weekend's finished. We are going to move on shortly to go into our next match, of course, as Levick does move on through now. Next match coming up, I believe, is going to be Blyze versus Habu Gabu. So a great EU face-off going on there. But for now, we are going to go to a break while we set that one right up. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. We've got a great matchup coming right up. It's going to be Blyze versus Habu Gabu. And then after that, we're going to have Bunny Hopper versus Levick. So it's EU all the way down as far as I see it. Guaranteed another EU top four. Are you even surprised, Jambray?
It's just another day at the office at this point for European players.
Yep, clock in, win the matches, go home, job done. But yeah, looking to be really stacked though as well when we look at the type of, like, you know, Bunny Hopper versus Levick's going to be a great one a little bit later on. And also Super Fake versus either Blyze or Habu Gabu coming up for the second semi-final. So a lot of great matches coming up, but I'm excited for this one. Always excited, of course, to see Blyze play. And also Habu having a great year this year. And also just I think more and more people have realized how good Habu Gabu is at the game and how he has that strange ability, similar to someone else I know, to just make weird decks and then everyone's trash with them, but he has the ability to win with them, and it's very, very odd.
Yeah, I love Habu. He's my kind of player. He's not afraid to do a bit of experimenting. He doesn't take himself too seriously either. He is an excellent player all around. He's shown that time again this year.
For me as well, it's even in different game modes, right? He's done very well in Battlegrounds in the past, and then when Mercenaries came out, he played it. He just put a team together that of characters that no one was even thinking about because they looked trash, and then just won and got like, I think he got first on the ladder with it. And it was like, wait, what is going on? He's a crazy mad scientist there, but not a bad record in Masters Tours either.
71.
3 consecutive MT top 8s. It's not a bad run rate, that is it? Not a bad run rate at all.
Yeah, that's actually an insane stat. 3 top 8s in a row. We're looking at like the likes of Deaddraw and Blythe to match stats equal to that in the recent years.
Yeah, and of course the 2022 Summer Champion as well. Like, everything's just coming up Habu this year, isn't it? Like, it's just a great record across the board, and he's continuing to do well. Obviously, has a chance now to make it into top 4. I don't want to say, like, I will say, it's not really needed for Habu because he's got a spot at Worlds anyway. But again, you want to have the best year possible. There's more prize money and so on, so on. So it's still extra, and you will hopefully agree with this, Jambray. But even if you're doing well, you still want to do better, right? You still want to have ridiculous results, so you put yourself above even some of the best players in the world.
I mean, you don't want people to say, "Oh, it was just a fluke" or whatever. You want to just keep going every time. I mean, Bunny Hopper this past few weeks in GM has been absolutely crushing it. And if there's one player to take him down, who's equally having good results right now, it might be Habu Gabu.
Yeah, there's Habu with his results in Masters Tours, obviously Championship and Grandmasters, and then also there's Bunny Hopper, doing exceptionally well in Grandmasters, and also having a great results in the Chinese Team League, right, as well. I think that he not only his team, but him specifically is doing really well. So glad to see it overall. But then we have Blythe, the showstopper, coming out here with his lineup, and a player who's also known to be pretty good at Masters Tours, winning those back-to-back ones. Apparently here he needs to win to secure a top 2 spot, so to really push him through in those playoffs, which is something he will no doubt be going for. Blythe's one of the players that has quickly become the player that's been so close but so far, right? And I think a player that no one would be shocked if Blythe won Worlds, right? Because he definitely has that ability. He's been showing us his play for a long time now, but he still does just have to get there and make it happen. He is going to be queuing the Mage, going up against Rogue, and we get to cast Rogue for the first time today. Jambray, I love it.
Oh yeah, I like the Rogue games. They're nice and quick. And it's all about just, it's my style of deck, Rogue, really. It's just build up, lots of setup, and then it's your swing turn. I mean, I've made maybe like 10 decks in total, just like that, maybe this year.
Yeah, it's very similar to certain Evolve Shaman lists that have pained my life because it's a deck I hate playing against. But yeah, it is brutal. You're like, don't do too much. Oh wait, I've won. And you're like, that's annoying.
Same with the Nazmani Priest as well. It's just that style.
Yeah, absolutely filthy. But I'm excited for this series overall. Again, Blythe starting with the Mage, hoping to echo what Bunny Hopper's already done today with a swift 3-0 Mage win, even with some fun plays and outcomes there in the Bunny Hopper series earlier today. So let's see how it goes. Bit of a tricky matchup, isn't it? Because on paper, I feel like as Mage, you sort of logically think you can have answers to this Rogue deck, but then Rogue can do its thing and you just die.
Yeah, it's not that you just need answers, you need like a long-term health total to get there as well, because there is a lot of burn damage available beyond just the initial turns from this Rogue deck.
Are you surprised at all with the players who are choosing to leave Rogue up and they're playing decks like Mage, like Druid? Are you surprised that there's just no Rust Drop Viper knocking around right now?
No, I'm not actually. I think the decks themselves are actually just naturally good enough to counter. You don't need this in addition.
Okay.
And I think the Viper is just like, it's just not very useful into any other deck right now.
Right.
So you're just hurting your other matchups. Like, it's not like it would be bad into this rogue deck. It'd be actually very, very good, but it's just not worth it as a tech conclusion right now, I think.
Yeah, just a bit too niche if you're only really hitting one class, right? There's even, you know, if people playing Hunter with the Spirits, like, it's probably still not worth to play the Viper against that.
Yeah, definitely.
Here, though, so far, Habu's done a pretty good job taking a lot of boxes right now. Has the Zero Mana Null, has Edwin, has Location, also running Sprint as well, which we saw from someone yesterday, but I forgot who. Was it Pascoa? I remember.
Yeah, Pascoa had it in his deck. I mean, it's going to help in this particular matchup because we've seen a lot of times Rogue, once their initial push is answered, they just run out of gas, and the Sprint's just a tool to help against some of these counters. Like the Mage, like Quest Priest, just to give you like the chance to go for another push later on, or just to find all your burn. And like, weirdly enough, it's a card you kind of want to see in your hand because that means that Edwin's not going to draw into it later on.
You want exactly Sprint and Edwin in hand, and then you're like, right, okay, I'm good. I've got the combo that's not a combo. Habu there going off with 2/5/5 stealths. Again, not the biggest minions, but that kind of damage does stack up if not answered. But again, Bly's having the good answers to this with the issue with location and ping against these stealths is that, well, you can't target them, so it's kind of tough. But the Blizzard coming in clutch to buy him some time, and this is where it gets tricky, right, for Habu. One, he's weirdly nearly dead. I feel like I blinked and he lost a lot of health, but now it's the time where he has the big resources, he has the big payoff cards, but how does he fit it all in? And this is where the skill of this rogue deck comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of value from the Mage side. I mean, we can see in hand it's also like a lot worse than maybe Habu thinks it is. But the health total is low, and there's no way of like recovering it realistically as Habu Gabu, so you've got to be a bit concerned for it. Using the Bone Spike to clear off some damage here, it does also protect these frozen minions on board, which the Mage can't just deal with for free, especially with their hand size so low. Go for the Sprint and try and maybe go for a big pop-off. The downside of using this Bone Spike is, of course, you have preps left in the deck, and prep Bone Spike is just such a huge tool with it, especially Draka or Edwin.
Feel like you're a druid for just moments, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, I have so much mana.
Yeah, it almost feels a little bit like a waste sometimes to use it as just essentially a lunar eclipse from the past on these turns.
My past cannot
Do you like this though from Bly's? Just get the freeze and play a 4/7. He's going to take 3, but he's got 40 health, so who cares? He has to work out exactly what he wants to do with these resources. Like, is it crazy to look at like a tradable turn there to just reduce your damage spells down and then pop off?
That's actually pretty reasonable, yeah, because you have all the payoffs, but you just don't have enough cheap cards. It could be a good opportunity to just take a turn where you
trade the extortion, then the 2 weapons, and then suddenly you've got 0 mana Sinister, 0 mana Wicked Stab, probably.
Yeah. I mean, how scared are you of this Kel'Thas is also an issue. Like, if you go in here with just the stealths whilst killing the Kel'Thas, you're probably pretty happy, right?
Yeah. So good, and you've seen a lot of freeze already used, right, Habu? So he's already seen the flurry, he's seen a blizzard come out as well, he's seen a ping from the minion, so he knows the ping isn't juiced, I don't think. Oh wait, the ping is freezing, isn't it? Oh, blizzard!
Oh wow, what a top deck. I think with a bad draw here, I think Bly's was in serious trouble.
I mean, there's still 17 damage base here, right?
Yeah, oh, you can do a lot and get a massive Draka here, I think.
At this point, you could just equip the weapons, right? If you wanted to. And just equip over them.
Or another prep.
Oh my.
Yeah, I mean,
The true test, can you execute this plan, right? I think that's the hard bit. Honestly, if I was in exactly this situation, I'd just be like, right, very quickly, what does a lot of good stuff and gets me a big weapon? I wouldn't even count or try and optimize this, which is why I'm not playing in this, and people like Habu and Blaze are. But I would just be like, I just don't want to end the turn and whiff stuff, you know what I mean? Miss attacks, miss damage, or whatever.
yeah, curious go for the... Is this lethal ever with this amount of damage? It might be. You got the prep bone spike. Play the...
Yeah, to then play the...
you play the weapon and then play prep bone spike tracker. There's so much damage.
Even if it's not lethal, it's 1 million damage and a huge stealth, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just... Sets up 2 turn lethal with the weapon swing.
Yeah,
And you've
9
got
damage
this board.
weapon, 9 damage ghost.
And I mean, sprint was a huge factor in this game. It just gave Habu so many resources to allow him to do this big pop off.
Yeah, I will say, like, oh, there we go, just like that. I will say sprint, when we're talking about poor Krakatoa being cut, sprint has seemed like if we're going to just match up cards, a card I can see myself swapping Krakatoa for because it does just a good job, right? I think all the others, it's hard to really judge like what an extra Sinister Strike adds or a yoink adds to any given game, but a sprint, I mean, it's just obvious, right? The one thing you can lack sometimes is refill.
Yeah, it's just when you don't have that sprint, you're basically putting all your eggs in one basket, which is Edwin basically to draw you your cards.
Egwin.
And, yeah, it's Egwin, exactly. And I mean, he doesn't have infinite card draw. Like, you have to wait until quite late into the game if you really, really want to play like a lot of cards. If you play him on turn 5, maybe he draws you a few, or if you're really lucky, more than a few, but it's not going to get you to the end of your deck.
Yeah, really tricky overall though, but the sprint coming in clutch for Habu, and it does mean he's going to be on his rogue once again. No real surprise that Blaze is going for the priest here, but now I'm pretty interested in just how the match pans out overall, because it feels like this weekend you never want to lose the mage, right? Blaze does have priest available, druids banned, but then there's like Habu with his own mage and his 40 card quest hunter. So I do think Habu, even if he loses this, has still got plenty of game to be up on this priest.
Yeah, and I mean, if this is the counter matchup and it fails, I mean, the sprint inclusion apparently has flipped the matchup on its head, according to some people. I mean, this rogue might just run rampant.
Yeah, might do a Chonsu from yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Just a swift 3-0 and let rogue carry the way. But it is a very volatile deck, isn't it? Because you can also just, if you give priest just a few turns to collect some resources, they'll end up having answers. And speaking of Rushdrop Viper Jambray, there's one. And that's going to be a big deal. Do you think, if given the option, Habu ever goes for I know this is difficult to say because it's very situation dependent, but how much do you think Habu would be thinking of Shadow Step, the weapon, if he has it as an option?
It's really just going to be context on his hand, really. Like, he knows there's a Viper in the other list, so he could potentially hedge and say, I'm going to make a medium-sized weapon, I'm not going to go all in on it. And then if the Viper comes down, yeah, I can go again later. Certainly reasonable. It's just going to be dependent on how many resources he has.
Cool.
But the nice thing of this Viper keep, this priest deck is really, really good at dealing with the stealth minions. You have the likes of 2 Shadow World Ruins in the deck that can deal with it. Against all odds, can sometimes deal with it if it happens to line up right. And then you also have Zorella, so I think...
Shadow Word Ruins too, right?
Yeah.
Because if that's not working, then great, the stealths are small. Like, perfect.
But it's kind of hard to expect as the rogue to get a lot of damage in from the stealth, which is usually something that can happen in a lot of matchups. It's just against Quest Priest in particular, it's something that you can't really rely on.
Yeah, okay, so Habu made the play, but I was going to ask as well, with that in mind, and with Priest being so good at just mass AoE clearing the huge boards, do you like this approach of saying, you know what if I just play more of a tempo style game here? Play a minion out, make him try and deal with it, play another minion out if it's relevant, go again, you know, that kind of sort of drip feeding damage as opposed to going all in like the deck is kind of built to do.
You know, I definitely like it. Like, Priest's very good at dealing with a board around turn 7, turn 8, get rid of everything if you put everything all at once. What they're not very good at doing is removing early boards. They're just kind of relying on their health cushion to get them to those later turns. So tempoing them null early is just going to get them for a lot of damage turn after turn after turn.
Even going for the second one here. Ice does have coin against all odds to just shut this down completely if he does want. But you might want to save it because it's not the most, although it's annoying, it's not the most threatening board, right? And he has this 5/5 instead, which does just, on paper, beat the nulls.
It does. I mean, against all odds always answers Edwin, I believe. There isn't a whole lot else that it answers that you need it for. Like, you have the Ruin for the stealths. It's really these nulls that is a good play to use against. So I'm curious that he went for the 5/5 here, because it does enable just like a target for the rogue to use all their removal cards on.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Maybe because he has Viper, he's like, yeah, pop off. You either pop off into the weapon or you pop off into Edwin, and I still clear your board next turn. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's the plan, is like let them like go with it.
Yeah. And I mean,
Habu. Yeah. Cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just been really smart here, just like not taking the bait of trying to go in at all. He's just saying, I'm pushing my 6th a turn. That's good. If you don't answer it. Oh, okay. This is quite nice.
And Priest special, using someone else's cards. Collateral?
Snowed in as well, not too bad.
Sure.
If you can get something damaged, then that just answers the board for a turn.
Look at this. Against all odds, double Shadowwood Ruin, Shadowwood Death. Snowed in now. Oh, pain.
Shall fall.
It's a bit weird that you kind of want to not play your cheap spells at all and just hold, then do a big Draka turn and try and get there with your burn as well afterwards. Okay. I mean, this is a fine pickup actually.
Finstone make a 4/4 and be like, ha! Dodging everything. No against all odds or Shadowwood Ruin for you. Have to put the sprint as well.
Yeah,
Again,
I mean,
the old Edwin sprint.
yeah, it's kind of picked up at like the perfect time here, where Edwin's just run out of mana to use, and now it's not going to be in deck for the future. Yeah, he's managed to like cycle here and hold a lot of cheap spells, not only in hand but in deck. Potential for a very, very large Draka.
The path is clear for the world.
Poor Habu, hands on head, lean forward, hang on a minute. What can I even do this turn? Because 7 mana. Normally we're so used to seeing Rogue pop off by now, right? That the hand's normally a lot smaller, but this is like full hand, 7 mana, 2 preps, a bone spike. Like, there's a lot going on here right now.
I'm kind of interested in like the play you suggested last game, whereas you take just a turn to just discount things with your tradable weapons and just have it even bigger. Because you get an extra mana as well going to turn 8. Makes it a bit easier to do everything you want to.
And you're never dying, right? Like, there's no huge punish for waiting a turn, apart from obviously your opponent having 1 more mana, 1 more card, blah, 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 right? Maybe he's doing it now just because he's got the sprint, right? Like he's got the refill to carry on. I mean, can't say carry on. He's just going to have an empty deck in a minute, so... Does Habu do all this? Get Shadow Word, Rune, Vipered, and just concede?
Yeah, it's just... It's big. 10's big, but I feel like it's not big enough yet. I mean, there's a little bit of heal available from Blaze. There is still a lot of burn also from Habu, but with the Viper, it just feels gonna be slightly tough to get the rest of the damage in.
He does have Door of Shadows procced, right?
Yep, that's actually quite a big deal.
What's he got? Oh, he had another Shadow Step left as well.
Yeah, the Wicked Stab looking like the one you want to pick up. I don't know if there's any way you can like fudge it a bit so that you're more likely to pick up the Wicked Stab if you like do some other plays first. It doesn't really look like the case.
Is he ever better of getting hold of the Shadow Step and trying going for another weapon?
Oh, true.
Because you can't assume a couple of Wicked Stabs is going to deal 28, right? But maybe. Oh, 2 Shadow Steps. Well, now we're playing Hearthstone.
Yeah, this is a big deal.
They've got plenty of mana as well.
Choose soon.
Okay, he knows the Wicked Stab's 3rd from bottom. It's going to be, I guess it's next draw. I was wondering if there's any other line where you try to hold this Door of Shadows to get 2 Wicked Stabs.
He's even stepping the Ghost. Oh wait, did he not do it? No, okay. At one point, I think he hovered the step on the Ghost to just get 1 extra, but... Oh no, he did something at the end.
Oh,
okay, he ended up stepping. Yeah, this makes sense, right? He can make another, let's just say, 5 attack dagger, right? Just very roughly speaking.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-4 on board didn't do nothing. Shit, this low life total for the Priest.
Habu doesn't run... Yeah, he doesn't run Starfish, right? No, okay.
No.
Huge though, right? Because Blaze does not have a lot of healing.
No.
Another sprint. Probably won't want to use it with only 3 cards left to hold off.
His next draw is the Wicked Stab.
So many.
I can understand him for not remembering that and in this spot, but it's just something you want.
You can just wait. Can you just play Sinstone and just wait?
The thing is, you might even want the Sinstone to juice another Draka down the line, if it comes to that.
Sure, yeah.
Probably won't. I think there's actually not that much heal.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
It's the game of Hearthstone we need. The 1/1 Ghost. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Theotar the Draka, but that doesn't really save him, does it?
No.
Got Shadow Word Rune to do the 8 damage. Do you have to just Rune heal? But he must know. He knows there's a sprint, right? He knows some of the cards left are like sprint, extortion. He must know there's Wicked Stabs coming his way. I just don't know if there's anything Blaze can actually do to tick all these boxes right now.
Yeah, it's actually kind of smart not trading last time from Habu, actually, to not give them the chance to even steal the Wicked Stab. You have to ruin.
Yeah, you can't deal with the dagger, right? So you've got to deal with the minion you can deal with that also, deals insane damage.
I mean, just can't win unless there's somehow a desperate prayer in Habu.
Yeah, wow. Big win there from Habu. And it came down to the Shadow Step being available there for the Draka. And I think, Habu holding his nerve there because, like I said, Habu popped off with Weapon and Edwin and so on. Got his board laughed at, which is what you expect when you're against Quest Priest, right? It's kind of what the deck does. But held on got hold of the step in time because the Draka was still alive on board and made it work just about. Very impressive play.
Yeah, it's just kind of a textbook game of how you want to play against these quest priests where they're so good at dealing with your stealth minions. You can say, alright, I'm going to push all my damage from not my stealth minions. I'm just going to hit you in the head with a weapon and just finish you with the burn.
Yep. Just going to whack you with the weapon, and then I hope that's good enough. But yeah, tons of damage coming out there from Habu. Blaiz, of course, did what he could do, but it's one thing that Quest Priest struggles with is they have fantastic ability to clear boards, but if you ask them to clear and do stuff every single turn of the game, it's too much, right?
Yes.
They just don't have that ability. It's not quite on the level of Mage where they can at least try and freeze for many turns into like Alibi and stuff like that, right? Like they just don't have that ability, and it does mean now we're gonna get to a Rogue Mirror. If Habu wins this, he not only moves on, but also has just a pretty sweet match under his belt of a 3-0 with this Rogue deck.
Yeah, it's just been really good play from Habu throughout as well on these Rogue games. So interesting to see how the Mirror goes. Like we touched on this yesterday, there's a lot of ways you can go about it. Do you go in early or do you just hold? If you go in too early, you give your opponent just chances to use their removal on your minions and make their turns even stronger.
Right. Let's see. Very, very tricky one because, again, sometimes going in first is correct. It's so difficult to judge it. There's no really base rule you can stick to, like you said, right? So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how both players go about this, though, in the opening here. Habu does have a tradable, but that's about it for now. Whereas Blaiz already having that null. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I like the weave from Habu. Probably not going to be spending all his mana next turn anyway. So, chance to weave twice. Well, it's like playing Quest Demon Hunter from a while ago. Always weave on turn 1.
Yep. At 1 damage, you're never going to lose a game and say you didn't push the 1. It's ice cream time again.
Yeah. They liked me so much here, so they decided to come back.
Yeah. This actual visit is just for you. It's just stopped outside your house specifically.
Yes.
Though Blaiz has the choice now to play at least a little bit tempo with this null. Not having access to really any of the big pop-off cards as of yet. The Shroud is a big pickup here. And Habu, I think, is kind of excited by this. Look at him. He's like, wait a minute. Are you saying you just turn is just null, draw a card, and do nothing else?
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. That
Weapon time.
Yeah, one of the downsides of playing a null is just enable this play from Habu. His hand was looking kind of bad. Like, what would he do if the null wasn't on board?
Oh, it's so disgusting with the bone spike as well.
Yeah. And there's no real way to stop face damage in the mirror, right? So, like, this damage just is going to get there.
And this means, basically, Habu needs to push 6 extra damage, and there's 4 in hand next turn, right? That's if none of the minions attack, but there's just a Wicked Stab in hand. Blaiz is going to respond with his own pop-off, but the problem is he just that 1 turn behind now is the big question, right? Because this Edwin can get very, very big, but is it going to be big enough to sort of break the points which are important, right? The health numbers.
I don't think so. He just doesn't have the reward in hand, in addition to the Edwin, for using all these spells. Like,
oh, Shadow Step as well. He just can't step it, right? Because he needs the damage.
Oh, he has to take the 3 damage as well, which I think is just the damage required that Habu needed. There's no way you're dying next turn, so I think there's just no way out for Blaiz other than discovering something.
Does Habu just stab and just not play any more minions now, right? Just not let Blaiz interact with his board?
Yeah, it just seems fine.
There's just no need, right? He has the swing. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, really good play there. Habu just lined it up. He got the big dagger. Blaiz had to scramble for something, but it was just that little bit too slow. And just like that, Jambray, We've got another 3-0 with Rogue. Habu looking fantastic as he often does. Very clean play. And again, we've seen this from Habu with the likes of Naga Mage, where these intricate, multi-cards like big pop-off turns. A lot of players can do them well. Habu can do them perfectly, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, sorry if you can still hear my ice cream truck.
It's okay. It's your ice cream truck. The story develops. I didn't know you had a side job, Jambray, of an ice cream truck. Brilliant.
Yeah, I've just got it like over there by the side. A bunch of kids are waiting right now. In between the casts, I just pop over, give them a few.
Sounds great.
Yeah. Some real clinical play from Habu. Draka just showing the power of the card. All 3 games just seem to just come down to the huge Draka potential. I talked a bit earlier with some of the players from my practice group. Habu isn't there included, and I was wondering why is Rogue getting banned so much? Because from what we've seen, a lot of the time it just falls flat, and they were just saying it's one of those decks that can just sweep if you don't get it with the counter, and that's why it's just so scary.
Yeah, it's a deck that, it's one of those things, right? Yeah, it can look so flimsy, but when it does its thing, it's pretty much unbeatable, right? There's just barely anything that can actually stop it because the damage output is simply ridiculous. But there we go. We do have our top 4. Bunny Hopper versus Levick, Superfake versus Habu Gabu. So a great top 4. I'm really looking forward to who's going to take that first place. Obviously, TJ and Lorinda will be taking over a little bit later on, but we've still got one more match left in us. So we're going to go to a break while we set that one up. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready for our third match of the day, but obviously much more than that going on throughout the day, as it is the final day of the third week of Grandmasters. We've got Bunny Hopper versus Levick, and we were just chatting in the break that Bunny Hopper has only dropped a single game so far this week, I believe, to Oka Shinsuke in the opening game of his opening series. But after that, he's been sweeping everyone that's come up against him. But this time, it's going to be Levick going up against Bunny Hopper for this match. And Levick has chosen to simply make it impossible for him to get swept by Bunny Hopper's mage because he's banned it.
Yeah, it's like one of the few times I've actually seen a mage banned this weekend, despite its seemingly dominant performance. It's kind of interesting how it's going to pan out for him. I mean, the mage is very good against his warlock anyway, and the rogue, so if he's expecting a druid ban from Bunny Hopper, it does make a lot of sense to get rid of the mage from the other end.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? Because previously from Levick, we've seen rogue bans, but they've come from players that are also, I think, trying to ban rogue. So that becomes a much more simple equation, right? It's like, well, if they're taking away my rogue, I probably have similar weaknesses, so I take away their rogue, and then we just play the potential set of mirror matches. But yeah, not the case here for Levick. Bunny Hopper does ban the druid away, and it means we're still going to start on that key matchup, Jambray, of druid versus mage. Again, Bunny Hopper likely to have the slight edge overall, but we've seen what mage can do. So pretty excited to get into this one. I think if Bunny does well here, and let's say maybe even wins this week, he's had a truly incredible season. Like, what a last season of GM for him, right? He was just pretty much dominated it from week 1 onwards.
Yeah, he just can't stop winning, and we even saw in the quarterfinal match against Chonsu, he even looked annoyed that he was just winning so easily. And he was like, please, I'm already qualified, just give me my Sunday.
Yeah, I think he literally messaged Derek saying that I just can't stop winning, because he said, I think the day he got out of groups on Friday, I think obviously he realized, like, yeah, I'm kind of locked in for top 2 now, so I'm fine. And then he's like, well, I guess I'll keep playing, right? Like, he has to, and he just keeps winning to play even longer, so it's kind of hilarious overall. But yeah, he is going to be playing this Naga Giant Druid. For me, this is the kind of list, I mean, I've actually been playing this exact list on ladder, but this is a list I like over all the smaller spells, because even though the extra small spells help out in some matchups, I do feel like this is a better all-rounder deck, because I feel like those giants offer you just so much of an extra win condition in the mid to late game.
Yeah, the real nice one for me is just the Earth and Scales target.
Yeah,
it gives you that cushion to make that card good, and you really want to run that card if you're playing a late game deck, just to allow you to get to those later turns without the worry that you're just being counter lethalled.
Yeah, it's one of the scary things. When a lot of time with Druid, I think a lot of players will feel overconfident. They know how powerful Druid can be with the ramp. But in a lot of matchups, you sit there ramping, you're like, oh, well, there's another 8 damage gone through. Oh, wait, there's another 10 damage gone through. I really need this ramp to pay off or I'm dead. And those scales are definitely a great way to pay that off and just insta-recover anything. But it's going to be the big Spell Mage again from Levick. Again, it's a weird matchup because, to me, Druid should be fine because what it does, I feel, is just generally more powerful. Yeah. But if they drop Belinda into big dragons, then it becomes an aggro deck against Druid, and a very big aggro deck at that, which I think can be very, very scary indeed. So I think a lot does hinge on that potential, like, mid-game pop-off play, right?
Yeah, it's just whether or not the Druid ramps quick enough or has plays to avoid potential barbaric sorceresses. If you can get the early eminent and then have the follow up with like the parrots and stuff, it's really hard to deal with as a Druid player.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much too fast. But again, in case you are just joining us, this is the final normal week of Grandmasters. There will be playoffs next week, and it's going to be a lot on the line. This is a world champion spot available, so we'll have to see what happens there, which players make it. But for now, at least I had this open somewhere. I don't have current up-to-date numbers because obviously every single time a match goes past, I'm not mentally keeping track. But really, it's still looking like Bunny Hopper's looking great. Even though Bly's lost, he's still, I think, locked in for top 8 to go through, I think. But again, we'll see that at the end of the day. Don't trust me on that. But really, it's maybe even Habu Gabu and Superfake specifically, and Levic. They're basically the other 3 players that can actually make it deep here, because those are all the players that are on the cusp, right? And a win would actually push them into a either stick in top 8 or a make it into top 8 in Levic's perspective. So not as much to play for Bunny, except just to say I absolutely stomped the last season of Grandmasters. But for the other players, a lot on the line, especially when we look at the next match coming up later. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I was just checking some. Yeah, so for start now, Bunny Hopper and Levic is going to be kicking it off with this Druid versus Mage. We'll see what happens in this first game. See if we can have another quick 3-0 sweep to add to Bunny Hopper's tally today, or if things are going to go just a little bit different. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
It's not Mage, it's Rogue. Everything we talked about was pointless. Let's talk about Rogue. I like this deck.
Okay. Yeah, Rogue's a cool deck. Not even role-playing as a mage this time, so...
Well, that's the one thing as well. It was super confusing because I looked at the cards and I was like, it's Mage. Wait, is it just the picture? Like the hero picture of the Mage that's confusing me? Is it Rogue? Is it Mage? What are we even doing? But no, the cards are Rogue cards, therefore it is Rogue. So bring everything back to a simple level that I'm more comfortable with. But yeah, changing this one up. How does this go for Druid, Jambray? Because we've seen Rogue pop off, and we talk about aggro decks and big minions that Mage can kick out. Rogue can sometimes do it quicker.
Yeah, we talked a bit about Quest, Priest, and maybe the Mage. They're good at freezing these big minions or just killing them from stealth. Druid's not. So the graveyard in this matchup is actually huge. You get a big minion down against the Druid, it's actually just going to do what it says, hit the face, and the stats are going to matter.
Look at this opening as well.
Yeah.
Gilman double null. Oh, Levic needs to slow down. I've got questions here. I want time for Jambray to tell me things. I was going to say, like, because it's Druid, do you just throw them out? Do you hold off for something big because Sinstone's there? So many decisions made so fast by Levic.
Yeah, it's just like you could wait a turn and get a, I guess, 3/3 stealth, but you do have the Maestro that you can just play on board anyway, so that's kind of comparable. So I kind of agree with just throwing out the nulls now and just push the ship damage with them, and then later on down the line you can get a pretty decent graveyard turn, and then hopefully by the time it rolls around again you'll just have another good graveyard turn because you've drawn some card draw.
Yeah, even looking at this now, there's potential for a big Sinstone, but it would also weirdly require you to sacrifice, like, your Maestra here, right?
Yeah.
Because you could backstab and like, Bone Spike Tooth Face or something. You know what I mean? Like, you could go in with everything, and I just don't know if that's right or wrong. You'd lose a 3/2, but gain a slightly bigger stealth minion. Maybe you just stop. Just the medium-sized one instead.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem quite worth it. Like, the stats you lose are kind of the same as the stats you gain. Plus, it costs you an extra card. And it's not like the Bone Spike's completely useless. There are potential taunts down the line that you might see from the Druid. Okay, it might see a backstab on his own minion, like a null hit just for +1/+1. Or decide to save that, because the damage is relevant on your own minions for like a Skeleton Ixia down the line.
Yeah, and it's still backstab's still an activator, right, for potential cards going forward as well.
Yeah. After all that, it's only a 4/4. I mean, it is a lot of pressure still.
It's a 4/4 with friends, though, isn't it? Right. So I think that's the important thing here. And right now, Bunny's going to ramp into Miracle Growth, but again, is that really going to cut it? Not that he has much option. Is he? Like, that's the big thing. This 5 health is so huge, because even if he went draw to try and just go all in for scales, Scale of Onyxia, then it just doesn't even do that much, right? It takes 3 to kill a null.
Yeah, and I mean, this is actually the real power of this style of rogue compared to previous Miracle builds we've seen before, is the nulls. You saw like win rates of the coin version of Miracle Rogue, even though you can do a lot flashier plays, it's just abysmal.
Yeah.
But it's the consistent pressure from these early nulls that just really take this one over the edge.
I like shoulder charge here. Could even put it on the Maestra, right? Just to make it not as killable with the extra little bit of health.
Yeah, I think you want to just put it on one of your even minions here, so that if scales come down, it's like a bit harder to clear stuff. So either stealth or the Maestra, but never.
And I guess this makes one minion bigger, a big minion bigger, right? Which is probably better versus Druid in general.
Yeah.
Local growth coming out here, but unless exactly innovate into a thingy comes out, scales. Innovate.
I think that Ibis is big enough.
No, because the backstab, right? Backstab, put 6 in, 6 left over, and that is just going to be a quick concede, a small nod from Levick. And that is the game you want to start with, because Lorinda did confirm here, at least for me, that Levick's, this is a winning in for Levick. So apparently if he wins this match, he's actually just in top 8. There's no shenanigans that can push him out, I believe. So great start to the series, right? If you ever have a series you want to do this in, it's this one. Gets the Rogue win. And I think as well, just as much as winning with Rogues, you get to play Rogue more, is strong. I think knocking out the Druid is fantastic, because Druid, again, is one of those decks where it can just overrun a series, right? I think that even though there are counters, they never feel like reliable counters, because Druid is Druid and can do silly, silly things.
Yeah, and it just opens up the avenue for Levick's Mage to potentially sweep later down the line if this Rogue is answered, because Bunny Hopper doesn't really have a great counter towards it left in his decks.
Yeah, he's going to be going for the Quest Priest, something we saw from Blythe. Of course, Blythe did a great job at initially pushing back the pressure. We saw how brutal it initially looked, but Habu Gabu managed to do the old, well, I'll just make a second huge weapon and push it from there. So we'll see if Levick can replicate that kind of success. Here for Bunny, though, again, for him, he just really needs to focus on clearing the board and keeping it empty. But again, that back-to-back clears is tough. So we'll be interesting once again here to see if Levick sort of mimics what Habu did in the matchup, which I assume he will try to, where, well, if you have a null, play it, and then play another one, and then just stack things instead of just going all in and relying on that.
Yeah, and there is a slight difference in decklist. There is no sprint for Levick. So in terms of long-term value, it's not as guaranteed as it was for Habu, even though we saw that Habu didn't end up needing the sprint against the Quest Priest. You're not always going to get that a massive amount of card draw available, so it's a bit easier, I think, for the Quest Priest to just exhaust the Rogue of resources. But again, you do need to deal with all the early push, all the early threats to get to that stage.
Yeah, and I do think here for Levick, of course, he would like to win the game, right, and continue on and be more ahead. But I think if he wins this, it will truly be a bonus victory. I think if he loses, yes, it'll suck, but it'll just be like, okay, Rogue got a win, and then force my opponent to queue Priest, so now I can queue into Priest and keep that one game ahead, which is often feels so powerful. It's like the complete opposite of how Conquest works a lot of the time, right? Where when you win the first game in LHS, you all feel like you always have initiative, whereas in Conquest it matters a lot less because the decks that win just go away and you still have to push through with all your decks anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Levick loses this game, he's actually just completely fine, right? He's got he's got his Warlock and he's got his Mage, which are both pretty decent into this Quest Priest.
It really does just feel like he's just got a free shot at an extra win, right? You know, he's just, let's see if it works. If it doesn't, fine. If it does, great. Like, the series becomes almost unlosable.
Oh, let's start again.
Looks okay.
Yeah, with the Edwin picked up, so higher chance of nulls here. Yeah,
okay, one null, one Draka, I think's fine.
Yeah.
I'd be very interested. I know this is definitely something, if this deck sticks around, I'm always going to get caught up on it on this matchup. But I'm very interested to see if the the step is how it's used, right? Because
Yeah.
I just think, yes, it worked last time and that was nice, but I think just versus Priest, because they have heals and everything, and they have some potentially very powerful heals, that stepping and getting 2 weapons is so big in specifically this matchup.
I mean, yeah, there's just so many uses for step in this deck.
Yeah.
Stepping the Edwin's also really strong. Stepping the Null just for increased buffs straight away. It's really like not clear what the best use is. So there's a second one, okay.
Well, I'll let you off with that one, Levick. That one
Yeah,
seems reasonable at worst.
Solves that problem. So, just stop here now. Yes, you can buff the Edwin in hand a little bit more, but in doing so, you're taking away the coin, which is potential for the Draka.
And the trade, right? You might just want a tradable, depending on what happens. I like the hold. Oof.
Yeah.
Like, I think the thing Levick's missing now is Sinstone, right? Like that's the one extra he needs to like fill everything out.
True, true. It's not the matchup you want the graveyard that much, but like a 4/4 graveyard's kind of an interesting way about going it, because it dodges that Shadow Word Ruin whilst also presenting like a pretty good threat.
I just think it's useful to like force certain threats out, because something we saw in the previous match with Blaze is that you have to spend mana killing these things, right? So if you make a, let's say a 6/6 now, and it's stealthed, if Bunny feels he needs to deal with it, well, that's 4 of his mana on the Shadow Word Rune. He's probably not doing much else that turn, right? So it is something to bear in mind that Priest still, it's not like Priest gets to remove everything for free, right? Like they have to utilize their mana, and it limits what they can do on any given turn. But Levick has the tools to have the ultimate pop-off here.
Yeah, and as you were saying, like with the Ruin, if you go in on it, if you have non-Ruin minions on board as well, they're just safe for a turn essentially, because they get to push again.
It's so often Rune pass, right? Like Rune heal pass. Like,
yeah, I wonder if he's going to go for a 4/4 though, just because he's doing so much else with this turn, and the Edwin's going to be big. Like, you have to imagine the Draka's coming down. So like, if you make a 4/4 stealth whilst doing all that, what's the answer from the priest going to be?
I love watching this deck right now, because I think there's still a lot of work to do on it, on how to play it, and it could be so different based on the matchup.
Yeah, this is an interesting play, because he steps the Edwin in order to draw more later on.
Yeah, he's using Edwin as a sprint, really, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he takes it off the board. The 8/8 requires some sort of answer to it.
Response.
Yeah. Or he could buff one of these minions and then it's in Ruin range, right? So you put your Cathedral buff onto the Null, then it goes to 5.
Oh, yeah.
Still the other minion that needs to be dealt with.
Well, Levick will know what's coming now, or what's likely to be coming after that.
Yeah, you're locked in at this point.
The only other outcome is either Rune happens or your opponent's in a really bad way, because they've had to draw off you know, an enemy minion. I do wonder right now, is this a potential Finley? Do you think he's close enough to Whirlpool to not do that?
I think he needs to kind of milk his healing resources here, because we've seen both Shadow Steps used, so it means that this is the last weapon, and then it's just burn damage. So if you can deal with the burn and this weapon, all you need to do is deal with all the boards as well, and then you'll be fine. It's just such a hard thing to do.
Shadows got 2 minions on board. Looks good to me. Million damage coming out here from Levick, and look at Levick. He needs this. He's like, if I win this matchup, it's so favored to win the series. It's not even
Yes.
funny. Like I said, but this, you know, from what Lorinda said, is a winning in to top 8 for Levick. Okay. Burning light.
Even seeing Amulet come down here just so you could weave the extra hero power. But like I said, because the second step was used, like it really is a case of, do I have enough burn to finish the game? Because you have to expect the priest is able to answer your stealthed minions at this stage of the game.
Bringing up what Levick's got left. Not much, actually. Not much at all.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's why it kind of like, I was curious about the second step usage, because we saw how effective it was for Habigabu to use it on the Draka.
And the thing as well is, Bunny doesn't have Rustrot in his list.
No.
So you're getting, you know, a lot of swings of that dagger throughout the whole game, right? Because there's nothing really, unless something really weird happens, that Bunny Hopper can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, step on the Edwin, there is no sprint in this list, so if you don't step the Edwin, maybe you just don't get an opportunity to play that many spells, or you don't get to the end of your deck to find this burn damage.
Thing is, though,
really not clear cut.
Yeah. One thing I would think is, like, would a 4-3 or 5-3 weapon be plenty, right? You know what I mean? Which is probably doable for your second Draka, even with not the best draw in the world. So that's where you think, like, hang on a minute. How much? You don't need 2 10-attack daggers over the course of a game, right?
True. I mean, a 5-attack weapon is 15. So an Ashbringer.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
Yeah,
reasonable.
we take those.
Here, though, might be where it slips away, because Whirlpool's available here. For Bunny, he's just going to take the draw and delete these. Again, there was an option there, I think, for Levick to just use one of the locations and alternate them.
Yeah, it's just like, are you playing around it or not?
Tooth, right?
Yeah, 2 infused shadows, if you can find the tooth. It just, it's going to be hard to just get there now at this point. Even with double tooth, you're not there for lethal.
Literally the worst draws. I just think that's it.
Yeah, this is what we've been seeing from rogues more often. They just fall a little shy, and then they just can't get any more to the face.
So, one thing to think about here is, has there been a light shower? There hasn't, right?
No.
Oh, at least the Zyrella that we can see won't give him that, but Desperate Prayer.
Oh yeah, and you're gonna find something good here. Your own Zyrella for 4 mana. There's just so many cards. It's like impossible to brick on one of them that does something good here.
Yeah, light shower, there you go.
Yeah.
There it is. That's probably, well, almost certainly going to be game now. Levick got so close, but I do think there were different options there. I mean, easy for us to say because we can see the hands, but... and maybe I'm getting way too all in on this Shadow Step the Draka thing, but I think with one Shadow Step naturally used on the Edwin because it was part of the Edwin draw, right? I think the first time he played it.
Yeah.
I think the second one, like, you can always make something happen, and even a 4, 5, 6 attack weapon is still relevant, right? So I do think that, of course, Levick got maybe a little bit unfortunate with those Door of Shadows. One, both of them being quite late in the deck, and then also whiffing on the only burn card he had left. But yeah, so close but so far for Levick. We are going to go to a 1-1 score.
Yeah, and just a little bit more on that Draka thing. It's like, it's a 2-mana Draka. It's quite easy to play a lot of cards before that if you want to juice it up again.
So close as well when you just look at it in this replay, right?
Yeah.
He basically got a turn away from a good time right now. Yeah, not meant to be there for Levick. But like we said going into it, Levick, of course, would have loved to win that game because then he's just like laughing for the rest of the series. He didn't, but I think he's still in a good shape here. Bunny's going to be forced to queue his Priest once again, as his last hero standing format rules. And it does look like Levick's going to say, you know what? I'll play Druid then and see what happens, because Druid, not normally a deck that fears too much going into the late game, especially when they get into their late game about 20 years before Priest does.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Druid's just a natural counter to Priest. Like, you're both going slow, but you've got ramp tools, so you just get there faster.
Yeah, and also like Druid, like Priest has that ability, although you might think, oh, well, you both play late game, and Priest has a card that just says you win the game on it, right? Like, that's very strong. But Priest doesn't smoothly do that a lot of the time. It's actually relatively difficult in most games to just curve through your quest, whereas Druid does consistently get to its end game because they have like a million ramp cards, a million draw cards, and that solves all problems. So although on paper, if you had an infinite length game, yes, of course Priest wins, but Druid doesn't let them have that. And they also have enough threats and potential threats that the Priest can't just sit and play removal every turn, because that's just never going to be good enough.
Yeah, and just alongside those threats to supplement it, they just has a couple of incredibly strong disruption tools against Quest Priest in particular. He has Theotar in the decklist and Mutinous alongside a Zola to even double down on some of those. So it's going to be very hard to just go for the quest reward and expect that to just win you the game when Druid has that arsenal, yeah.
And when you assume, generally when that happens for Quest Priest to actually finish their quest and get the 5-dropper Zyrella, Druid's probably got the ability to play Mutinous and Theotar, or Bran and Mutinous, Bran or Theotar, sometimes all four, depending on, of those options, depending on what's going on. So there really is a threat where Bunny Hopper will, of course, be progressing his game plan in general, but he will have to keep an eye out for any extra ways to win the game, because Priest can generate certain cards, can weirdly enough play an aggro deck style if their draw is like perfect curve, but other than that, it is going to be an uphill climb here for Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, in terms of answering Druid boards, you've got plenty of ways to do that. They're just the Druid deck's so much more than a board deck right now. I mean, the side and Archers win conditions are always very, very scary, and just.
Oh wait, yeah. I just realised the Druid's banned. Don't know why we're talking about it for so long. Did we see Druid before, or am I just making that up? I thought he queued Druid.
Oh.
It's going to be Mage. Ignore everything don't ignore everything we said. It's true about the matchup. We weren't lying. It's actually Mage. Yeah, Druid's banned. I don't know why we got onto the subject of Druid. No doubt my fault. But yeah, sorry. It's going to be Mage versus Priest. And again, some of the things we said were still true. Priest is going to take a long time to get to that quest progression, to end the game that way. And I think, again, where the differences lie is Mage has the ability to really stack like effectively infinite high damage, right? So like the Bunny will have to really accelerate this game plan if he wants to beat out just taking 1 million damage a turn.
Yeah, the thing with like the amulet, some of the removal spells just aren't very good against it that you'd expect. Like Light Bomb, if you've got a 4/12 doesn't hit. Same thing for Shadow Word Ruin. And if you just use your 1 or 2 Whirlpools that you might have in hand, it's just going to be more threats coming down again from the Mage. So quite hard to actually exhaust the Mage of damage. And there's always the hero card to back you up. Just infinite pings every time.
Yeah. Also, this is a pretty funny and awkward opening here for Bunny Hopper from Levick. There's like double watch post just available right now, which Priest has the tools to deal with, like a minion or 2 in the early game, but double watch post feels like it's going to be an absolute nightmare. Levick even coining it out, is committing.
Yeah, this has the funny effect of if they aren't dealt with, how do you do your quest progression as the Priest?
Yeah, that's...
your cards are too expensive.
Yeah.
There's the Scorpion.
He does get Prince Renethil 4-drop. Yeah, Zyrella for 6 mana? That's not cool.
No. I mean, he still needs the 2, right? So...
Oh, this is just so funny. Does get to kill off 1, of course, which is going to help out a lot. Gets Cathedral down here to help him out with card draw as well. Still going to cost 1 more, but at least he gets to draw them.
Yeah. You'd love to have this Scorpion survive a turn, but... Oh, the Thrives is 2, right?
Yeah, that's actually brutal. Again, the old counter synergy with Sorceress. But, it's fine. We'll deal with it. Also, weird use of potential use of coin from Bunny next turn, right? Like he has it, he might be scared of Barbaric Sorceress, of course, but how does he use like just coin heal? Or just throw it away, pass? It's kind of frustrating because his cards cost more, so he would love the coin to help out with that, but he can't just sit with it in his hand, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're not. The thing is, you have other spells in your hand. You're not really playing around Barbaric here by throwing away this coin. Like, sure, they can't play the big thing immediately, but they're going to be able to do it on the next turn anyway.
Okay, hits the 3. That Thrive, very good card in the deck. Not quite as strong at 10 mana. It's a bit of a nerf.
Who knows? The game could go long enough.
All these 2s being drawn and not playable. Savage.
Oh, this is a very nice synergy for the Cathedral and the Behemoth.
Every time I see this card played, I'm like, why is this 7 mana? Like, it feels way too strong. Even though I know in general it isn't way too strong, but it just feels like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing with the breakpoints, right? On 8, it just felt way too weak. On 7, it's very strong. But I don't know about too strong. It's just a very good minion now. Before, it was very bad. Okay.
Okay, the watch post's alive.
Yeah. I'm curious what Bunny Hopper wanted to go into the 10-8 on that turn. Okay.
Just goes for an 8/8, right?
Yeah, like this is the turn where you're kind of protected from Shadow Word Ruin because it would kill Bunny's own minion. So I feel like...
He did pick Sleepy. He did get Anixia though, so does get to fill the board.
Yeah, Anixia is very, very good.
I guess at this point, Levic's taking the approach of he's at full health, don't really care if he heals for a couple of turns with this Behemoth, right? Like, it's not actually healing him, so he'll just get as big a board as possible and take it down next turn.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing like the value cards from Levic at this stage, so it's kind of playing into the priest's hand of I don't really need to deal with that much long-term value right now. I can just go a bit slow, but we're seeing like there's no progression at all on the quest because of this watch post, which is definitely a problem.
Oh, yeah, Bunny say, you know what, I've had enough.
That wasn't necessary, right? It would just take the trade anyway. Because of the like, you could just trade into the watch post and then the 2 minions would bump into each other. Unless there's an interaction where the 1/1s would come down as well. That I'm not sure on.
Oh yeah, maybe the 1/1s come down first, right? Because it is every turn.
I wonder if it would be the case because the Behemoth played first. It would do the trade and then the 1/1s would still come down.
I would assume that, but I don't know it for a fact. So
yeah,
maybe neither did Bunny. So he's just saying, you know what? If I do that and it trades into a 1/1, I'm going to feel very silly. Levic's like, 10 mana Thrive. I'm interested.
Time runs out on me.
I'm reckless.
I've seen so many starfishes swapping hands from the Atars today.
Yeah, Bunny like, nope, don't want any of these. They cost way too much. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy not to draw those cards ever again.
Oh, and he gets Thrive for normal. He can progress his life quest.
Actually, did the cost of those cards get reset because they went back into deck? So if you were to draw them again, they would be back to normal.
Oh. Yeah, I think it's only tradable that sticks.
Yeah, I think
right?
Finley resets it, right?
Yeah, I think Finley resets.
There you go, Finley watch post cleanser.
Good tech card. You get all those watch post decks out there.
So many.
Choose quickly.
These locations, the cathedrals, are really doing so much work this game.
Yeah, well, how is this little, well, what used to be a little whale thing still alive?
Or even the fortitude here looks pretty strong. You got so many spells.
It's just to go for the AoE instead.
Yeah, just playing as a control deck makes sense.
Problem here for Levick is that he just doesn't really have any power cards right now and no way to draw.
Yeah, I guess in this match I'd really rather swap the locations and give them the freeze and you have the draw.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because you just want to get Dawn Grasp, right?
Yeah. Or even just like the parrots, like early push of the yeah, the early push of the dragons would be so much better if there's just stuff to back it up afterwards. Not sure what the quest's on. Has any twos been played still? There's the two that he picked up from the Discover.
Give me that whirlpool back. Whoa, nice.
I feel like
Alternate win condition?
yeah.
The path is
Like, never skip on Dawn Grasp.
No. You like identity theft? The causes of Theatar? Is it like some sort of heist movie where they just keep one-upping each other all the time? Scams.
Yeah, it's just the Rick and Morty episode.
Yeah.
Nice one. Oh, that's so stupid, that episode.
I loved it.
Yeah, I love how stupid things can be. Now, does Bunny just slam Dawn Grasp now? I see a 2 health thing on the board, and I've heard you do always ramp.
Very true. Do have another hero card which you kind of don't want to override your Dawn Grasp for.
Ah, never play it, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem like you just got. Oh, it goes for this. This could backfire, right? If you were going for Dawn Grasp. Oh, he's not going for it.
is no excuse for bad
Wait, could it backfire? How?
Well, if you want to ramp off the 2/2.
Oh, to recast. Right.
Yeah, it gets
do it the other way around, right? You
Right,
just
yeah.
play Dawn Grasp, then do it. Yeah, you are right. You're right.
Misses on both the boxes here.
So
Well, but he's
Number
got
two.
the 2 recklesses.
I'm the mage now.
Oh.
This is like such a slap in the face, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Light cannot.
Like when your older sibling used to make yourself punch yourself in the face. They quit hitting yourself,
Yeah.
it feels like.
Mine didn't do that.
Not just me then. There's so many reckless.
I mean, even if this is a really good box, just the late game that the priest has available, you don't even need to worry about your quests so much. Maybe you're just winning as the ping mage.
Just get a lot of pings from these skeletons, actually, right? With this play with the Volcanomancer.
There's so much value from Bunny's hand. This is such a Bunny hand, actually.
Yeah. The only other player this could possibly be, if you just got shown the hand, would be Yarla.
Yeah. I don't know how he just manages to get so much value in these long games every single time.
Yeah. Those games where you feel like the player didn't actually do anything, but they never died, and they got 1,000,000 cards, and you're like, wait, how is this working? I die whenever I don't do anything.
You wish to match wits with me.
Dawngrass Pit, rough one for Levick, because now he knows that, like, this is a race he wasn't planning on taking part in this game, actually. But now the pings can start stacking up.
Got the whirlpool back anyway from the second identity theft. Just in case.
No waves can sink this ship.
Like, Levick can't even really use his location now, right?
No. Not until the ramp's gone, I guess. Oh, he's doing it anyway. Yeah, Bunny's a curious look on his face. He was like, "Are you really giving me a 2-2?"
Yeah.
When you know I've got Reckless as well, this just gives him 2 ramps there.
It's actually insane.
Does have to ping first, right? Otherwise, the 4 health one went ramped off because it was played first.
It was played first, right? Yeah.
So he's got to ping and then Reckless if he wants 2 ramps.
Wait, won't give him 2 though, right?
Well, over the course of the turn. I mean,
Oh, ping there, sorry. Yeah. I'm with you. I was thinking of something else because I'm an idiot. It happens a lot, don't worry. Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. Levick's like, no, that's what I wanted to do to you. What's going on?
yeah, it was a bit weird. I mean, Levick should have known that would have happened, right? Because he knew the Reckless was taken from him.
I wonder if he's just slipping a little bit because of how silly this game is.
Yeah.
Like his priest opponent that he should have felt very confident going into has Dawn Grasp active and Reckless Apprentices before you do. Right? You're like, it is a bit of a tilter.
Imagine we were in this spot after that double watch post start.
Yeah.
It was looking so good.
Nothing a Sir Spinley can't fix.
True. There's got to be a way to ramp. Oh, there is.
I see, there's literally always a way to ramp. Wait, dude. Oh,
It's on 6.
Doesn't matter about order, does it?
I mean, taste of your own medicine, mage. This is what it feels like.
It's so brutal.
Were you followed?
What do you think of that 2-drop the secret card?
I played a little bit of Quest Priest, unfortunately. But I quite like it, actually. Because I like having 1 more 2-drops, and it can lead you into 3-drop. By itself, which I think helps a lot, and also just Priest having secrets, I think is crazy compared to everything else they can do. So I do like it fills the Priest gap, or fills out more of what Priest does, is just annoy your opponent to death.
Yeah, true.
And I think Bunny Hopper's done a great job of it in this game, because I would be annoyed if I, as the mage, lost to a Dawngrasp Priest that's pinging me for 1,000,000 each turn. So brutal game there for Levick, and suddenly it just might be getting to him, and I'll tell you what, I'd understand why. This is his winning in for top 8, and this game of Hearthstone just happened. And now suddenly, it's going to be Priest versus Warlock.
Yeah, we talked about the stats on this deck. It's the curse variant of Warlock, so it does a bit better against these I'm going to remove everything you do sort of decks. It should do pretty fine. I think we said the stats yesterday were about 60% in favor of the Warlock.
Yeah. The problem is it should do fine, but we thought the Mage would do fine, and then this happened. So you can't feel too comfortable. And I do worry, honestly, that maybe, and again, this is just from what I see, I can't speak to Levick right now, so I don't know, but the turn he made the Skeletons when he knew the ramp was just going to happen at that point, I don't know whether that was Levick just slipping a bit because he was frustrated, and understandably so, or whether Levick was like, well, I can't win if I pass every turn.
Yeah.
So do I just do it anyway and just let him whatever? Because that's also reasonable, right? You could argue whether it's right or wrong, but that approach is like, well, just because my opponent's ping mage now, if I pass, I just die. So I have to do something, try and push some level of damage and make something happen. So I can understand it, but we'll have to see as we move on through this series. Levick, yeah, going to be on this hybrid warlock. Again, on paper, good versus priest. But again, if there's just steals, if there's certain cards gained, if the AoE's there initially into a lot of sustain later on, Levick will have to do a very specific setup, and it would only take a Dark Vein being stolen away to really, really put a dampener on this series for Levick.
Yeah, I think also like Bunny's deck is actually teched pretty nicely to deal with what Warlock can do early on. Like we see in hand a Lightmord Netherdrake available. He has access to Venomed Scorpids, which while they don't seem like much, they're pretty annoying if you're trying to just buff up one minion with the location. So like while a lot of other players have sort of just teched their Quest Priest to like do a lot better against Rogue, Bunny seems to just make it a bit more general purpose, which is really going to help in this particular matchup.
And even in this instance, right, yes, it gets farmed by the imps, but if this one Scorpid is killing 3 imps, you're probably okay with that. Like, you know, that's a trade you're willing to make.
Yeah, it's just like, imagine the library was available here, like you'd have to just library and then trade off the other 3.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel amazing. Oh, there's so much card drawn now.
And identity theft is Shadow, right?
Yes.
So this Netherdrake's active.
That Netherdrake is active.
Oh, and after, it's brutal. You don't want the Scorpion to just sit there, but can you really trade 3 of your imps? Oh,
I don't want to trade 3 imps. You can trade into my flame imp, it's fine.
I think even Levick there is just like, I did that.
Yeah,
I didn't feel
really
good about doing that, but I did it. Like,
oh.
Yeah, and now Bunny doesn't have to play the Netherdrake. I think if those imps were left up, he would be forced into it.
Yeah, it's smart. Not he had mana to identity theft here, but of course he needs the shadow spell for the activation.
And again, stage 1 for Bunny is not quest progression. That is not his goal right now. His goal is to not get imped. Then he can worry about stuff later on, right? Because if he doesn't get imped, then later on, he's playing a different game of Hearthstone.
Yeah. I mean, you almost never really, in this matchup at least, you're not ever worried about going for the final stage. It's just all about survival, right?
If anything, when I was playing, I found identity theft really strong to fill your hand, right? 1 card makes 2, and then you can block curses.
Yeah, that's a good point.
A little bit easier.
Especially if you can pick, like, it does sometimes happen, especially because Levick's filled up his own hand. When he gets those later turns, he's going to have drawn his hero card. If you can steal that, that's going to fill your hand up even more.
Yep.
Light cannot exist without the dark.
Oh, Bunny really greed in the Netherdrake here.
The top shelf is extra.
Yeah, he needs to sort of bridge towards the whirlpool, I guess. And with so many cards in hand, you know if you clear this board, you're very much going to be met with just mischievous imps or even Rafarm sometimes straight away.
And the good thing here, he does just have Shard of the Naru, right? Oh, okay. Well, now he has Light Bomb, and he's just going to clear the board like that, which is great, because like you said, that does bridge the gap. But he also has, like, for now, if Rafarm's played, he can just Shard of the Naru Netherdrake, right? And he's just okay.
Yeah, I wonder if it is better to do the Shard Drake turn immediately, just because the Light Bomb answers the Rafarm board completely, whereas the Netherdrake doesn't actually kill Rafarm.
True, true. You're worried about on that health leaving because a 4-1 would be alive, right?
A 4 against the Rafarm or?
The Netherdrake. The Netherdrake, the 4 health lives.
Oh, was there? Oh, was there on the previous? Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, there was the Innkeeper, right? Or the Bar bar,
Yeah, no.
person,
Right.
bartender, innkeeper, something bar in thing. But
Shady bartender.
there you go.
Yeah.
Like that. He's on 19. He would have definitely taken at least another 4. You know what I mean? I think that was just a let's just clear it up and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. He has the light it burns anyway for potential farm.
Oh, Nether Drake fight. Gotta be worth it, right? Because Levick isn't playing pure imp, so there's no sea giants. Wait now. Oh, he's just gonna. Okay, yeah, sure. This kind of works as well, right? This is just more card draw. 1 card for 2 again.
Yeah, this is very smart from Bunny. He's got his mind on the long-term curses. He's like, I can't just like play the light it burns or just shard here. My hand size is gonna get too small, even though it deals with a minion. I like this. It's quite smart.
Yeah. He's annoying that he's this smart, isn't he?
Yeah, look at it, gazing off outside into the window like I could have been a football player.
Yeah.
Why did I get my brain so big?
Could have been anything. Gazing off into the countryside.
Haven't heard of me?
Maybe there's a seagull outside or something. He was like, oh, what's the seagull up to? Well, I'll just ponder my next turn. Here though, Levick is going to at least cash in some level of value. Get a couple of those cheap spells, get the extra drag below as well, start stacking these curses. So Bunny, I think that's a reasonable enough tell that, well, Rafarm's just not there, right? I think that's a fair assumption from Bunny right now, because the board push has stopped at this point.
Yeah. There's some smart order there from Levick on his turn, taking the trade last to cause the overdraw.
Mm-hmm.
And also ending on the curse card, so the Dark Vein's actually ready to go.
That's 9. He goes down to 7 if he plays 2 curses, and then can go back up to 9 if he plays Identity Theft.
A smile from Levick saying, oh, I just gave him his quest completion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, wait, he goes up to... Yeah, he can go up to 10 if he really wanted to as well. He's got a lot of options, as always, this turn, to play around curses here.
Were you followed?
There's all these cards that just replace themselves. It's so sick.
Yeah, there's so many, actually.
Oh, Kidnap for Dark Vein.
Oh, probably not the best idea.
Sack. Oh, boo.
Sadly, the back cry still goes off. I mean, you could just Tams in here, right?
I think so, because I think at this point, Levick really wants Bran, right?
Oh, you can Fiendish Catastrophe instead.
Yeah, I mean, either way, card draw's good here, right? He's done a good chunk of the job, but I think Bran has to be the finisher for Levick.
Yeah, I suppose this just gives him the mana to play this cultist for another curse to ramp up a bit more. At this stage, if the priest keeps his hand size full, you might just be limited to 1 curse a turn. So to get that damage in while you can, before the hand's full, is important.
This does get tricky now, though, because Bunny Hopper, if he clears this board, he's got a point, like you said, where he's already taken 1 curse a turn. And it's going to be a little bit tricky for Levick to actually push the damage through. He's used so many of his curse cards already.
Yeah, and like you said before, the Identity Theft coming in clutch here just to fill up the hand.
Oh, Zakul, heal for 1.
Oh. It heals for 1.
Yeah. 2 if he doesn't play the curse again. Oh, it's a big deal.
Is there any relevant shadow spell? I mean, there's the Identity Theft, the shadow spell, if you take the Dark Vein.
Yeah, true. I will have a million cards in my hand at all times.
I mean, that's good, right? You can just... it means you can play your other cards, and then the Dark Vein refills your hand again if it dies.
Yep. And now Bunny has the knowledge as well that Rafarm and at least one of the Abyssal Waves is in the deck, and he knows that Dark Vein's in the hand. Okay, well, now my statement is incorrect, but at least at time of play, Bunny knew Rafarm was in the deck.
It's tricky. You have to, at this stage, try to force the priest to play their cards, but how do you do that?
So many threats been played. I mean, let's take a look at what's left in Levic's deck threat-wise. It's kind of a whole lot of nothing. Those two Voidwalkers, they look buff, but they're not really threatening in themselves stat-wise.
Many possibilities.
You just need to make a board that forces them to use more than one card if you can.
Just like the Imps and Bartender.
Yeah, the Bartender might be a good way of doing it. Just going for uninfused Refarm.
Right. I mean, that's still decent, right? Like it's
the library, yeah.
It's a board, but you know, it's a threat level. Oh well, there's a board clue.
Be careful, it's on. Think enough.
What knowledge do the stars provide?
Okay. I was actually kind of expecting to see the. Oh, we didn't pick the Lady Darkvein in the end, actually. Picked the Zakul instead.
Yeah, I'm also a bit of an idiot, which is no real surprise, but Bran's not in the list. I've been talking about Bran as if Levic's got it.
Oh.
And he's just not, right? You double check for me, Jambray, in case I really am being a moron.
No Bran.
Yeah.
Okay, that gives Bunny quite a bit more of
Yeah.
a safety net in terms of health.
Especially if this light shower goes off at some point, which, you know, it almost certainly will. If he gets like Zyrella or something, right, and he just pops the death rattles again, not only does his hand fill up a bit more, but he heals for a lot. And more Tam's in to try and clean up as much of the board as possible here. Does have the option of another Grimoire if he wants.
Yeah, Pawnee still has a curse card left to reactivate the Lady Darkvein.
Oh yeah, he wants to save Grimoire for the wave Darkvein, right?
Yeah.
And he's being pressured now. Almost certainly has to play that curse out before he does anything else. I wonder if he's ever tempted by Mutinous here.
Mutinous, I mean, do you need to go for it just because if you hit the Zakul or the Darkvein, it's just huge.
Feeling safe enough. To be fair, he does know that Levic has to spend a turn playing Wave, right, before he can Darkvein. So if he sees Wave, he knows he's facing down Darkvein. The turn after, almost certainly, I'll say.
Yes.
Quickly.
And he really wants Zyrella, right, for the armor, the heal off the light shower.
Yeah.
Just needs one big burst of health.
So 2 curses right now do 11.
And Bunny knows there's no way for him to do 3 curses, right?
Does he have a drag below left, right?
Oh, sorry, yeah, he does.
Yeah, so you could do 3 actually. Sometimes, if you're lucky enough. You'd have. I'm not sure how it would work. But.
I was just thinking because he just didn't trade the light shower into the 3-1, right? He just pushed 6.
Yeah, I think when you
like,
recognize that he needs to push the damage to close the game.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
It's just if there was a chance at a curse lethal, you know, that he created by not trading and getting the heal, right? It was just interesting.
I mean, it's very unlikely, the lethal, because I think you have to activate the lady with the grimoire, and then...
Right. And then things have to happen.
Yeah, actually, I think it can't activate both anyway. So at most there's only 2 curses.
I'm just going to see Abyssal Wave, and if that's not a nod to what's coming next, I don't know what is at this point in the game here. What is that? Is that 7 now for Bunny? Oh, it's 5.
5, yeah. He's going to get a little bit of heals if this Zakul stays alive on board. Kind of hard to do that with this.
Oh, he can Finley the curse away. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, it saves some mana on it.
Yeah, then he could get Zyrella. Yeah, I actually really like this Finley. His hand is not that good.
No. Like, he's
The
not
other
winning.
play was like Wave, but then Wave kills his Zakul.
Okay, so the Zarella also draws, right?
Yes, as long as there's the spells in the deck, which there just is, because there's a million spells left in the deck. Oh, he's not playing Zyrella?
It's not necessary, is it? Because you're not dead to 2 curses. There's only 2 curses right now. Oh, no, there's 3 curses coming, right? The wave was just played.
Yeah, but he threw it away, right?
He threw
and
what
he got
away?
rid of the Wave Curse.
No, I'm saying on the next turn, he's going to go Dark Vein Grimoire. Right, so that's two more, right? But
Yeah,
he might have the third one from the deck as well.
Sure.
It's guaranteed from the deck, actually, so it's 3 curses.
Let the ritual of absolution.
It's 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, it's wait. It just does
This
it,
is
right?
fine, right? Yep, it still clears.
Yeah, I wonder if you were supposed to Zarella the previous turn, because it filled up your hand, and it gave you the heal from the Light Shower Elemental, and the armor, and you could take the trade. I don't think you died.
I was really surprised, because like the drawback is you can't hero power and get the 5 health, right? And then next turn it's 5 damage, right? Like that's a drawback of going Finley Zyrella. But the upside, geez, it felt pretty strong, right? You heal for above one. You heal for more than 10. You draw cards. And also, you only spend a card, right? You Finley and then spend 1 card, which means your hand's pretty full anyway. Whereas this, like, I think Bunny Hopper did a few things that turn, right? I can't even remember what the last turn was, but he opened his hand up a bit more and didn't draw. So,
yeah, it just
really surprised.
I mean, he had some healing, it just wasn't quite enough to deal with 3 curses. Maybe he only anticipated 2. But with the knowledge available, you had to expect it was 3 coming that turn, so...
But the thing is as well, that's the maximum your opponent can even do. If you got out of range of that, do you ever lose? Right? Would I guess be my question. I'd have to go back and look at it, of course. I'm not saying I've sat and done all the numbers for every outcome, but it just felt like Zyrella did more than what he actually ended up doing that turn. But again, you'll have to go back and look at it. But crazy, I thought Bunny Hopper was all over that game, honestly, and looked very comfortable. But it means it's all going to come down to this final game. Levick has 1 more chance. It's going to be this curse lock, but it is going up against the Miracle Rogue from Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that the curse lock generally doesn't want to see. The Gnolls in particular are just really, really good at dealing with the imps, and as a warlock, I mean, there's so much damage that you take from just playing your own cards, let alone what Rogue's got to sling at you as well. So
it's also all the rogue tools that rogues sometimes have to find creative ways of using. They just don't have to do that in this matchup because, you know, Bone Spike, Extortion if they don't want to trade, and like all of these cards like removal or damage tools, there's just always a target, and if there isn't, the rogue's probably winning. Right, so it lines up very, very well indeed. And we do see Shroud of Concealment and Edwin Kept hold of, backstab and shadow step. Well, that's a good starter kit if I ever saw one.
Yeah, it's almost keeping the Edwin here, not because he intends on playing it early, but because it just increases the chance that he gets those nulls out from the Shroud of Concealment.
Double step.
Oh man. Okay. Likely to see the Coin Shroud. What? Oh, okay.
Greedy boy.
That's so greedy. I mean, yeah, this could be like a turn where the draw happens or the library.
Does the curse count for null reduction? Oh no, it's draw, right? It's draw, not get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so he didn't do any tradables, right? So if he went coin shroud, the nulls went 0 that turn, I think. Pretty unlucky hitting the only 2 minions that aren't nulls there.
Yeah, he's also choosing not to backstab and burn a card.
Oh, the curse is going to go, right? So it doesn't...
Oh, sorry, yeah, the curse goes before the draw,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, sorry, I'm being... It's been a long day, Jambray. It's been a long day.
I think this is one of my favourite interactions, just like...
Aha! You block
sort of
any more curses and
Yeah.
then get to draw anyway.
Stone by stone.
Alright, you're going to want to be seeing some nulls there.
Yeah, Bunny up on 16 health. Like, he's very quickly running out of time. And Levick just has the on-curve Zakul. That's a good tempo play, something you don't see too often.
Oh, that's a brick.
Just dead? Not literally, but more or less.
I mean, it feels like it. Like you just can't recover the tempo really anymore. No preps, no nulls, no tradables to discount any of this hand, or for the early turns. It was actually a really rough draw for Bunny Hopper here. And like, maybe you can deal with the board on the next turn, but then you have to account for all these curses coming into your face.
Yeah, like I said, this Zakul, nice damage with the curse, of course, but it's a 6-5, right? Like, it's actually just tempo right now, which is huge. Off with step.
Yeah. Gonna need some nulls and some preps, please.
Shall fall.
Oh, that's so annoying because it stops the Edwin chain, right? Because he's on 10 cards right now, and it effectively
overdraw
draws.
the Edwin
Yeah,
card.
yeah. Oh, this is rough. This is rough. These Edwin draws.
Yeah, this is painful. Like, does he have to go like tooth, bone spike here? Maybe.
Just it's just not a clean way. You have to spend mana on another card, which yeah, do this and then maybe you can hit prep. Okay.
It's freeing up hand space, right?
Yeah, I was thinking whether because you needed to hit prep anyway, you wanted to do the door first so that you could prep the bone spike.
Okay.
But I mean, this gets rid of the board.
Yeah, that's something, right? And Buffs is doing a little bit more again. Bunny Hopper feeling a little bit spicy here on 8 health, but there's nothing immediate. Honestly, nothing too great for Levick to do here.
Yeah, how many imps has he actually had die this game? 2? Is it? Or is it?
I want to say 2. I want to agree with you on 2, yeah.
So even just like we saw last time, the tempo refarm's not looking that attractive right now. Just gonna go for the curse route. One more
right.
curse. Yeah.
One more curse away from just winning. Also forces Bunny to spend 2 mana or prep, right? You know, like to deal with the curse one way or another. You can't just have it held in hand.
Oh my god. These Edwins, they're so bad.
Look at Levick nodding. He's like, yes, like Jack Nicholson all over again.
It feels like I just hit a brick every time.
Oh, there you go. Those are some nulls that are very late to the party. You need to buy those guys a watch.
Yeah. Does he sell lethal here though? He's got
any curse draw.
There, that'll do
There
it.
it is. Levick gets his winning in. It was a long series. It was one I honestly thought Levick was done with, and that Bunny Hop was going to take the win. But Levick managed to turn it around, and this Warlock gets the job done. Very, very happy, I imagine, Levick to finish that series on top.
Yeah. What a win for him, getting the qualification towards the top 8 happening next week. And wow. I mean, what a series. It was so back and forth those last few games. There's so many decision points. There's really nothing that was a clear cut. And I think it just could have gone either way at any stage.
And it was huge, right? Because Levick started off with Rogue versus Druid and just won, which is a great start, especially on the Rogue. But then Bunny Hopper won versus Rogue, which is fine on the Priest. You kind of expect it, even though Levick got close and I think could have won the game. And then the Priest versus Mage was the big one, right? Where Bunny said, you know what, I actually fancy playing Mage even though it's banned, and just decided to become a Mage for that game and won that way. I thought, well, that's just it, right? Bunny's got 2 shots at winning 1 game against Curselock, but Levick managed to turn it around. So really, really big win for him. I believe that gets Levick confirmed into top 8, so he's going to be playing playoffs next week. But as always, we will see. Wait till the end of the show when I think TJ and Lorinda will be revealing the confirmed top 8, because again, not my job to confirm things. But yeah, that does mean we are done for the day and done for the weekend, Jambray. That was it.
Yeah.
Did it? How did it go? Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I had so much fun. Actually, it was a blast. Really great games throughout the weekend. A lot of drama, a lot of emotion, and a lot of great Hearthstone. I had such a great time.
Yeah, it was great to have you. It was a pleasure to have you as a guest, Jambray. It was a lot of fun. And just like that, we've blinked and it's done. There's our 3 matches over for the day. And like I said, don't go anywhere though, because TJ and Lorinda, of course, will be here to finish up the rest of the day and see who's going to make it into top 8 of Grandmasters last call. But from us, we're done. Thanks all for watching, and we'll see you next time.
everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It's our final week and our final day of the regular season, and we're coming to the end of it. Only got 2 more matches left: the second semifinal, as well as the finals, to determine the winner. My name is CJ. I'm joined, of course, by Neil Lorinda Bond, aka Bond, comma Neil quotation mark Lorinda quotation mark. How you doing, buddy?
I am doing great, TJ. Absolutely great, especially with that wonderful intro. I think you've been working with me a long time now, and you still haven't nailed the Neil nail, like how you're going to AKA me. I think you need to work on that for next week, please.
Yeah, we'll do.
You know, all the people you worked with, you've got the AKAs down, absolutely pat. With me, it's a little bit awkward sometimes, and I don't know, you need to work on it. But today has been pretty good day of Hearthstone action. It's not quite all determined yet, apart from who's actually going to win the week's event and pick up a chunk of cash or chunk of points. Super Fake can still get a bye if I've worked it out correctly, which I usually have, but not always. I think if Super Fake wins this tournament, he will overtake Blaze on the points and get second place and get that first round bye. So plenty to play for him at the very least.
That's right. That's right. The previous match was a win and in, I believe, for Levick, which means that Levick is now qualified for playoffs because he made it to the finals. So that means he earned 4 points. It also means his best score would be a second place, which is better than any of the other players that would ended the week at 5 points. And so we've seen this sort of playoff shake up. And Super Fake coming into week at 4, Blaze coming into the week at 3, or at 7, sorry. Blaze losing in the quarterfinals. Super Fake winning would tie Blaze, but then have a win. Right? They'd be tied at 9 points. But Super Fake, his best result would be a win. So I'm also going to corroborate your story here.
Blaze's best result is also a win, so you need to dig deeper.
You need to dig deeper, which means what is your second best result? And that would be also Super Fake, right? Because Super Fake has another semifinals appearance, whereas Blaze does not. Is that correct?
We are on the same page. We are. That's why I asked, because I want to make sure we both agree that's the situation without sort of giving you the numbers that I worked out. Yeah, you're looking at things that I'm looking at, and we've got the same result. But that's good. So Super Fake playing for this top 2 unofficially. We always throw that in there because we are just but mere casters. We are not anything official or important or anything at all, really. We just talk about potatoes.
That's right. That's right. Our favorite pastime is potato statistics. But we have a Hearthstone match in front of us, and we got a double Druid ban coming in this one, which makes a lot of sense, right? Both players kind of not bringing the aggressive, I guess, lineup. It's really just Imp Warlock that we see thrown into lineups, and then your band changes from Rogue, or from Druid to Rogue.
Yeah.
But different takes on it, with Habu Gabu actually bringing the Quest Hunter, which coming out of left field, Quest Hunter, actually doing quite well. I would have liked to see other players kind of experiment with that lineup a little bit. But Super Fake's going to be opening with Tempo Rogue, and this is pretty standard. Opted to go for double Sinister Strike, 1 backstab in the sort of tech slots. And it also looks like we're going to be seeing Rogue from Habu Gabu. This is tradition here in week number 3 of Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call, is if both players have Rogue available to them in the match, it's it's custom, it's honorary to play the Rogue in game number 1 in a mirror.
Yep, and there you see the Rogue with a sprint in it. We haven't seen it cast yet, I don't think. But you talked about the different takes on the week's build-up. Habu with his Hunter. Of course, looking at that Rogue deck, we've seen it a million times, I don't care. He brought his Hunter, basically saying, I don't think Rogue's that good. I think it's good, I'm scared of it, but I think that Druid's the deck to get rid of. Whereas we see the Quest Priest from Super Fake later on, which is actually designed to target the Rogue. And so far, I feel that Habu's been proved right in that argument, that maybe everyone was just a little bit too scared of Rogue at the start of the week. You don't need to counter it, you just need to make sure you're not too weak to it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? Players value Rogue differently in the current metagame. It's the metagame is kind of settled to the point where, oh man, I don't think I've faced a single rogue in my last 10, 15 ladder games, just because they do have some polarized matchups. Obviously, they can beat everything, but you kind of need to draw the nuts. And there's some matchups that it's just really difficult. And other decks are adjusting, putting in tech cards in order to make sure that they're strong against rogue. And so it's kind of been knocked down a peg. And it's sort of a healthy metagame deck. If players came to that realization early, then they, like coming into this week, they would have realized that, you know, rogue is beatable even if you don't have a direct counter to it. And if that's the case, then you don't really need to bring this hard counter that's not really going to do well against other decks in your opponent's lineup. So just bring something that kind of has this good spread of matchups, but can also beat rogue, and then leave rogue up. And I think that's what Habu Gabu's done, and it's worked out well.
Yeah, and to emphasize what you were saying there, he had 2 days to work that out. Like, at the time they submitted the decks, most people were still like, oh, Rogue, oh no, we need to nerf every card in Rogue and the hero and delete Valeera from the game forever because it's that strong. And Habu, it's his great strength, is coming to conclusions about things really, really quickly. They're not always right, but he backs himself and he's right very, very often. And that makes for a good player, like the week that he just brought Quest Warrior, for instance. It was good enough, he threw that deck together and it was fine.
Yeah. Fine is apt.
Considering it was Quest Warrior and not really worked on, he just threw some cards in a deck.
Sure.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Trio makes people do some crazy things. But I'm going to get rolling here. Superfig's hand is pretty poor, but Edwin plus Shadow Step opens up a lot of possibilities, especially with the pickup of the Sinstone Graveyard. Could have a pop-up turn next turn. Habu Gabu is just, it's just rolling in fat stacks of cash with this hand. Just the absolute goods going on right now. Not the absolute goods. Missing a prep, but has Knoll, Shadow Step, Gone Fishing, and a Draka. Like that right there just opens up possibilities. It all depends though. Oh, needed 1 or less. Unfortunate.
Yeah, double Bone Spike means that some crazy, crazy stuff can happen. It can always happen, but particularly more than usual. Back to fake hand.
This Edwin is just ripe for a Bone Spike.
Very much so.
It was picked off the Edwin tree 2 days ago and let sit at room temperature. And now it is just perfectly juicy and ripe.
Ticking.
Dig into it with a serrated Bone Spike. All right. Superfake has decided to skip forward in time to where the Edwin is still ripe, but a little brown on the edges.
It is, yeah. Sort of like a ripe potato. I think at this point, because it's not going to be around for much longer.
Prep! Prep! Now you can prep something. Prep.
Yeah, this is going to be a 9 attack weapon, I think.
You can prep Bone Spike?
I don't even know. I think he's got playing Sprint at the end of this turn in mind somehow.
You float a mana, but that's fine. You get 1 additional attack on your dagger. Oh, look at it. He's cutting around the brown parts. He made it ripe again, and now he just eat the good bits.
Yeah, he's a 9. That's right. Cool. I can count. Bang, 9.
I mean, just 2 more swings and a tooth is lethal. So
yeah. And there's no
got to really dig deep here, and God, rogue mirrors are weird.
And keep digging, because until he comes out the other side into game 2, because no amount of digging's getting out of this one, I don't think. It's like some of my jokes. I just keep digging and they just don't get anywhere. Uh-huh. No, that's
even
not how many turns you've got left.
Yeah. You only need 2 fingers.
You stop at 2.
The
2.5,
Super Fake has
maybe?
to operate under the assumption that he's got 3 turns. No, he doesn't, because he's not killing
He
both of his
doesn't.
minions. Oh, wait. No, you can Wicked Stab the Draka. Okay. Wild Paw Knoll. Trade it into the Knoll. Sinister Strike, Bone Spike the Knoll, then Draka.
You know the best play here for Habagabu next turn is to just tooth Super Fake in the face so he knows he's lost and we can get on the next game.
Yeah.
It's not the best
Better.
but that's what I would do.
I mean, it could go Shroud, which draws some combination of Edwin, Knoll, and Maestra. It's fine. It's fine. It's so little.
11, so he needs 6 damage next turn from where Habu's looking. Oh, unlucky. Now he needs 9. Yeah, I was trying to find a way to make it work, TJ, for to Super Fake to have a lethal, but oddly enough.
Yeah, and funnily enough, the Maestra comes off the Shroud, so you can just play Maestra and it's stealth, and you can't interact with it. It's just 12 damage setup.
The Super Fake needs.
You can't always trust what you see.
There's not even any tooth targets.
No, which is deliberate, presumably. Well, it worked out.
Be able to pick up like a, I don't know. I've won the mirror with like heavy plate before.
There you go. That'd have been nice. So he needs to create a tooth target.
Yeah, it's not possible.
TJ, don't give up on him. He can do this.
You would have to have Door of Shadows into Backstab. Because Super Fake does play Backstab. And then Shroud into a Knoll.
He's broken the game by conceding.
I know.
He's conceded. The game's just...
And Shroud into a Knoll, Backstab the Knoll, and then have picked up a Tooth somewhere as well, and then Tooth the Knoll. And then you'd have 2 mana left, so you could Bracing Cold. You'd Bracing Cold, and then you'd pick up another Tooth. No. Bracing Cold and then reduce something. I don't know.
Thank you. I asked you not to give up, and you did not give up. That's all I could ask for from you there.
Yeah.
I tried.
I tried.
But it's now going to be, I predict, using my predictive skills, Quest Priest from Super Fake.
Oh, yeah?
Given that it doesn't beat any of the other decks in this lineup, I think that would be a good cue. We said that about Fled, and then he went 3-0 with it, so... Yeah.
I'm looking at the screen right now. I think you're right. I think it'd be ridiculous not to play the Quest Priest here, because what would the Quest Priest be in your lineup for? Yeah, it's Quest Priest. It's Quest Priest!
So the whole point of Quest Priest is to beat the Rogue, but the point is you're not 1-0 down when you do it. You're supposed to be 1-0 up when you do it, which is difficult because everyone could use Rogue mirrors first. But, with that in mind...
We've seen Quest Priest actually win multiple times throughout many of our series.
Yeah. Look, Fled won all 3 games with it against a lineup very much like this.
Yeah, it nearly won all 3 games, or no, 2 games in another series, but...
I mean, I think it might have drawn the winning card all 3 times, but it got countered once. Things happen. Sometimes
things happen.
Gets counted.
Yeah. No more America's players left, so...
That happens sometimes. It's unfortunate, but, we'll be back. 2023, baby. Year of Americas.
Yep, that's right. All right, getting into it. Here we go. Quest Priest versus Rogue.
How do you feel about this? Like, is the plan... Do you just have to go at it immediately with the Rogue, try and find a 5 or 6 turn lethal, or is there anything you can do to make it go longer?
I think you just want to play for tempo early game. You want to get minions on the board as fast as possible, right? We've seen players, and by players I mean pretty much specifically Habu Gabu is the one doing this, is purposefully making like 4 attack ghosts from the Sinstone Graveyard, like relatively early on in the game. just to play around the different types of removal.
Yeah,
because the removal that's going to come in the early game is like clean the scene, which is normally 3 or less on turn 5. You can't really get it infused that quickly. Shadowward Ruin is 5 or more, so 4 ends up being the sweet spot in that case. So if you can get a couple nulls on the board that are continuously attacking, get a 4-attack ghost that can continuously attack, and then follow that up with like a Draka dagger, like a big Draka dagger, that's ideal. Because if you just try and make a big ghost or a couple big ghosts, you're just going to get blown out of the game by the Shadowward Ruin. So, and we do have a quest toss here for Super Fake, which we've seen from pretty much everybody in the Rogue matchup. Because all you have to do is survive and kill all their stuff. You don't have to find the shard. Sometimes the quest can help in finding a specific answer, but you don't have the luxury or the time to like play something like potentially off curve in order to make that happen, right? So
next turn's going to be silly now because needed to pick up a spell there. So picking up 2. Things are going to be so cheap next turn now. And there you go. There's the what you were talking about with the tempo. Playing the null despite having graveyard in hand.
Yep. And because this null is going to attack for multiple turns, like it's going to get in that damage.
It's his brother.
Yep. With all the minions in the deck, so second Shroud is useless.
Bam.
Oh, Theatar! Oh! If this hits Draka, it's going to be very hard for Habagaba to win. It hit Draka! Oh! And Habagaba knows because Super Fake insta-picked.
Just didn't even have a chance to see like if they'd lit up on it. Just yep, I'm having this card. It's blue. Yep. I know it's the one I want.
Weirdly enough, I think you give a Light Shower Elemental. Oh no, Light It Burns. Because you have another Light Shower Elemental. You're probably never going to play 2. The Light It Burns is good as just a way to deal with Edwin. Okay, found the Shadowward Ruin. We cooking.
Well, this needs to be an Edwin of Edwin proportions.
You could go for a graveyard play here.
It's probably better than refill with the Edwin.
Yeah.
The Light It Burns actually clears the way for quite a bit of damage.
So you start with what? Graveyard and Gone Fishing, and then see where that leads you.
Where you at? Yep. You most have a load of stuff on the board and hope your opponent doesn't have any removal spells in their removal deck.
Just go Light It Burns, Gone Fishing.
That's what he's going to do.
Develop the graveyard. Not touch it.
Threat because you've got Edwin? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then next turn make a million things and hope they stick. Cool. We're good.
Cool.
Oh yeah. 1/1 weapon coming up.
Oh, you can Light It Burns. And then Draka and clear off one of the nulls. Put it in a sack! I actually like it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, Edwin.
This is sort of a problem, because Superfake's not dealing with these nulls.
Anytime soon, I know, yeah.
Edwin, and then pop off, and you click the graveyard when it's at 4 attack.
Yes. Like, along the way.
Along the way. That's what I can see, because I can see Superfake's hand is the best play. Habagaba may sense weakness.
now he can make as many things as he wants to along the way.
Yeah, or you can make 1 4-attack one and then 1 giant one.
He's working out, and also working out when to prep. Empty decision there. Oh, there you go. Now he's going to go. So yeah, they're up to 4 now. There's a 4. And
here we go.
DJ predicted. 1 of each.
1 of each. Oh, I like this. I like this.
I'll just do it again. We don't need a 9-9. We're just going to hit you with 3 5s and 4 4s. And a big ghost. Really big ghost.
Yeah, and just get one of these cutlasses. Yeah, it draws a card, and you just attack, get that chip damage in. I don't know why Habugab was so...
He hasn't pressed the button. He has pressed the button.
Yeah. I think this is fine, right?
Yeah, like...
Reload.
If you want to Shadow Word Ruin, then you've got 2 mana left, and your opponent's still got over 10 attack on board, or 10 attack plus the weapon on board. Yeah. Not playing Ghostbusters with that for long.
Light Shower Elemental blocks a lot. Okay, this will clear up one of the nulls with the Shadow Word Ruin. And then you have the light it burns for the Edwin. That's not really a problem.
There will be another ghost, though. Oh, they went not for 2 turns, I guess.
Yeah, so you have time to sort of answer that.
Sort of.
What, the small null?
This sprint in this deck might come in handy because Superfake's going to go super low on health at some point here. Like super low, sub 10. And sprinting into just some damage at the end while Superfake's still stabilizing is definitely on the cards here.
Yeah, there's still both Wicked Stabs plus a Sinister Strike left in deck and 2 Tooths in hand.
And only 10 cards and an Edwin. That's a lot of damage incoming.
Yeah.
Like, I think that I'd still rather have the Priest, but you can just see how the win conditions are panning out here for Habu.
Yeah. So Habugab next, or sorry, Superfake next turn is probably planning for Light Shower Elemental plus the Light It Burns for the Edwin.
Stormwind shall fall.
Oh no! Oh no! It's a sprint. It's too many cards.
Just in the wrong place.
Yeah. Because if you play the sprint, that means that you overdraw the card that the Edwin
So many options.
would need to keep drawing cards.
That's fine. Just make yourself so you win next turn. Do all the damage now. And try and have lethal next turn with sprint. Second prep? I think maybe they've both been used.
There's 1 prep. 1 shadow step.
Sprint, prep, double stab, and some stuff.
Yeah, 2 extortions, a Door of Shadows, 2 stabs, 1 Sinister Strike, 1 shadow step, 1 prep.
Gotta be
Still
careful.
some burn. Yeah. It's impossible to die from 12 if you just play a Light Shower Elemental. There's not 12.
Stab, door, stab, stab?
Stab, door, stabs. What are you talking about? Oh, if the door is infused. Yes, there is. So you trade 1 in, the door gets infused. You hit stab. And then you... the mana doesn't work out.
Doesn't work out now. You had to draw one of the stabs where that shadow step is off the turn, start the turn. Then it works out, I think. It doesn't work out. Can he set it up so it gets there next turn?
Choose soon.
Yes, I think there's a chance.
I mean, is there though? 16 now. He's gonna stealth it.
Yep.
Okay, a lot of damage
another one.
set up. Door of Shadows is there with 2 burn spells left in hand, or left in deck. So even if you draw one, you can get the second. Behemoth here is really the only... Oh no, Quest.
Unlucky.
Yeah. So
Infused
Light
Door in
Shower
hand.
Elemental more? The Light Shower Elemental, and you can heal. So you'd be at 16, you effectively be at 24 with 8 damage on board. Blackwater Behemoth, you'd go up to 22, and you take out one of the minions. If you take out the 6/6, there's 10 damage being represented. You'd be at 22, need 12. I don't know, this is going to come down to what this Door of Shadows hits.
Well, I mean, Habu can just draw the whole deck next turn. It's a case where they can infuse the other door, but...
Yeah, but the burn damage won't be enough to kill Super Fake, regardless of which plays you use, unless the door hits one of the burn spells.
Yes.
There's the 3 spells left are Extortion, Sinister Strike, Wicked Stab. So if Habu Gabu draws Extortion off the top, it's lethal.
Yes.
No matter what Habu Gabu does.
All right. And if he doesn't, can he... No,
And it's a
wait.
50-50 to door the burn spell.
Yeah. There's no way of manipulating. Oh, he draws it. Of course he does.
Wait, is the... Oh, you don't have the mana. The mana is the limiting factor here. Yeah, the mana doesn't work out. If you door Sinister Strike, you go Sinister Strike, that's 6.
I'm almost out
Then
of
you
cards.
Wicked Stab, door, but then you don't have the other Wicked Stab. Oh, you don't have the mana for the other... Wait, you do.
You do, yeah.
So
I'm just triple counting this to make sure. Yeah, 3.
Is it? It's off though, isn't it? No. Is it exact?
I'm sure it's there. I just can't count it quickly enough. And Habu's too fast.
12. Door Wicked.
Choose soon.
Oh, it's 1 off.
I'm out of cards.
Okay.
But there's so much burn lined up for next turn.
Trust what you see.
And minions, and both elementals have gone.
Oh, Gift is good.
It's good.
Yeah. So next turn there is 11 from hand.
Plus
If
deck.
Behemoth hits the 6/6, there's 18, and Super Fake would be at 16. That's 2 Light Shower Elementals plus 5 armor.
That's
That's
a lot.
21 health.
10, 13. It's not enough.
It is enough. There's 13 damage on board and 12 from hand, so that's 25. And you go up to 29.
Oh, 29.
Yeah.
But then you're in the same position next turn. No, you're not, because all the stabs have gone. Yeah. Okay.
Well, no, so Habagaba will probably hold until 10 to get the 6 damage Wicked Stabs, but Zyrella is actually good. You could also roll the heal for next turn.
Sure.
Which would give you more health, and Behemoth would give you even more health.
Yeah. That's probably saved him. Don't know.
So that's the damage. So you take out the 4/4 and Behemoth.
There's
Behemoth
16
heal.
in hand now. Or 15 plus 1.
Oh, geez, this is so close.
If you heal for 6, you get hit for 7 plus the damage in hand. So, yeah,
many options.
that doesn't work.
Oh, this is close. So there's still heal left in the deck for Super Fake. There's 1 Desperate Prayer, 1 Gift of the Naru. That's really it. Condemn. So Super Fake knows that there's 15 from hand. So what you have to do is go Hero Power the 4/4 and then Behemoth and hope it hits the 6/6. What if it hits the 3/2? So you'd heal for 8. You'd go up to 23.
That's not enough.
And there's 22 in hand.
Plus the die.
It'd be exactly 23. So you need to hit the 6/6. So you Hero Power the 4/4 and then you have to hit the 6/6.
Yep, get that quest played.
Oh, it would be exact lethal, right?
It is a 50-50, yeah.
Oh! It's 23, right?
Oh, 8.
No, it's 22! It's 22! 1 off! 1 off!
And we can't count. Well, you can. I can't.
Oh, it's 1 off.
I give up.
Oh, wow. 1 damage. Oh, no, that's a disaster. The Zyrella pickup off the top and having played both Light Shower Elementals was clutch from Super Fake. That was so much damage. And props to Habu Gabu because that was the absolute maximization, is that a word? Probably, of damage that you could possibly do. Getting both doors infused, using the temporary copies when you could, holding on to the last 2 stabs. Just absolute max damage pushage.
Yep.
No, Quest Priest. Oh, jeez.
And that's
just barely.
Yeah, to make the deck do what it's supposed to, right? Like, you're supposed to cruise through this, chilling, get a free win. And now Habu gets his real decks back online that are, you know, not going to get Quest Priestified.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was always just 1 mana or 1 health away every turn there. And that's with Super Fake drawing pretty well in the clutch, so...
Yeah, wow. That was very, very, very close of a game. Now we get to move to Quest Priest versus the XXL Mage. That's right. It's so large, we needed 2 X's. Not only is it an XL Mage because it's 40 cards, but it's also XL because the spells are big. Big spells.
Big, large spell mage. And a Pelican. Because this Pelican Diver is just in everything right now.
Who asked for it?
It's sorting out. Two Starfish that we didn't talk about in the tech. There we go. Oh, this is the Ravager deck, right? This is the Gorlock Ravager,
I mean,
Finley...
yeah.
Mutinous.
You gotta really dig deep to find 36 minions to put in the deck. Like...
Yeah, it's a good point.
Sorry, 35 because you played Magister Dawngrass. Because it's Big Spell Mage, so you really only want to play Ruin and Drakefire Amulet. That's all he plays. So you got to dig deep to find 35 minions. Sorry, 33 because you play Nightcloak Sanctum as well. You have to put more minions in your deck than a lot of decks have cards.
And most decks have deck, yeah.
Yeah, which is... So that's why you're seeing Murloc Holmes. That's why you're seeing a Gorlock Ravager with only 4 Murlocs in the deck.
2 of which are in Habu's hand.
Pelicans. Suspicious Alchemists.
The Ravager now just draws the other Ravager and Finley. That's it.
Yep. And then the second Ravager draws nothing. Just a 5-mana 4/3.
Oh, it does. It draws the other Ravager because you Finley'd it back in your deck.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, but it's at the bottom, so then you just never draw it.
the bottom of your 40 card.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Watch post time. No point playing Murloc Holmes yet, right?
I mean, Murloc Holmes with Quest Priest is not bad because if you play it early on in the game, you get Quest. I've gotten Quest before. Murloc Holmes against a Quest Priest.
I see. Can you complete it? Oh, easily, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You have 33 minions in the deck. Of all sizes and
different
costs.
shapes. Yeah, you can complete that quest. Amazing.
Okay, that's a 7 and an 8 now. However, if this muteness goes away, then quest cannot be completed
The time has come.
unless you get identity theft into something.
Or your light bomb gets buffed by the watch post.
Ah, yes. Or your light shower elementals.
Get buffed from 6 mana to 7 mana, doing exactly the same thing. What we call buffs in the trade.
You want to condemn just to get rid of this watch post?
I think so.
Were you followed?
See what's in the sketchy stranger first.
I'm looking at this sketchy board. There's just so much rubbish out there right now.
Ooh, sticky situation.
What about Counterspell against a deck?
Yeah, Counterspell's probably better.
Many
There's like
spells.
4 spells in the deck. It's just going to be there forever. Oh no, sticky situation it is. Similar, but different. Instead of the spell not happening, you get a spider. Ooh, spook.
Quickly.
Oh my, it's one of those days. Every day is one of those days, to be fair. These days.
Here at America's Grim. Oh, now I made myself sad.
Don't worry, TJ, we can pretend. Okay, this is why you don't play Counterspell.
This is why you play sticky situation. Oh, well, the event's going to proc, but the skeleton's going to deal damage, so this pelican is... Oh,
No waves can sink
What?
this ship.
It's just such a card. Look at it.
just an absolute unit of a bird.
Just eaten Renathar.
Just the biggest Chad of avians everywhere.
I'm so glad you're not with Derek right now in this conversation. Just, that'd be it. That'd be the broadcast derailed rather than the sensible broadcast, which it is at the moment. This Mutinous is looking interesting. It's already lining up a couple of tasty targets from Habu's side.
It's going to be real good. Because if it hits the Mutinous on Superfake's side, there's no longer a 7. Superfake would have to get a Finley and then shuffle it back into his deck and draw it naturally. And he doesn't play Finley natural in the deck, so he'd have to like identity theft into something to complete the quest. Oh, okay. Oh, I like this.
Good, like, launch things?
No, it's just because Superfake's never gonna guess.
Yep, also that. And no, you can't have any corn.
Oh, so this is gonna answer our question. Question that we had like last week or something. I don't even know if it was you. This is gonna answer a question.
What was the question?
Yep, there's the question. If you silence the Suspicious Alchemist, your opponent does not get to choose. If your Suspicious Alchemist goes away or gets silenced, your opponent does not get the option to pick.
I assume that's why it's worded the way it is.
Yeah.
Definitely wasn't me, because I'd have said, obviously, that that's how it should work.
Yeah, obviously.
I wouldn't have had a clue.
Everybody knows that.
I would not have had a clue.
I'll be real honest with you. I have no idea what this Discover is from. Is it from Quest? It's from Quest Completion.
It's from
4. Yeah.
It is from Quest Completion, yeah.
Sometimes you just lose track. You look away for a second, you come back, and then boom, there's just a discover window up.
Yeah, you've just got 3 things on the screen. You've got like discover window, the GDP of potatoes in France, some decks, and you're like,
okay,
where's this?
Here we go.
Oh,
oh wait, no.
And the magic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna expecting mutinous there, but honestly, Habu Gabu's just running away with this board.
This was the whole play, right? He took the 10 mana spell so that he could Belinda it to try and ruin the quest completions as well.
Yeah.
That was a 2-turn setup for this play. Because now there's a 10 mana light bomb in Super Fake's hand. Which is no good to anybody, especially Super Fake right now.
Yeah. Can't really mutinous because then you make it impossible for yourself to complete the quest. But you kind of want to mutinous and then just hope you find a 7 somewhere. With identity theft specifically. Then, if you mutinous your opponent's mutinous, that's a good thing overall. But then that's one less card that you can identity theft for a 7.
Thing is,
oh no!
Habu's head him off at the pass.
Oh no! This is. There's no more. You just identity theft into a Magister Dawn Grasp, or else he can't complete the quest.
Habu headed off Mutinous at the pass anyway by just filling his deck full of rubbish minions. It's fine.
Yeah. Or wait, he could, like I said, identity theft into Sir Finley away the Behemoth, and then draw it later for 7.
Okay. Good spot to be in, it sounds like.
Yep.
I like that identity theft is like the new Yogg Saron. It's like, how does he get out of this? Identity theft. What about this spot? Identity theft? It's just the answer to every problem that isn't going to actually get answered.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Habu's just beating Super Fake down with an arena board.
Yep.
Rogue can't get through this, but this selection of things, no trouble. Bam. Well, Habu's never going to guess that Theatar is in Super Fake's hand if that's offered. No chance of that one.
Yeah. Well, it's in the starting hand. Rathal, because he played it on 3.
Yep, he ain't guessing
Your
this.
opponent's hand right now.
Zyrella is what he's going to guess.
Not Cathedral. Oh! Now he knows that there's a Theatar as well.
Yeah. He was never guessing that because it's, yeah.
You knew it wasn't Cathedral because both Cathedrals have been played, right?
Yeah.
No, that's not true. Only one of them's been played.
They
They played it last turn, so.
Time runs out on me.
Played the other one last game.
Yeah. Played 2 last game.
There you go.
Maybe not. Maybe that was his game. Whatever.
Sherlock Holmes, Part 2. Which of these cards did your opponent...
This could be lethal if this Ice Blood Tower casts a rune. Got a head on a swivel.
Here we go.
And it's guaranteed to cast a rune. The other Drake-Fire Ambulance in hand, so. That freeze.
6 down, just fireball face to get it over with.
Gold.
Seems happy, so the end turn button might have changed. Maybe he knows it's over. Yep, there we go.
Nope.
Come on.
No gold. Explosive runes.
Come on.
Yeah. Still a difficult situation for Super Fake. Has some heal in hand, though. Yeah, test for counterspell.
How does he win this game? Like, he can not die for a long time, or he might just die for the next turn through, but actually winning seems really hard here. Here it is.
There it is. It draws a Gorlock Ravager.
Has he used a Finley? I missed that.
Oh, no, and a Finley, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, so he can get rid of all of this rubbish, all these second flames, and turn them into actual cards.
You want to do it this turn now?
Depends. I put the Drake Fire back. It might.
I mean,
maybe I
you
don't.
say turn them into actual cards, but this is about average for the deck. There's still a chance for lethal here. This rune, another rune's going to cast.
Surely it gets.
Oh, there's no spells in the deck. Wildfire's good. More damage. Arcane Intellect. Uh-oh. Connie, that's not bad.
Ignite in the deck. We've seen this before. Except in Druid for some reason, but you know.
Oh, Frozen Touch. Down to 3.
Double Reckless in hand, and there was a Wildfire cast, I think. So... better get health
There's
in.
Brand double Reckless.
There is. Well, that's 11 mana, but...
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you could like spread them out over 2 turns. You go like Reckless Hero Power and then Brand Reckless Hero Power. That's a whopping 10 damage. And that'll just be game.
Yeah, this is just 6. Cool. He's on 6.
Yep.
Nice. Pelican stands alone. I don't need Dawn Grasp. Don't you know?
That if Habugaba wasn't killing this turn, that would have been disastrous. Funnily enough, it would have been disastrous for both players because Superfake wouldn't be able to complete the quest because Magic Dawngrasp would be gone. There wouldn't be a 7-cost minion that existed in the game.
Oh god.
A 7-cost card that existed in the game, but Habugaba wouldn't have been able to do anything. So Habugaba gets the counter win, and now we get to go into a mirror match. Habugaba versus Superfake. They're both playing big Spell Mage, I believe.
Yeah. No. It's,
oh no, Spooky. It's
Sorry.
Spooky. Yeah, Superfake's playing big Spooky.
Spooky Fake.
But it's the big weird Spooky, right? It's like the super defensive Spooky.
Mass Polymorph ×2 Spooky.
Yeah, that one. Like you're drawing nothing every turn, but you have an answer to everything.
And then your opponent plays Dawn Grasp before you play Dawn Grasp, and you don't have an answer to it, and you die slowly.
Yeah.
But
who can find the Dawn Grasp faster? It feels. Well, not for Habugabu, because Habugabu's got big spell, so a little bit different of a game plan. But for Superfake, I feel like it's got to be like
there's no other
Dawn Grasp trying to ramp
There's
up.
no other threats in the deck. They just aren't threats. What's he gonna do? Kill him with his starfish? Well, there's not even a box. It's just Dawn Grasp.
Yeah, there it is. The double mass polymorph. I mean, it does have like the double win condition with both Mordris and Kel'Thuzad, but like that's standard for a 40 card Spooky Mage. But it's got double Solid Alibi, double Blizzard, double Deathborn, double mass poly.
Asked for it.
Yeah. Mainly, they're not totally dead cards, but pretty useless in this matchup. Yeah, they'll get some work done. They'll stop him from dying to a board. Habu can probably only build like 2 or 3 boards anyway, and they'll all be rubbish. So Habu just going full on. Looking for Dawn Grasp. Superfake's going to decide how to do the Theatar thing. Which is the other part of this matchup. Can you steal the opposing Dawn Grasp to overtake them in the race to get the first Dawn Grasp? And will it be stolen back? Excuse me.
A smidge of this?
All right.
A pinch of that.
So, I think TJ might have vanished. Are you vanished there, TJ?
Nope.
You just...
Long series. I was hydrating.
Hydrating? Okay.
Words of wisdom, everybody out there. Take a hydration break. It's important.
All right, back in 10.
Fuel your bodies.
What a selection of rubbish. Surely you take the Pyroblast.
You already have 2 Mass Polymorphs, so you don't take that.
Right.
Tone of... I want to take the... Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it has... Yeah, I don't know. Like, what would you do if you were in Hobbit's position? You'd probably pick the most expensive spell, right?
You pick the most expensive and the one that...
I think Super Fake just picked the one that he'd want the most. Which in that case is gold.
I don't know, it's a race. You've got to do 40, now you've got to do 30. You're getting to 10 mana. I like it.
I like Sanctum first. Just in case you pick up like Savara off the top. Then cold case.
We haven't seen many good Savaras this week, have we? We've seen a few.
It's really hard to get good Savaras with like the 40 card Spooky Mage because you're not drawing that many cards and your deck is larger, so you're not hitting consistent spells that much. You have so many expensive spells too.
We saw the whole flurry thing go off a couple of times last week in the Masters Tour, but like you say, it's 40 cards. Ugh.
I'm 7 moves.
Look at this hand, the Pelicans. That's it. All he's got in the world.
Ooh.
You can't stop this.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players just fiddling around here, trying to find something to do until the people turn up.
No waves can sink this ship.
Just a heck of a Hearthstone going on right now, you know?
They're really Hearthstoning for the Dawn Grasp at this point.
Oh, there we go, Arcane Intellect. Time to accelerate this game.
Can't theatre my good cards if I've got no good cards. Nothing's accelerating about this game.
So you know that there's a rune in hand. Pretty likely to hit it if you did Theatar right now, but I think it's just playing up the curve here. Sanctum's rolling.
You Theatar on 6, so it's 1 turn before their Dawn Grasp turn.
You can, but the odds that they have it at this point are pretty low.
But it's your maximum chance, right? If you do it on 6.
Yeah, and at the very least, you could snag a rune because you saw the 9 armor gain from the Deepwater Evoker, so you know it's in hand.
Yep. You know they've probably got a Pyroblast as well. Just yet.
Everything's gone face.
I don't know what's happening in this game. There's so much rubbish occurring.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
You bought these cards to the tournament. You play them. Nope, not going to Theater. Just going to, because of it, the intellect. Going to dig for his own Dawn Grasp. Now Habu's going to rip Dawn Grasp off the top and end the game.
Oh, jeez. I think I hydrated.
Yeah, because otherwise, how would you watch all these Hearthstone cards flying about? Starfish Watch Post is so tempting for no particular reason here, other than you get to push some childish levels of damage.
What to do? What to do?
Far more sensible clearing up.
Yep, I mean, the damage is starting to compound, right? It's not negligible damage. Ooh,
Especially with the Pyroblast in hand.
Hear it.
Yeah, I won't do that today.
Are you just taking stuff?
Getting
or
it
are you
back
clearing with Dawn Grasp? No, it's clearing with Dawn Grasp.
Yeah.
You know that one card's a Power Blast, one card's a Rune. Like,
It's really good, actually. It switches the board around so much, knowing that Habu can probably do... Yeah, don't worry about it. Obviously, he can do nothing next turn, but, you know, of course he can.
You have to match wits with me.
That's the other reason I might have played Theatar earlier, I don't know if there was the time, because you're never... If it's not in their hand now, you're never hitting it. I know there's other things you can steal, but...
Yeah. I think now it's time to go for the rune. Like, steal the rune. You can play it next turn. You can parrot it. I don't know. I feel like without Dawn Grasp and your opponent having Dawn Grasp, you kind of just need to get things rolling. And then you'll give them Finley, probably, since their hand will be pretty empty anyway.
Yeah. I think that might be why he's playing the Cold Case. Actually, you want Cold Case in your hand, right? You want that to be one of the options to give away?
No, I don't think so. I think you specifically want to give Finley.
Okay. So you play Cold Case first, so you're guaranteed to have a Finley to give.
Yeah. Because you don't want to give a Reckless Apprentice, right? Because there's a Dawn Grasp.
No.
Represents more damage. You don't want to give a Parrot because you kind of want to parrot the rune.
Yep.
It's just a matter of if you want to play Cold Case or if you want to play Reckless Apprentice, just to guarantee give them the Finley.
There we go. Nicely worked. Quite a bit of damage out there too, for now.
Does it keep the skeleton up? Also, didn't attack with the not attack with the Dawn Grasp? Interesting. Did he not attack with the Dawn Grasp?
I'm really bad at spotting if someone's attacked. I just assume they have. Or assume it was frozen or something.
No, he didn't attack with the Dawn Grasp. I don't think it was frozen. Interesting. Oh, well, traded off the other guy because he didn't want to give something for a hero power target. That makes sense.
Yeah, because
not attacking with the Dawn Grasp. Gorlak Ravager actually is pretty sick. Do it again.
You can counter.
Do it again.
You can counter the rune they stole from you.
Sun sets.
Look at its Cold Case, and you know that there's stuff there, but oh my.
Ooh.
Actually, his Arcane Brilliant's just okay here, yeah. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, second Gorlak Ravager. We're cooking now. So he knows it's Runed Orb.
Yes, that's the one.
Because he saw it being cast. All right, we're runing.
Ruining
it up.
Box Wars.
Let's giddy up. Okay, card draw is fine.
Card draw is really good. He really needs to catch up. I guess the Mordred is something I need to keep an eye on the other side.
Oh
no. Whoops. That's not good.
Oh no. Oh yes.
Oh.
Card draw, fine.
Don't burn things.
Well, something's getting burned. Whoops.
Make a wish.
There goes the board.
This game is so silly. Alright.
Murloc Holmes, Mutinous, and the natural. Natural? Certainly.
The natural, that's his nickname.
His Certainly?
You calling it for
in your
years.
opponent's hand. Or which card was starting in your opponent's hand? Which card is it saying now? The second flame, that's obvious. Which is in the deck? It's got to be Deathborn because Theatar and Brand have already been played.
Yep.
Not that these cards are specifically useful, but hey.
They're good to throw away with Finley.
Yep.
Finley the Natural Murgleton, as they call him. Super Fate needs to cobble together a plan.
Yeah, and I think that plan is just to giddy up, right?
Yeah. Get some Skellingtons onto the board.
Yeah. So maybe you can start with a Rundorb face, see what happens.
Yeah, I like it.
Rundorb face, cold case.
Yep.
Second flame ping on the Ravager. Oh no, cold case gives a ping target. Rundorb face, that starts first.
See where you're at. You're at. How many Deathborns do you want? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. And then you're not going to be able to play around the hero power forever. You just can't do it. It's impossible. So I think you cold case, then you second flame ping, freeze the Murloc Homes, and play a Shivering Sorceress.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's just at the start of the turn, the plan was to giddy up, and now we're playing 2 skeletons and a 2/2 sorceress. That's our definition of giddying up in this side of the board. I know there's double Deathborns.
This freezes the Ravager in Ping's face just to start pushing damage. Nothing in this Grace Age Parrot, right?
No. Did he play a box? No, he's still got the box, so no. Nothing in it.
But
playing Deathborn tennis.
Help. He also.
Whoa! Now he can just lose. They like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now he's in trouble. Now he's got issues. So, Giddy Up was the order of the day, and Super Fake able to do.
Not gonna Deathborn?
Not sure why. It feels like that was a lot. Get into box instead. Okay. Was he scared of the Deathborn back from the pallet on the other side? I mean, the answer's going to be yes.
Oh, maybe.
8
Fireball.
damage, fireball. 8 damage, fireball. Jellyfish.
It's the jellyfish.
Can't stop this snowstorm.
Mordresh can't be close, right? With a 1
I don't know.
damage ping, it can't be.
It shouldn't be, but every time we say that, Mordresh is just juiced up.
Yeah.
I agree, it shouldn't be. Oh no. These mage mirrors get sillier and sillier.
I mean,
My
Mutinous
calculations are correct.
is
But then
actually
you
not good at all.
die,
because-
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Mordresh is active with this ping because it's 4.
Needs everything to happen here.
Yep. I mean, Super Pig's down to 10 also. Oh, Ignite. It's a 3 damage Ignite. How much does he need? I can't see it.
At least 2. I don't know how many.
You can solid alibi to prevent dying from a turn. You can freeze the Mordresh, which gives you a skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
Ignite face, ping face, I feel like just happens. We got 4 mana left. Solid alibi. Now you have 6 mana. Now you have solid alibi at 4.
Oh, can you flame your skeleton? Take 50/50s at any point here?
You could do it right now. You can also Deathborn to do it, which spawns another. If this goes face, it's lethal. Yep, there it is. Ignite ping. Going to game 5.
Wow.
What a game.
Mages versus mages, and now we have the Quest Hunter after. I just want to forget that game was there, to be honest.
that was, oh my gosh, just crazy back and forth game. Like, Habugawa didn't play any runes, but got Dawngrass online. Then Super Fake just played 2 runes that were good enough to get there.
Habo's got a Pyroblast in his hand. That it's not anymore, then it is, then it's not. Like, the hands get shuffled around and stolen and shuffled back in and messed around with so many times.
Yeah.
in that search for Dawn Grasp. And then all those went face. That was an absolute killer. Like, I think 1 or 2 missed, but a huge number went face. And yeah.
His reactions. You could read his lips.
Like, one frame from the end of that review, Habu's like, oh! And then right at the end, he's just like he's calmed down in quarter
he realizes that, okay, we're going to game 5. I still got Quest Hunter left. Which, you know, it's Quest Hunter. It is a 30-card Quest Hunter. So you are... Oh, no, it's not. 20 cards.
Except it's got 40 cards in it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 30-card Quest Hunter, plus 10. And you get also 40 health because of that plus 10. So what he did was he built a 30-card Quest Hunter. Then he added Renethal and then 9 more cards to arrive at
all the spirits.
Yeah. Mighty was the one playing a 30-card Quest Hunter, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, this works because you get to add all the wild seeds, and it doesn't mean you have to not play a spell, right? That's the main reason you go 40. There just happens to be approximately sort of 36 good-ish enough cards you can put in, and because they're spells, not minions, you can kind of get away with it because they're representing quite a bit of damage in the late game.
Yeah. In this 40-card deck from Superfake, there are roughly 45 cards that are useless for the matchup.
Again, this is Habu's build, right? He brought this deck because he wasn't scared of Rogue enough, or like everybody else was.
Yeah. So your early game minions just are fodder for the hunter to complete their quest. Your late game spells do nothing. Mass Polymorph, Deathborn, Blizzard, just all poor.
Yep, that sums the matchup up. We're weaving.
Right. 20 or 19 more of those.
Against this deck, it might get there. Just weave them pings. Habu's got an awful hand, but now it's fine.
I mean, if you're both just pinging each other nonstop, back and forth, like, Hunter wins. 2 is better than 1.
The mage cheats halfway and catches up. That's all, yeah, so it still wins. Oh my. Do I want to play a minion this game? Huh. Can I win without it? Also, why are my minions so bad? There you go. That's the thought process of fake right now. All right, so Habu's going to start loading up the multicaster.
This is.
This feels impossible. I know it's not. I know that Mage can win this matchup, but it feels so difficult.
Oh, Wildfire. There we go.
That's the way.
But he only gained 1 armor, so that's a problem. Habu Gabu gets a good spring the trap here. Gonna get the honorable kill. 2 secrets from the deck. It's gonna be a freezing and an ice trap.
And more importantly, those cards aren't in his deck anymore.
Yep.
Because why would you not have a 40-card deck that just has 10 cards you have to rip out?
Yep. So I think Deepwater Evoker again, plus a Wildfire. Or he can just Wildfire, eat the Ice Trap, Wildfire again, and then ping.
Yeah. I don't know. I do know he's down to 34. What's the optimal number of cards for health, TJ? I've asked this before.
What? What are you talking about?
So if Renethal let you choose...
Like if it was a slider between 30 and 40?
Yeah. What's the right number?
40.
Is it though?
Yeah. You could play 60 cards and start with 60 health. That'd be good too.
Would it?
Yeah.
Imagine the stuff you'd have to play.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You have 60 health.
Yeah, but you can't kill anything, and all your minions are trash.
No. Just go to Hearthstone, the client, search for draw.
Yeah. Just everything with a word draw or search or shuffle written on it in the entire universe.
Yeah.
Hope it gets there because you've got 60 health. Like one of the old Benedictus priest decks. They felt like they had 60 cards from the start. The original Benedictus, not the Shadow.
I wonder.
Well, the other problem here is that nobody had to prep for this deck. Because nobody brought the Quest Hunter apart from Mighty and Habu. And you didn't need to prep for Mighty's version, apparently. So you just get to this point, you go, why have I got no cards for any use? Right, do that skeleton thing that you do.
This coin again.
I love how like modern Hearthstone is really overpowered, but somebody from 2014 is watching this right now going, so Hunter just plays loads of traps and uses the hero power and that wins? God, those cards are weak now in 2022. Nothing else so far. Traps and pings. Because he doesn't need to. He's just setting up amazing multicasters and filling his deck. Wonderful. I love it.
Ooh, okay. No rush, but it's fine.
I've heard of it.
Ooh, Superfake's getting a Superfake's getting a Deathborn. Here we go.
Best way to sum up the entire game. No rush. Ping away.
Don't even me.
I want to you, TJ, because otherwise this is going to be a very, very tedious game 5. How many turns is Habu away from actually just winning the game? Considering he's done nothing yet other than set things up. He's not far away, right? Really close, suddenly.
He's got to do the whole, you know, I need to wait till I can complete my quest before I play the last spell.
Oh, yeah, that thing, yeah.
It's Theotar.
Yes. Good point, well made. Some stuff right there.
And can't play a spell now because it would run the risk of Superfake being able to get through Proc Explosive.
Yeah.
And then just the question board.
You just draw 3 cards while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Fine. But yeah.
Push a little bit extra damage. This is so much damage.
That mass polymorph, which I think was probably brought to beat Naga Priests, has just been waiting for this moment all its life. I doubt it gets used, but it's on the bench. It's got a chance. Warming up.
Okay, so this has to be a Deathborn, right? Like,
yeah, it does.
You can ping the 5/4.
I want to see where the skeleton... I suppose you want to Deathborn it.
Yeah. I think trade into the 2/5, ping the 5/4, then Deathborn, and hope the skeleton hits the now a 2/2.
Yeah.
Because then you'd get another minions on the death ball, or just do this.
There we go. Now trade in. And Mass Polymorph, its run of not being played, just sitting on the bench, watching Deathborn, who is bigger and better in every way. He's jealous.
Oh, jeez. There's so much damage being pushed to face here. Gel shot plus barb nets lets quest be complete.
And it's playable, just to emphasize your point. Alright, we've done the tippy toeing.
Yeah,
now we start the
dial real quick.
Tippity tapping now begins, yeah.
Tippity tap. Tippity tap number 1. Next turn is going to be number 2, number 3, number 4, and probably number 5.
And then we done boulder our opponent in. All right.
Reckless, Nightcloak, and I don't think you can solid alibi. Can you do it though?
Can you not? I guess you have to push your luck.
You do, yeah, you do.
The turn after.
Yeah, but then if you do it the turn after, then 1 damage might like be enough, just depending on how much you took.
Yeah, yeah. You're on 6. It's like pew 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 pew. You're like, that's 6. I'm lucky.
This 18 plus 5. This is 23 damage if you go all in. Aim shot, or hero power, aim shot, hero power, aim shot, hero power, stag charge, hero power. I think it's 23.
I'm going to say yes. I counted like 20 or 21, so you'll be right. I'm always missing.
Hero power, 2. Then aim shot, hero power, 9. Then aim shot, hero power, 16. Then stag charge hero power. It's only 21. Okay, I was 2 off. 21 damage.
I was right for once.
Another aim shot. Oh my.
Or you could take rats of extraordinary size.
Just juice up the Deathborn on the other side. Just like really get it rolling.
Takes the aim shot. Car.
Quickly.
I think he's trying to work out if he can actually waste a ping because he still have lethal now.
Just clean up the board in its entirety. Yeah. This is where the solid alibi comes in, right?
It is. $23 available for Habu last turn, just to emphasize the point of him setting up the lethal there and still killing minions. The 3 aim shots and the 4 hero powers.
The cards, they do nothing.
Why do I have these cards and why am I still in this tournament with them? Alright, so the problem isn't how to survive one more turn. We can see that solid alibi would work. The problem is, you know you're probably dying next turn because why else would Habu clear the board and not hit you in the face? But how do you kill Habu in a world where you get 2 turns, ever?
The wails of these
yeah, there is lethal from 22 in hand for Habu.
Yeah, he set that up. 3 aim shots, that's it. 23, I think it is, isn't it?
23. Yeah.
Oh, plus now he's got the explosive, so it's even more. No, he hasn't.
Oh, he has an explosive trap up, so he can't do it.
Yeah. Plus.
And that'll be it. Habu Gabu. A nice setup. The Quest Hunter coming in clutch. And despite losing that Mage Mirror, is still able to get across the line here and take the win. Move on to the finals.
Mm-hmm. Where he will play Levick. largely just for seeding at this point.
Yeah.
Both of them have avoided the bottom two. Both of them have avoided the top two.
And for bragging rights.
Bragging rights, weekly pride, you know, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And Habu likes good brag.
Currently on the top 8 is Bunny Hopper, Blyze, Zessie, Grushin, Fury Hunter, Super Fake, Abu Gabu, and Levick.
I've heard of it.
Levick has already passed Super Fake in tiebreaker.
As Levick doesn't have the points, Super Fake's got 7.
Levick has 5 currently.
Yeah, so Levick is ahead of Fury Hunter. He's ahead of Grushin. There's 2 people below him in that top 8. So he's in the top 6, which is all he needs, and he can't get to 9 points. So he's in that 3, 4, 5, 6. And Habu, kind of the same deal.
7, 8. Yeah. So they've already avoided the bottom 2. I thought maybe Levick, if he didn't win, might have not avoided it, but just by getting to the finals has avoided it.
Yes, and actually by getting to the finals was the only way he could even get in the top 8.
Yep.
He was one of those players who had a terrible start, 0 points week 1, then like put the key in the ignition last week and got 1 point, and then this week, boom! 4 points already.
4 points.
Just like that. Had 2 weeks off, and now he's just making up for it. And he gets to play Habu Gabu in the last
Abu Gabu
week 3 final.
Yeah, should be a good finals. Abu Gabu, kind of one of the only players going against the grain with the not specifically targeting anything, but just leaving Rogue up and saying, I can beat it, right?
Yeah, I really like that, honestly.
Yeah. So I have liked the way he built that lineup. You know, I like players that tend to go against the grain and don't just conform to what the statistically best approach is. And then Levick is, you know, one of the many players who opted for the ban Rogue, leave up Druid, but bring Warlock as a counter. So I've liked the approach from both players coming into this one. Even though Levick's was shared by many others, he was the one that came out on top. He beat many of them to get to this point, right? So obviously his lineup, the tech choices and the like which type of mage has worked out better than some of the other players that have also had similar ideas with their strategy. So we have a good face-off to determine who has the best approach to last year's standing coming up in the final. So it should be a good one. Should be a good one. We've all set it up. But we've reached that point, Neil. We've reached the halfway point of our shift because we're casting 2 matches a day. We've cast 1, which means we have 1 left, which is right smack dab in the middle. So before we jump into the finals, we are going to have to take a break. Abu Gabu himself needs a break. Just played a really long series. We're going to give him 10 minutes to reset, gather himself, and get ready to play Levick in the finals. So don't go anywhere. The conclusion to the final week of the regular season here at Hearthstone Grandmasters. Last call right after this. everybody. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. We've reached the final match of the day, and would you look at that? It's the finals between Habu Gabu and Levick. As you can see below on the screen, my name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil, Lorinda Bond, aka we don't really know or have figured out an AKA just yet.
We'll work it out one day.
That's the AKA. But yes, we'll work it out one day. It's not like we'll be casting it for a year and a half, but whatever. There you go. That's how these players got here, at least from the semifinals. Levick defeated Bunny Hopper. We just saw Habu Gabu defeat Super Fake in quite a long and back and forth series, but only one can be crowned the last call champion, at least for week 3, the final week of the regular season. And who's it going to be, Neil? Is it going to be Levick?
Last call.
Is it going to be Habu Gabu?
Hero, last GM standing champion.
Yep, that's the official title.
It's going to be Levick. And it's going to be Levick because he has a point to prove. I think he gets left out of discussions about being best player in the world, all those discussions quite often when actually he plays very solid, very consistent Hearthstone. And we talk about Habu, we talk about Bunny, we talk about Fury all the time. And so I think it's all about who wants it the most, TJ, because that's how strategic card games work.
Yep. If you want it more, you'll get it. That's exactly right. But bans are coming in, same bans as they've been making the entire tournament, because Levick has brought the hybrid Imp Curse Warlock, which has a good matchup into Druid. It's a good counter deck against Druid. He's afforded the luxury of leaving up Druid and bans away the Rogue. Whereas on the other side, Habu Gabu is banning the Rogue. Or, no, the Druid. The opposite.
Yeah.
Banning the Druid because he's confident enough that he can beat the Druid with one of his decks, even though he doesn't have a direct counter for it, which is interesting. A lot of players thought the Rogue would be the strongest or one of the strongest decks coming into this week, and that you would absolutely have to have a counter for it, like Quest Priest. But nope. Habu Gabu said, I'm just going to bring Quest Hunter and have good matchups against pretty much everything else.
Yeah, and I'm just going to beat Rogue because I'm Habu Gabu and I can beat whatever I like. Both players in their first series season of GM as well.
Yeah.
Both in recent form, playing well this year.
That's right. There's the Miracle Rogue from Levick. It is the double backstab, double Sinister Strike variation of the deck. So in terms of early game consistency, it's there. I imagine we're... Oh, no. Habu Gabu Q Druid first. Okay, I like this. Druid would likely get countered by the Warlock anyway, so just throw it out there right now. Just do it. Just do it.
Yep. If it's going to get countered, then get it over with.
Yeah.
And then beat everything with it.
Statistics?
Yeah. They just say he's good. Honestly, if I could just get a marker pen, like from the bottom left to the top right of those 3 boxes that I fill in, just write, he is good in red pen across diagonally upwards.
Yeah.
It'll sum it all up much better than having to read numbers and words.
Yep.
Because he is good. He's also the 2022 Summer Champion, which is the thing that makes us think he's good, I guess.
Yep. That's correct. That makes me think that he's really good.
You notice how those 3 things are all interconnected? Like the Master Source top 8 got him that win rate at the bottom, which qualified for him for the first thing, which is the Summer Championships, which he then won. There's actually just one big stat, which is why he's good sums it up so much better.
Yep. You know what else is good? Druid. This is the giant Druid. Giant ramp Druid. Queen of Shara thrown in there just for good measure. Very interesting. Queen of Shara. You can Queen of Shara, okay?
Yep.
Listen up, okay?
I'm listening.
Queen of Shara, get the horn, okay? You still listening?
Mm-hmm.
Colossal cost 1. Boom.
Yep.
Coal balloon. Colossal. 2 colossals. Double the appendages.
Mm-hmm.
Did you listen?
I listened.
Are you blown away?
Amazing, TJ. But where's a Druid going to get all that mana from?
You know, that's the thing, Neil. That's the thing. You listening? You don't even need that much mana. Cast a couple spells. All you need is 5 mana. Queen of Shar. Next turn, all you need is 7 mana. That's easy peasy. That comes for free. It's big. That's baked into the class.
You know what else is good? Guff.
Guff stuff.
Wild Heart Guff. He's wild, all right.
Oh, here we go.
Wild.
So Habu Gabu's got the mana. Hearthstone, when you're a druid, Hearthstone just throws mana at you.
Yep.
It just throws it.
The trouble is, when you're a rogue, it throws damage at you if you're...
yeah. Yep.
So Habu is actually planning ahead here when to play this Planted Evidence, because it is something that could be pretty useful in actually winning this game, because he's going to need to respond pretty quick.
I think if you want it, sorry, if you want to get it out early, you're either using it this turn to dig for a wild growth, or you're using it next turn and delaying the Wild Blue Seedsman to look for something to kill a Null with Druid of the Reef, right? That's armor. Oh, that's armor. That's just free armor.
XXXXL Druid.
Edwin, Null. Okay, so no Traka, but where'd the Null go? Oh, he was...
He's just hiding.
Yeah. Now he's really hiding. Okay. Habu's looking all right here.
Well, you say that.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Okay, so it's Null that draws and bigs.
That sounds like some sort of poem. The Null that draws and bigs. Just Jabberwocky.
I don't think... what do I know? Stone Graveyard, easy peasy. And that is large, 7/7.
Alright, so this is a Druid that looked like it was in a really good position, I don't know, 45 seconds ago. Has lost. It's done.
Don't count your
mana
before they have eggs.
Why not?
I guess it's probably wise to kind of kind of a chicken inventory.
What? Why would you count chickens at all? Just don't count your chickens. That would do as a phrase. Just don't count them. There's a lot of them. They make a lot of noise. They smell. Just don't count them. Just there's some chickens. A whole lot of chickens. Look at all them chickens.
All right. So Habu Gabu does have scale for next turn, which will deal with the Ghost plus the Edwin. Problem is, after that, it's just question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah. And profit not at the end.
Yeah.
So there's another... It's all burn in Levik's hand. Yeah, Levik's just weaving. Uh-huh. Would you like some more burn, or would you like a Draka?
That's a heavy question. That's heavy.
You're probably getting scaled. You've got 6 attack on board if you do get scaled. Yeah, okay. Bail out and take the sensible card. Ooh. But really, it was sensible.
Yeah. Okay. It's still really expensive.
Yeah, these 20 mana cards on turn 7, even for Druid, can be a little bit awkward.
Oh no, there wasn't. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because even though there's the right amount, it's not spread in the right way. There's 14 damage, and you're trying to do 14, but you can't do it in packets of 1.5.
Oh no! Oh no. Disaster.
Ah, but he can make another minion. He can make a 3/3 ghost. Backstab that as well.
That'd be a 4/4 ghost because you also get the Draka.
No, but he wants to play the Draka afterwards.
How do you... Oh, you make a ghost and then you backstab the Ah, I see.
And he's just double checking that's not really stupid like you had to.
Yep. We got a nice 5/3 dagger loaded up. So Abu Gabu is dead.
Yep. See? We told you how great it was that Habu decided that Rogue was easy to beat this week, and look at what it's got him. Whole lot of damage in the face.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
And this is the downside of that strategy, right? Joking aside, because now you haven't got a druid anymore, which is the best deck in the game, possibly, and your opponent still has a rogue.
Yeah, so you gotta queue the mirror? No, you can't queue the mirror because
you got your hunter. You're all right. You got a hunter.
You gotta queue the hunter. Yeah.
It's okay. You can win that match. But again, it's another sort of round numbers 45% job, which you're just assuming isn't going to keep beating you. But it's last hero. It can just keep beating you. So Habu, I mean, I was going to say he's got a point to prove. He's already proved his point. He's got to the final. He's got enough points to qualify for the top 8 and all that good stuff. But a bit of a point to prove here if he does get swept by Rogue in the final.
Yeah. It's actually going to be Mage from Habu Gabu, looking at this.
Okay.
So, that makes more sense. It is the XXL big spell. So we said it before. This Mage is big. Okay. It's
large Mage.
Big. It actually should be, in this situation, should be XXXL Mage because it's big because it's got big spells. It's big because it's got 40 cards, and it's big because it kind of needs to beat the Rogue right now.
Big deal.
Big deal. Yep. Got ways to do it.
It has.
I mean, like Deepwater Evoker is premium right now.
Starfish is kind of, I don't think you keep it, but Starfish is handy as a thing.
Yeah.
Sanctum can be handy if you're not already dead.
Yeah. Theatar can be good as well.
Alibi keeps you there one more turn. Has he got alibis? He hasn't got alibis because it's big mage. I'm looking at the wrong deck.
Oh, yeah.
Caught myself just in time.
Ooh. So Theatar in the opening hand. Manishadon Grab's not really doing anything because you're not recasting any spells and you can't really spend 7 mana to gain 5, right?
Watch Post is good.
Watch Post is good. Theatar is good. I think those are the 2 keeps.
Watch Post, obviously, you know, all your cards cost naught. If they turn into cards that cost 1, they cost infinitely more. And it really hinders Edwin, really hinders what you're trying to do. We've seen what happens with expensive cards in that Rogue deck with Habu's Sprint when he drew it, for instance. So, yeah. Just adding a lot of mana to those cards. Superb. No need to keep the Dawn Grasp because your way of winning this game is to run them out of their 4 threats. What's amused you, TJ?
He threw away a Gorlak Ravager in the mulligan, just gets back a Gorlak Ravager in the same spot.
Yeah. There you go. Turn 2, Watch Post.
It's so good. It's just so good. What are you gonna do? Bone spike it?
I want to tooth it, but there's a problem with not having that.
So there's been 1, 2, 4. The Knolls are free, right? Already because of the life tap.
No.
Tradable post a life tap.
So he tried to hit the sort of tooth or something, but ended up hitting prep.
Right.
Oh no! It's an absolute emergency.
You gone fishing and then you shroud?
I mean, yeah.
Because you know the shroud's still at the bottom and you want to get the gone fishing out of there. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, just jam Renathal. Take control of the board.
Oh.
All right, game changes a little bit.
Theatar.
Well,
show me and Edwin.
Yeah, show and Edwin. GG.
Show me and Edwin.
There it is. Woohoo! And Habu thinks he's hit the bad card in the hand. Like, where's all
Ooh,
the good
actually, you don't want to give him any of these.
Dawn Grasp?
Yeah, but Dawn Grasp is your way to deal with the things that you're not taking. Like, or that you're... Okay, sure.
Fine. It's all right. They're never playing it. You'll deal with them somehow. It's Habu. He deals with things somehow. That's why the rogue's up in the first place. Have faith in yourself.
More meat.
Gonna need a lot of faith in himself.
More meat.
What is this? What's going on? I guess with the Edwin God, he can just do what he likes. And he's, yeah.
Dagger. Expensive prep. Finisher strike.
Yeah.
Press the button.
Cheap prep stab. Just go in.
Oh no, we're going all in. Okay.
Yeah, just do it.
We're in there.
Your hand's so rubbish. Just see if this ghost can get it done on its own.
Levic's like, thanks for the Dawn Grasp.
Yeah. Some tempo next turn from it. 30,
Yeah,
30.
actually.
Off you go.
Yeah, surprisingly so. Needs some card draw, however. Sprint would be quite nice.
Dawn Grasp would be quite nice.
Yeah. Second Shroud would be fantastic.
You Edwin just to draw a card. That's too slow, right?
You probably just Evoker Pelican.
That makes more sense.
Because Evoker negates an attack from that 10-10, which is important.
What about Bran Edwin?
What to do? What to do?
Draw
You've got to keep the coin. No, you've got to keep the coin.
I mean, if your goal is to draw cards, you're playing Gorlak Ravager. Like, it's bigger than
then
it.
do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. So the
do it,
goal.
yeah.
All right, we got there.
My goal is to draw cards. You know how to do it. Between us, what a team. Dawn Grasp hit you for 14, though.
This is me.
Wait.
By my
what?
calculations, you need to chill out.
Just everything. Everything's.
It's just lethal. Next turn, but currently, like, that's this turn.
I wonder why you backstab there if you're already hardening it. No?
Assert dominance. Starfish. Starfish. You played Varda because it sets up potential lethals. And then you want to kill it because you can, because you need everything on the board, because Starfish.
So much armor.
No? It is so much armor.
Back to 40.
Uh-huh. Door. Could be good. What's in the door? Extortion.
Are we playing it just to kill the brand?
Apparently not. It's a Sinister Strike instead. Oh no.
Yeah, you gotta kill the brand. And you're still pushing 13, but this 10-10's gonna have to attack quite a few more times.
Once, depending what's drawn off the top. Be fair. But now
you're just fiddling back.
Levic's down to 16 because of all the face attacks he's had to do as well.
I know. Nightcloak Sanctum, fantastic. Amplified Snow Flurry, fantastic. Double Nightcloak Sanctum.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't need a ban rogue. I can beat it any way I like. And yeah, for a moment there, it looked a bit like it might not work. But suddenly, Habbo in complete control.
Yeah, and I want... Okay, whatever. I kind of wanted that technical piece, but... Alas. All right, Shroud is something. Also, last 2 minions.
You can't always trust.
Yeah.
Maestra having Stealth is probably more damage than if you held on to Maestra for another turn.
Who knew that Theatar was a good card, huh?
Yeah.
Doubles. I mean, he can do what he likes. He can. He's just going to look for lethal now. He knows he can do what he wants.
There's no way for lethal.
I can take him. Wait.
This gives you nice, clean skeleton trades. And you could Snow Flurry and ping the 10-9.
Yeah, that's the play I was looking at. I was just got to that point, so I'm like, well, now I know I can not die and I can win next turn. Can I win this turn? It's tricky.
Yeah, there you go.
I was right. He could win this turn.
You were right all along, but there you go. Habu Gabu takes out the rogues. Now we're back to parity. However, Levick does get an opportunity to counter the mage, which is going... Oh, actually... Because the druid is not...
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, the warlock is there to beat the druid, and there is no druid anymore.
So you're going to play warlock into mage. Right? Or no, you play mage, play a mage, you play mage into mage, and then you
warlock
win
into
that mirror,
hunter.
then the quest hunter beats the mage, and then
you put your warlock into the hunter, hope for the best.
And then you put your warlock into the hunter. Yep. So we're gonna most likely gonna be seeing a mage mirror here, but I'm looking at my other screen here, and it's actually gonna be warlock. So.
Wow, I'm surprised, but Levick knows better than us, better than most people, I think, with this warlock deck because there's a right collection of cards.
I mean, you have a ton of time. If you can get some early damage in with this hybrid Imp Curse Warlock, I mean, you could win the game with curses. The problem is, like, you saw just how much armor the mage can gain with, like, the Deepwater Evoker. You know, you trade back the Drakefire Amulet, Deepwater Evoker again.
Yeah. It doesn't have to do that, but it's kind of built to just not die, isn't it? Interesting, though. Reckless Apprentice, obviously super useful, but kind of behind the ball sometimes, so... You need it because Coin Reckless Apprentice cleans up a circle, so that's nice. And there's the Evoker and the Bram. It's the armor covered, so now he just has to not die to the 3/2s and the middling, the 3/3 minions. Clear those up, he should be in a good spot.
Oh, Imp King.
Why do you call?
This is a curve right here. This is the imp side of the deck.
Yeah, for the mage, this is the... Nope. You ping the 3/2 here?
Yep. If Elaborate comes out and it gets buffed, whatever. The ping wasn't really going anywhere anyway.
Oh. Tipped him off.
Ooh. Oh, no. This is good. Oh. Look at Hamagamo. He's like, ooh, yay. Everything's going to die.
However...
I can take him.
Going to be a reload here with Mischievous Imp.
Yeah.
And then a reload with Imp King Rafam. So it's going to be still a lot of damage coming Habu Gabu's way.
Keep it track, that's 9 pings already, so Wardrush is fine.
A little fire doesn't hurt nobody.
Oh yeah, Fortress is like active, nearly.
No waves can sink the ship.
Yep, no time to mess around with Brands. 3-4's too good a shape to mess around, obviously.
Yep. Okay, that's a minion.
Let the ritual
Oh, wow.
of solution commence.
Okay. That surprised me, but I guess it just plays on curve. They don't have a death rattle. It's just 2-1s, but I mean, this is how you beat big spell mage, right? Like they don't have any spells outside of the big ones. So their ways to interact with the board are severely limited.
Best named deck ever. They don't have any other spells apart from their big ones, mage.
Yep.
There we go.
King Reform is going to come down, and even though you're not getting the full resurrect, you're still buffing.
If he draws a cheap spell, this could get nasty. It's fine. Okay.
How you doing for board space? All right. Yep. Babu God was like, For a second, I thought I might be in the clear.
Yeah, and there's no cheap spell in hand. Levick dodged that particular small issue.
Yep. Yeah, I don't even think Levick even cares with this watch post. Not doing anything.
In fact, at this point, it's probably just helping.
Yeah.
Barbarics
We have
not be so good.
8, 14, 17, 27, 30 damage on board.
That's more than 26.
Wow. Yeah, there's a starfish, which blocks a good amount. Right? That takes off 4, 6, 10 power off board.
10, 12.
Can't stop these snow
6 twos.
5 imps.
5 imps. 10. Guess what I did? Yeah, okay, you know. Ah, there's Dawngrass, but it's way too late.
I mean, you don't even want Grasp in this matchup. It doesn't cast anything.
That's what I mean, yeah. It's just, you can't ping, like, one thing a turn. That's way too slow, not way too late.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's not too late, it's perfectly on curve. Yeah.
Want to make a board space for like, Cultist? Like, he traded up 1-1 and a 3-3 into the Starfish, and then Cultist? That happens. Yeah. Nah. Oh, okay, yeah. But just push the extra damages. Okay. That's one curse.
I'm looking at the board, the curses, the casting costs. Nothing's adding up well for Habu here.
Blizzard or bust?
Wah, wah. Bob says no.
You could hope that there's a cheap spell in hand.
Or you can concede.
Yeah. Or you can concede. All right, Levick, 2-1 up. Gets the one with the Warlock, and now it's only Quest Hunter left remaining for Habu Gabu. Still very doable, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And again, I've said it all week, and I've run out of things to say, so I'm going to say it again. I'm very surprised that we only saw 2 Quest Hunters brought this week. But again, easy to say that now, but have to put yourself in the last Thursday meta. Mainly last Wednesday, which is when people are testing their submissions, right? So they're submitting on a Thursday morning. Did you want to bring Quest Hunter and risk how it was going to be? I think it was a risky bring. Very good bring, as it turns out, I think. But, yeah. We should have seen more of them, but we didn't. But, yeah, absolutely got a chance here. It can beat the Imps, and it can beat the Mage, so...
Mage I like. The Mage I like. Warlock is a little bit more... like on the edge, right? Because it's a 40 card. Quest Hunter, your draws are not as impactful. You may not get any early removal and all of the support around the actual damage spells for the deck. And the Imp Warlock could run away with the game, as they do. But on the other hand, Levick's playing a hybrid, so could end up with a hand full of curse nonsense and not really hit the early game power that we've come to know and love.
And curses in Quest Hunter have that interaction that's favourable for the Hunter.
Later on.
Yeah, but it might be having to time it. But the first things first. First of all, Levitt can just win with libraries and imps.
Yeah.
The thing just goes that way. Probably not against this hand, though.
Yeah. This is a very reasonable hand for Habugaba, though. Shell Shot is a very good clear because it deals 3 damage, or 6 damage that's split in 3 ways. So there's often like nice, favorable boards for it. Levik's got stuff, but this Mischievous Imp is just not going to be active on 4. It's just not going to get there. See, this is the drawing all the curses.
Yep. Yeah, this deck, I played it quite a bit, or a version of it before the Masters Tour, because I saw there was quite a few possible ones in there, and I was struggling with the deck. And it's going to take a long time to evaluate how good it is, because when it's good, it's really, really good. But it seems like so inconsistent to me.
Yeah.
As a lot of these decks through Hearthstone's history have been, when you play half of one thing, half of another, and sort of wedge them together and hope to draw the right half.
Yeah.
Time has come to dethrone our former master.
You lose you do lose the worst of your imps. You do lose sort of some of the 1/3s and 2/4s and 2/5s that aren't really that punishing. But by not having them in there, like you've just said, you lose a lot of the synergies that go with having just an imp. Interested to see where Warlock ends up, because I don't think we're there yet with any of the builds. Meanwhile, Abby's just doing what he can to not take too much damage. Still on 37, still got card draw, still got a way to occupy the board. Doing all right.
This is all the entire curse side of the deck. Guy was just chugging along though. Can go Wild Spirits and a quick shot here. If this hits the rush, which it does not, it was a full clear.
Yeah, he's fine now at least.
Yeah. Ooh, face, nice.
I mean, they don't have much health. They only have 30 to start with. What sort of deck's that? Hearthstone XL.
Ooh.
All right.
It's Cultist. Nope.
I was really tempted by that. That looked like a lot of damage.
Oh, here we go.
Go on.
This is like all of the, not all of it. It's nearly all of it. The curse stuff. We're missing like Zakul and an Abyssal Wave, and then we're good. Even like the Lady Darkbane is like not bad in this situation.
Yeah.
Since it's a drag below, it's still a lot of minion.
Connected a little bit of face damage in there as well. Make those curses a bit more realistic, because they're quite a long way off for now. And now Habu, this is the secret thing, right? With the Hunter, this is where you used to just be able to point a spell at the face every single turn. But with the secrets sort of added for various reasons, mainly because you want 40 cards and pull them out. That's what we do with all our 40 card decks. You can hit this just stall where you do nothing for 3 turns now. So that's where he's hit. That being said, doing nothing pretty quickly. You've got 2 turns at most here, Levitt. Kinda gotta go.
28, I think, is too much. Deal with curses.
I do too. If you don't, you're dead, I think. Can't get a minion through. I mean, you can Tamsin to get more health and hope that buys you a turn.
No, it's too slow.
Yeah. So therefore, you kind of have to go for cursors, even though you know they're not going to get there.
Almost out of time.
Of course, they might.
Haven't heard of me? You will.
This makes sense.
Wait, this is how much damage is this going to be next turn? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 curses, cultist, dark vein, which then has the dragged belows. Is it enough damage? No.
I don't think so.
3, 4, 5, 6. No.
18. 18, what you just said. Do what you do is you take the 2 numbers at the edges and then add them together and then multiply by 2. For those people who can't add 3, 4, 5, and 6.
What if you pick up a Zakul? Oh.
That would be handy. Now that would maybe alter the clock, although I'm not convinced even then. But yeah, that's a good call. That'll get us talking.
Not enough. Surprisingly close.
No way of getting 5, right? Because 5 would do it. That'd be exactly 25.
No. So going Tamsin. And now the Lady Darkness is more of sacrifice.
Which?
It's going to be dragged below again, though. Oh, Zakul!
Wait a minute.
Because Habu Gabu has 1 spell that's not castable with the explosive trap. Has Taunt in the way. It's so Zakul plus Cultist is 4 and 5.
Sure.
That's a 9 heal. But you're also giving Habu Gabu spells to cast.
But they only do 2 and they heal you for 4 and 5, so that's fine.
Yep.
I mean, it might not be fine, you might die, but mathematically you're gaining ground doing it, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And then you kind of force the kill on the Zakul, right?
Yeah. If they can't kill you, they have to kill the Zakul, so it heals you for another 5.
It goes up to 14. There's still only those are the only castable spells.
Oh, tracking.
We're looking for what? Aim shot, and it's a win. Tracking again. That's beautiful.
Nice and cheap.
Yep, stag charge, and that's enough. Very close. Very, very close.
Wow. Wow. Wow, wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
His next turn was, like, Coldest was 6, and then there would have been 1 more curse needed. So anything to kill off one of the shadows from Lady Darkbane, right? Because it had a drag below in it.
2/3 your deck, I think, at that point wins the game next turn.
A lot of it. Or even like, you know, Shady Bartender or something to get the extra face damage from the board. Because Abu Gabu was just digging for lethal. That could have been bad for Abu Gabu, but ties up the series. That was a lot closer than I thought it was be at this point, when the hand didn't look that good and Abu Gabu was cleaning things up.
Right.
Good on Habu for pushing face damage when he did, right? Right at that spot, ignoring the board and pushing face damage. That's all. put a lot of chip damage in early because knew that this game needed to go quickly, especially with how the hand was shaping up. So, very nicely done. I also liked Levic's plays to just stay alive, right? Long enough to make these curses actually be good. So
yeah, finding a way to have a chance of winning that game, because that went tracking, exact lethal, right? No, well, 1 over lethal.
Tracking 1 over, yeah.
So that's a pretty good turn for Habu at that point. So really, Levic brought, you know, a 20-30% chance of winning that game out of that play, which was, with that draw, pretty incredible.
Yep. Now we move over to Big Spell Mage versus Quest Hunter. So a little scary for Levic.
Scary, but
30 health's not a lot.
It's not, but hey, be fine. You think Habu gets this?
Probably.
Hunter?
Oh yeah, Hunter's been crushing.
Imagine 2 people bring Hunter. One of them is a 30-card deck, and the other one wins the tournament. And everybody else thought they were right all along. Pelican Diver is kind of interesting, but there are minions to trade into at some point needed, so sure.
Oh, Belinda.
Okay. Remember those days when Belinda was just all we talked about in 30-card Mage, and now there's so much other nonsense going on that it's like, just forget to mention it. I've only seen like 2 all tournaments. Turn 4 Belinda.
Just play a brand.
Yeah, just occupy your opponent. They have to do something. I like it. Oh, okay.
Nah.
Be sensible then.
Yeah. Bran Evoker could be pretty big later on.
Yeah.
Just sack the Pelican. Like, there's 1 health for you to do whatever you want with.
All the other casters look for the best plays, and me and you are just sitting there going, go on, play a Bran. Ah, come on.
He thought about it.
Can he draw 12
thought about it.
Murlocs this turn? Don't care if he needs to, I just care if he can.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Bran was interesting.
As weird as it sounds, Ice Trap here to block coin something. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, you don't want to coin Ice Trap because then you're in the exact same spot next turn. They could just play another Ice Trap. Okay, we're at 0 out of 2.
Looking at this Pelican Diver. Yeah, shoot it. The damage that thing can do.
Guaranteed clear if you haven't put that 3 health. This one will die to the first one, the second one will die to the next 2.
And then coin. Because one of them's going to get trapped.
Yep.
And then the turn after, you'll have the... Oh, it's still going to be awkward, but sure.
Turn after you box.
Yeah, but that's
if you get a box.
Trap number 2'd. Sometimes.
Well, you have a coin now.
Do you take me for
Do that.
ordinary mage?
Okay, amulet and amulet, double amulet.
Oh no. I mean, it's not obviously horrendous, but it is the worst thing you could get.
You're racing to 30 right now, and Habu Gabu's got a big lead.
Yeah. It changed though. A couple of 12-12s with a 10-10 on the board.
Yep. And has a nice easy finish next turn. Don't complete the quest to play around Theatar.
Yeah. Some Habu's
2 big dragons.
They need to be XXL dragons.
Caligos?
Yep.
Respell?
Give yourself a chance of something happening next turn that's good.
And most power?
8. Take the 8 dragon. That's what it's called now. Former terror of the meta is just reduced to, oh, that 8/8 thing.
Yep. Because Hunger Dragon's actually better in this spot because the Dag is emerging next turn. You don't want to take the 3 face damage from the weapon.
Also, it can attack and eat up a freezing trap of sorts as well. Which gives you 18 face
I think you want to attack with Kazakhstan to preserve the...
I think you're right. Yeah.
But counting now for Habu. A lot of cheap spells in hand, tracking as well. Not much left to go here in terms of damage needed.
Is this just parrot and prey?
No, you probably
not
just
dead?
play the other Drake Amulet.
Well, you've got to set up lethal at the same time.
Yeah, so you Drake Fire Amulet. You Mailbox Dancer and Coin to test for the second Ice Trap.
Okay. Oh, hang on. I mean, the tracking might mean none of this matters, but being able to freeze your board and just whack them twice, that might be the way out of this.
Oh. You could also Sorceress. Levick knows that the coin is still in hand.
Uh-huh.
And then you get to play the Drake Amulet as well and disrupt one of the
and have taunts. Yeah, I just have taunty stuff everywhere as well.
Yeah.
You have to take this too. Oh. I mean, the reality is that he's almost always dead here, but the actuality is he's not dead yet.
Time runs out on me.
8.
You take a Nixia just for most power. Yeah, you take a most power for both of these, I'm pretty sure.
I think you have to. It's so close to not winning anyway.
Yep, and you use the 7/7.
Yes.
All right. Habu's got to do 12 with the tracking. Because lethal is set up.
Yeah, it just needs damage. That's not damage.
That's not damage. It's a spell, though. So aim shot is lethal?
Yeah.
Is it?
Many other things will be as well, I think.
Oh, no!
Oh! Oh!
You got to take the Howl, right?
Yeah. But then what?
And hope that Howl draws you into aim shot.
2. Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah, because you get a hero power, so Levick's effectively at 8 here.
Oh, yeah, you've got the
Howl's
coin.
at
The coins
6.
only cost 4. Yeah.
Gumball Dog Bunker, he'd be at 4. He just needs a spell that deals any damage or 2 or more damage.
Okay.
Nope.
No.
Multicaster. Oh, no.
I've heard of it.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Aim Shot was the
no.
next card. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. Levick wins.
Wow.
3 regular season champion. Oh, that was a very intense game. Coming down to the absolute wire. That was... he needed so much stuff to go right, and Habu needed so much stuff to go wrong. But I feel like that's Big Spell Mage in a nutshell, right? Like, you put the Drake Fire Emblem, Barbaric Sorcerers, Belinda, and Rune of the Archmage in your deck. What do you expect? But that was a very nice setup from Levick. Understood, okay, I just need to... I'm gonna take the taunt here, not the Caligos, to block the weapon damage. Now I'm gonna Barbaric Sorceress because I know coin's in hand, so I at least have a 1 and 3 to hit coin or something cheap to be able to go. So I guess the turn to look at would be the previous turn from Habu Gabu. If Habu Gabu had coin at the turn he played Tavish, he could have used the coin and the tracking to play around Barbaric Sorceress, I guess, right?
Sure. But then
not that it would have mattered.
Fewer spells at that point, so
he's got fewer spells. He can pick something a little more expensive because it's still the same amount of damage regardless because he was getting Tavish online. So coin was still 2 damage, tracking was still 2 damage. He may not have known what he needed at that point, or maybe wanted to conceal damage.
Right.
But
also,
that's the only thing I can think of that might have helped in that situation.
You can also realistically assume he's just going to win next turn. He just drew minion, bunker, minion, secret, or something like that in that order. Like from his 4 looks or his 5 looks. Even then he has a howl, he still missed. So he had a lot of looks to win that game. But yeah, he could have possibly done what you said with a coin.
I don't know if it would have changed the outcome because it still would have netted the same amount of damage. It actually would have been 2 more damage because the coin was not even usable. But yeah, a very intense last game. And, you know, props to Levick, right? Because he had a lot of very difficult series over the course of the weekend. A lot of back and forths, a lot of like kind of playing to outs. And he stayed close in series that I thought he was 100% lost in. Like that one, as soon as Habu Gabu like started throwing damage to the face and completed the quest on like turn 5 or turn 6, I was like, this one's over. There's no way you develop enough power through a freezing trap in order to get there. And he found a way to get there. Even the previous game that he lost with the Curse Warlock, as soon as he started drawing on the Curse, I was like, so he's going to deal 30 damage. But played to his outs and nearly won at the end of it. So
Levick reaching the final, I mean, winning the final, fantastic. I'm glad he's finally won one of these big events as well. But Levick winning those 4 points he needed just to get into the playoffs next week, that was quite a lot of pressure. So, yeah, excited for Levick to take one of these down. Absolutely.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. But yeah, you know, shout out to Habu Gabu, right? It went with a different take on lineups than most of the other players in the field. Went with the Quest Hunter. Not a hard counter to Rogue, but obviously his, you know, XL Big Spell Mage did a lot of work against Rogue throughout the tournament. He kind of relied on that happening. His own Rogue did a lot of work too. So brought a cool lineup, but at the end of the day, Levick was the one who came out on top. That Curse Imp Warlock, actually that strategy, you know, leaving up Druid and playing those decks, you have like multiple counters to Druid, so you're okay with like opening with Rogue every game. Once Druid comes out, you throw out the Curse Warlock. It was just wrecking Druids all weekend long. Big Spell Mage as like the deck to round everything out. It was just beating pretty much everything. Like there was not many decks where Big Spell Mage was losing to consistently. So it just ended up being the lineup.
As is proven by winning one match against a Hunter deck.
Yeah, one match against a Hunter deck. All right, well.
I don't know what Levick thinks about that.
Yeah, we do have an interview ready, I believe, I'm being told, with our champion of the week, who is Levick. Oh, wait till I see him. There's Levick. Hey, Levick, can you hear me?
Hello, yeah, sure. I was hearing you for the last maybe 10 minutes already. Really glad to hear you.
Oh, well, yeah, because when you hear me, that means that you've won. So, first off, congratulations. Secondly, you came into this week with 1 point. Just one tiny little point. What was your thoughts coming into the week? Were you hopeful that you were gonna be able to qualify for playoffs, or were you just like, whatever, I'm just gonna come and play Hearthstone?
I don't know what to say. I was like, okay, I need to win this week, or at least get to the finals. So I'm definitely gonna do my best. And the only thing I want to mention is that I wanted to bring maybe a bit risky lineup this big spell mage, I wasn't really confident with it. This is a deck that can actually lose to anyone and that can beat anyone. So I thought that I have to be a bit lucky, and if the game loves me, I will get to the finals and to the playoffs. And here I am.
Yeah. I feel like that's big spell mage. That's what the deck does, though. Like, if the game loves you, you're going to win. If the game doesn't love you, you're going to lose. That just feels like what big spell mage is. But I'm curious, what was the risky lineup? If you don't mind talking about it now.
I mean, the big spell mage was the risky part about it.
Oh, okay.
All the three decks, I was super confident with it. The Curse of Warlock is my favorite deck so far. I played it really a lot before the patch. It became a bit worse on ladder after the popularization of Rogue, but in LHS, I think it's probably the best deck in this format. And also, I was really happy how I managed to pilot it during all my series. So yeah. That's the lineup.
Was there any decks that you were like thinking about bringing but didn't end up bringing? Like any decks that you almost made the cut for your lineup, but like you ended up like settling for big spell mage? Were there any decks that almost made it into your lineup?
I don't know. As you could see, we prepared with Zloy Gruzin, and we took the similar lineups. So we pretty fast came up with a Rogue, Druid, and Warlock lineup. Like, we chose these three decks pretty quickly, and then we had to decide: do we want to ban Rogue or Druid? I think that was the only two options in LHS in current meta, and I think almost all the players came for either Druid ban or Rogue ban, and it was actually not my idea, but Gruzin just told that you can't counter Rogue, so we want to ban Rogue. And the last part of the preparation was to find the fourth deck, and we invested a lot of time to it, and we were like 3 hours before the deck submission. We were extremely tired. It was an early morning for us, and we were choosing between ping mage, 40 cards, some kind of mage, big spell mage, and I just told, okay, I have to high roll some boxes here, so we're gonna for a big spell mage.
Oh, it worked out. It worked out at the end, so prep paid off. I do want to ask your thoughts on Rogue currently, because, obviously all the players had to submit, was it 4 days ago? Yeah, like 4 days ago. And it was only a couple days after the balance patch. Edwin was buff. Everybody kind of knew that Rogue was going to be good, but not how good. Everybody thought it was going to be the best deck. But since then, right, like the ladder metagame has evolved. There's less Rogue, there's more Quest Priests. Right now, not when you submit it, but right now, what are your thoughts on sort of the power level of Rogue? Do you think it's one of the best decks? Do you think it's just in the middle ground? Because it was a big conversation point throughout the weekend, was the Rogue.
Yeah, I got you. Honestly, I didn't play any Hearthstone except for my Grandmaster games after the deck submission, so I normally don't play ladder during the tournaments, but as I told, while we were preparing, we were sure that Rogue is by far the best deck in the game, and we're gonna ban it, and we actually banned it, and for me, Rogue performed well. I don't know what else to say. I'm still sure that Rogue is the best deck, and also we tried to counter it with decks like Priest or maybe some wacky mage decks, and didn't manage to even maintain a 50% win rate in this matchup. So from my perspective, Rogue is by far the best deck.
Okay, That's the answer I was looking for. It did seem to do quite well, and obviously your strategy of banning Rogue worked out because you ended up winning. So, but yeah, that's all the questions I have. It was a pleasure to watch you throughout the weekend, and once again, big congratulations, and I look forward to seeing you play in playoffs next week.
Thank you, guys. Also, that was a pleasure to hear so many kind words from you and other casters. I really enjoyed watching my games with your commentaries. So yeah, thanks for the great job.
Oh, thank you. Nobody ever compliments me at the end of the interview. That's great. Well, thank you so much, Levick, and many more nice words to come next week when you play in playoffs. So thank you so much. All right, is Neil back?
I'm back.
Neil?
Yep.
Okay, Neil's back. Yeah,
great
pretty cool.
to finally hear from Levick. He's had such a good year, as you catch me just stretching there on the camera. Has had such a good year, and we haven't had a chance really to hear his thoughts on it and having some insight into Rogue's just the best, so we banned it. It sounds simple when you put it like that, but all weekend I've been saying how I think Rogue might not be the best, but Levick showed me.
Levick showed you. All right, well, here's the standings, and these are, I've been told, the correct standings with seeding put in. It's actually pretty easy. There was just one tiebreaker, and it was between Fury Hunter, Zoe Grushin, and Pascoa to see who was going to get 7 and 8. But 7 and 8 is broken up by those 5 points. So Fury Hunter and Zoe Grushin will be at that 7th and 8th seed. They'll start off playoffs with a loss in their first match. So they'll start in the elimination match for their group. Whereas on the other end, Bunny Hopper, 12 points out of a possible 15. Very impressive run throughout Grandmasters' last call. Him and Blyze will get the top 2 seeds and thus a bye for the first round. So they'll start off with a win and be in the winner's match of their group to kick off playoffs. And then everybody else just starts in the normal spot. Superfig, Habu Gabu, Levick, and Possessi will all be facing off in some mixture of players in the groups for our initial matches. So pretty cool. And, you know, obviously, we're still showing everybody else. Shout out to all the other players that competed in last call. Gave us some good, entertaining matches. But alas, we are left with our top 8, and our playoffs are set.
Yep, Europe versus APAC to see who goes to the World Championships.
You had to say it. I wasn't even going to mention it.
Oh, I've got to curse APAC at this point so we can go down in the same ship as them.
Yeah. Yep. But keep in mind, next week for playoffs, we will be on Conquest. But here's the twist. It's best of 7 Conquest, which is... It's the same format, but it's an entirely different format. That's 8, but... Almost. There you go. That's 7. Just hide your thumb. Good job. Because normally Conquest, you try and make it in best of 5. You try and make it so you have good matchups against a deck that you know is going to be in the field and kind of corner that deck and make it very difficult for it to get a win. It's nearly impossible to do that when you have to do it 4 times. So we end up seeing a lot of just the best decks, which for a best of 7, very intense like playoffs and finals, works out because you have sort of these back and forth series where you don't really have a clear favorite going in. It makes it exciting to watch. It's a lot of Hearthstone. That's what's in store for us next week, Neil.
Yeah, looking forward. I haven't seen best of 7 since what, 2017 playoffs? 2016 playoffs? But yeah, it is a pretty crazy format as you've just described. You can target a deck because you know what decks they're going to have because they're going to have all of them. But yeah,
essentially.
It's going to be hard to find a lineup that does that. So you can either target 2 decks or, yeah, like you say, just bring the best stuff and hope you get there. But I hope somebody thinks of something fun. Super Fake, hopes on you to bring some craziness, I think. How that goes.
Habu Gabu also.
Habu could have a plan.
To try and break the mold. Find the lists, right? Find the text. So yeah, that's what we have in store. But Neil, we've come to that point in the broadcast. You know what time it is. It's time to end the show. But as is tradition, I have to ask you, now that we've concluded the final week of the regular season for Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. Do you have any final words that you'd like to say before I close out the show?
I don't think I will this week. I think I'll pass.
Oh, saving it all for next week.
I'll save it. Yeah.
Saving it all.
Doubling down.
I'm going to keep asking you every day, even when we're not on broadcast, even when we have our off days this week, waiting for it. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to be like, you got any final words today, Neil? Any final words today? And once you actually give your final words, it's going to be glorious. But it really is time for us to end the show. We do this every day, and I'm sure production always gets mad at us. We talk for forever when we're supposed to close out the show. Sometimes we can go on and on and on.
We do go on a bit. It's been known.
Yeah. But okay, I am going to stop there. So we've concluded the regular season of Grandmasters Last Call, which means we only have one more week left. It is going to be playoffs. We're going to start next week on Friday with Best of 7 Conquest, where we're going to kick off the groups and march towards the finals of Grandmaster Last Call. So thanks so much for everybody for tuning in, from myself, from Neil, from the broadcast crew, from the other casters. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week for more Hearthstone action.
It's a blast off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rougher and for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
Possessy tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.